Section 44 of the United States, read for LibriVox.org by Monica M.C. Penn's Treaty with the Indians by Benjamin West, American artist, 1738 till 1820. Painting, page 238. The painting here reproduced is hung in Independence Hall, Philadelphia. The artist, Benjamin West, was a Pennsylvania boy who, according to the familiar story, drew before the age of 7 a recognizable portrait of his baby sister. His first assistance in the pursuit of art came from some friendly Indians who gave him a little red and yellow earth. Indigo he begged from his mother, brushes he made for himself. He was quite a boy before he ever saw a box of paints, but at the age of 18 he established himself in Philadelphia as a full-fledged portrait painter, and 2 years later opened a studio in New York. In 1760 he went to Italy for study, then to England, and here he made his permanent home. He became famous almost at once, was welcomed by lovers of art, and given many commissions for paintings by King George III. For 23 years he was president of the Royal Academy, succeeding Sir Joshua Reynolds. It was at that time the custom to paint historical characters in classical costume, but West was original enough and brave enough to lay aside this convention and give his subjects the clothing appropriate to their period. When he was at work upon his death of General Wolfe, Sir Joshua objected to this new departure. But when the painting was completed, he said, "West has conquered, he has treated his subject as it ought to be treated. I retract my objections. I foresee that this picture will occasion a revolution in art." The story of the scene pictured in the illustration is told in the text. The artist's grandfather was present at the making of this treaty and is portrayed among the group of friends standing near William Penn. End of section 44. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 45 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org by Betty B. The United States Part VII, Stories of the Puritans, Historical Note. There are some who love to enumerate the singularities of the early Puritans. They were opposed to wigs, they could preach against veils, they denounced long hair, they disliked the cross in the banner, as much as the people of Paris disliked the lilies of the Bourbon, and for analogous reasons. They would not allow Christmas Day to be kept sacred. They called neither months, nor days, nor seasons, nor churches, nor inns by the names common in England. They revived Scripture names at christenings. The grave Romans legislated on the costume of men, and their Senate could even stoop to interfere with the triumphs of the sex to which civic honors are denied. The fathers of New England prohibited frivolous fashions in their own dress, and their austerity, checking extravagance even in woman, frowned on her hoods of silk and her scarfs of Tiffany, extended the length of her sleeve to the wrist, and limited its greatest width to half an ell. The Puritans were formal and precise in their manners, singular in the forms of their legislation, rigid in the observance of their principles. Every topic of the day found a place in their extemporaneous prayers, and infused a stirring interest into their long and frequent sermons. The courts of Massachusetts respected in practice the Code of Moses. The island of Rhode Island enacted for a year or two a Jewish masquerade. In New Haven, the members of the Constituent Committee were called the Seven Pillars, hewn out for the House of Wisdom. But these are only outward forms which gave to the new sect its marked exterior. If from the outside peculiarities which so easily excite the sneer of the superficial observer, we look to the genius of the sect itself, Puritanism was religion struggling for the people. George Bancroft. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 46. Sunday in the New England Colonies, 17th century, by Alice Morse Earle. The first building used as a church at the Plymouth colony was the fort, and to it the Pilgrim Fathers and mothers and children walked on Sunday reverently and gravely, 3 in a row, the men fully armed with swords and guns, till they built a meeting house in 1648. In other New England settlements the first services were held in tents, under trees, or under any shelter. The settler who had a roomy house often had also the meeting. The first Boston meeting house had mud walls, a thatched roof, and earthen floor. It was used till 1640, and some very thrilling and inspiring scenes were enacted within its humble walls. Usually the earliest meeting houses were log houses with clay-filled chinks, and roofs thatched with reeds and long grass like the dwelling houses. At Salem is still preserved one of the early churches. The second and more dignified form of New England meeting houses was usually a square wooden building with a truncated pyramidal roof, surmounted often with a belfry, which served as a lookout station and held a bell, from which the bell rope hung down to the floor in the center of the church aisle. The old church at Hingham, Massachusetts, still standing and still used, is a good specimen of this shape. It was built in 1681 and is known as the Old Ship, and is a comely and dignified building. As more elegant and costly dwelling houses were built, so were better meeting houses, and the third form, with lofty wooden steeple at one end, in the style of architecture invented by Sir Christopher Wren after the Great Fire of London, multiplied and increased until every town was graced with an example. In all these the main body of the edifice remained as bare, prosaic, and undecorated as were the preceding churches, while all the ambition of both builders and congregation spent itself in the steeple. These were so varied, and at times so beautiful, that a chapter might be written on New England steeples. The Old South Church of Boston is a good example of this school of ecclesiastical architecture, and is a well-known historic building as well. The earliest meeting houses had oiled paper in the windows, and when glass came in it was not set with putty, but was nailed in. The windows had what were termed heavy current side shutters. The outside of the meeting house was not colored or stained, as it was then termed, but was left to turn gray and weather-stained, and sometimes moss-covered with the dampness of the great shadowing hemlock and fir trees which were usually planted around New England churches. The first meeting houses were often decorated in a very singular and grotesque manner. Rewards were paid by all the early towns for killing wolves, and any person who killed a wolf brought the head to the meeting house and nailed it to the outer wall. The fierce, grinning heads and splashes of blood made a grim and horrible decoration. All kinds of notices were also nailed to the meeting house door, where all of the congregation might readily see them. Notices of town meetings, prohibitions from selling guns to the Indians, notices of intended marriages, vendues, etc. It was the only meeting place, the only method of advertisement. In front of the church was usually a row of stepping stones or horse blocks, for nearly all came on horseback, and often on the meeting house green stood the stocks, pillory, and whipping post. A verse from an old-fashioned hymn reads thus: New England's Sabbath day is heaven-like, still and pure, when Israel walks the way up to the temple's door. The time we tell, when there to come by beat of drum or sounding shell. The first church at Jamestown, Virginia, gathered the congregation by beat of drum. But while attendants of the Episcopal, Roman Catholic, and Dutch Reformed churches in the New World were in general being summoned to divine service by the ringing of a bell hung either over the church or in the branches of a tree by its side, New England Puritans were summoned, as the hymn relates, by drum or horn or shell. The shell was a great conch shell, and a man was hired to blow it, a mournful sound, at the proper time, which was usually 9 o'clock in the morning. In Stockbridge, Massachusetts, the church shell was afterwards used for many years as a signal to begin and stop work in the haying field. In Windsor, Connecticut, a man walked up and down on a platform on the top of the meeting house and blew a trumpet to summon worshippers. Many churches had a church drummer who stood on the roof or in the belfry and drummed. A few raised a flag as a summons or fired a gun. Within the meeting house all was simple enough: raftered walls, puncheons and sanded or earthen floors, rows of benches, a few pews, all of unpainted wood, and a pulpit which was usually a high desk, overhung by a heavy sounding board, which was fastened to the roof by a slender metal rod. The pulpit was sometimes called a scaffold. When pews were built, they were square, with high partition walls, and had narrow, uncomfortable seats round three sides. The word was always spelled pew, P-U-E, and they were sometimes called pits. A little girl in the middle of this century attended a service in an old church which still retained the old-fashioned square pews. She exclaimed in a loud voice, "What, must I be shut in a closet and sit on a shelf?" These narrow shelf-like seats were usually hung on hinges and could be turned up against the pew walls during the long psalm tunes and prayers, so the members of the congregation could lean against the pew walls for support as they stood. When the seats were let down, they fell with a heavy slam that could be heard half a mile away in the summertime when the windows of the meeting house were open. Lines from an old poem read, and when at last the loud Amen fell from aloft, how quickly then the seats came down with heavy rattle, like musketry in fiercest battle. A few of the old-time meeting houses with high pulpit, square pews, and deacons' seats still remain in New England and fully illustrate the words of the poet: "Old house of Puritanic wood, through whose unpainted windows streamed on seats as primitive and rude as Jacob's pillow when he dreamed the white and undiluted day." The seats were carefully and thoughtfully assigned by a church committee called the Seating Committee, the best seats being given to older persons of wealth and dignity who attended the church. Whittier wrote of this custom: "In the goodly house of worship, where, in order due and fit, as by public vote directed, classed and ranked, the people sit, mistress first, and goodwife after, clerkly squire before the clown, from the brave coat laced embroidered to the gray coat shading down." Many of the plans for seating the meeting house have been preserved. The pews and their assigned occupants are clearly designated. In the early meeting houses, men and women sat on separate sides of the meeting house, as in Quaker meetings till our own time. Sometimes a group of young women or of young men were permitted to sit in the gallery together. Little girls sat beside their mothers, or on footstools at their feet, or sometimes on the gallery stairs, and I've heard of a little cage or frame to hold Puritan babies in meeting. Boys did not sit with their families, but were in groups by themselves, usually on the pulpit and gallery stairs, where tithing men watched over them. In Salem, in 1676, it was ordered by the town that all ye boys of ye town are appointed to sit upon ye 3 pair of stairs in ye meeting house, and William Lord is appointed to look after ye boys upon ye pulpit stairs. In Stratford the tithing man was ordered to watch over youths of disorderly carriage, and see they behave themselves comely, and use such raps and blows as is in his discretion meet. In Durham any misbehaving boy was punished publicly after the service was over. We would nowadays scarcely seat 20 or 30 active boys together in church if we wished them to be models of attention and dignified behavior, but after the boys' seats were removed from the pulpit stairs, they were all turned in together in a boys' pew in the gallery. There was a boys' pew in Windsor, Connecticut, as late as 1845, and pretty noisy it usually was. A certain small boy in Connecticut misbehaved himself one Sunday, and his wickedness was specified by the justice of peace as follows: a rude and idle behavior in the meeting house, such as smiling and larfing, and enticing others to the same evil, such as larfing or smiling or pulling the hair of his neighbor Benoni Simpkins in the time of public worship, such as throwing Sister Pentecost Perkins on the ice, it being Sabbath day, between the meeting house and his place of abode. I can picture well the wicked scene. Poor meek little Benoni Simpkins trying to behave well in meeting and not cry out when the young wanton gospeler pulled her hair, and unfortunate Sister Perkins tripped up on the ice by the young rascal. Another vain youth in Andover, Massachusetts, was brought up before the magistrate, and it was charged that he sported and played, and by indecent gestures and wry faces caused laughter and misbehavior in the beholders. The girls were just as wicked. They slammed down the pew seats. Tabitha Morgus of Norwich profaned the Lord's day by her rude and indecent behavior in laughing and playing in ye time of service. On Long Island, godless boys ran races on the Sabbath and talked of vain things, and as for Albany children, they played hookey and coasted downhill on Sunday to the scandal of every one, evidently, except their parents. When the boys were separated and families sat in pews together, all became orderly in meeting. The deacons sat in a deacon's pew just in front of the pulpit. Sometimes also there was a deaf pew in front for those who were hard of hearing. After choirs were established, the singers' seats were usually in the gallery, and high up under the beams and aloft sat the negroes and Indians. If any person seated himself in any place which was not assigned to him, he had to pay a fine, usually of several shillings for each offence. But in old Newbury men were fined as high as £27 each for persistent and unruly sitting in seats belonging to other members. The churches were all unheated. Few had stoves until the middle of this century. The chill of the damp buildings, never heated from autumn to spring, and closed and dark throughout the week, was hard for every one to bear. In some of the early log-built meeting-houses, fur bags made of wolf-skins were nailed to the seats, and in winter church attendants thrust their feet into them. Dogs, too, were permitted to enter the meeting-house and lie on their masters' feet. Dog whippers or dog pelters were appointed to control and expel them when they became unruly or unbearable. Women and children usually carried foot-stoves, which were little pierced metal boxes that stood on wooden legs and held hot coals. During the noon intermission, the half-frozen church attendants went to a neighboring house or tavern, or to a noon house to get warm. A noon house, or Sabbath-day house, as it was often called, was a long, low building built near the meeting house, with horse stalls at one end and a chimney at the other. In it the farmers kept, says one church record, their duds and horses. A great fire of logs was built there each Sunday, and before its cheerful blaze, noonday luncheons of brown bread, doughnuts, or gingerbread were eaten, and foot-stoves were filled. Boys and girls were not permitted to indulge in idle talk in those noon houses, much less to play. Often 2 or 3 families built a noon house together, or the church built a society house, and there the children had a sermon read to them by a deacon during the nooning. Sometimes the children had to explain aloud the notes they had taken during the sermon in the morning. Thus they throve, as a minister wrote, on the good fare of brown bread and the gospel. There was no nearer approach to a Sunday school until this century. The services were not shortened because the churches were uncomfortable. By the side of the pulpit stood a brass-bound hour-glass, which was turned by the tithing man or clerk, but it did not hasten the closing of the sermon. Sermons 2 or 3 hours long were customary, and prayers from 1 to 2 hours in length. When the first church in Woburn was dedicated, the minister preached a sermon nearly 5 hours long. A Dutch traveler recorded a prayer 4 hours long on a fast day. Many prayers were 2 hours long. The doors were closed and watched by the tithing man, and none could leave, even if tired or restless, unless with good excuse. The singing of the psalms was tedious and unmusical, just as it was in churches of all denominations, both in America and England at that date. Singing was by ear and very uncertain, and the congregation had no notes, and many had no psalm books, and hence no words. So the psalms were lined or deaconed. That is, a line was read by the deacon and then sung by the congregation. Some psalms, when lined and sung, occupied half an hour, during which the congregation stood. There were but 8 or 9 tunes in general use, and even these were often sung incorrectly. There were no church organs to help keep the singers together, but sometimes pitch pipes were used to set the key. Bass viols, clarinets, and flutes were played upon at a later date in meeting to help the singing. Violins were too associated with dance music to be thought decorous for church music. Still the New England churches clung to and loved their poor confused psalm singing as one of their few delights, and whenever a Puritan, even in road or field, heard the distant sound of a psalm tune, he removed his hat and bowed his head in prayer. Contributions at first were not collected by the deacons, but the entire congregation, one after another, walked up to the deacon's seat and placed gifts of money, goods, wampum, or promissory notes in a box. When the services were ended, all remained in the pews until the minister and his wife had walked up the aisle and out of the church. The strict observance of Sunday as a holy day was one of the characteristics of the Puritans. Any profanation of the day was severely punished by fine or whipping. Citizens were forbidden to fish, shoot, sail, row, dance, jump, or ride, save to and from church, or to perform any work on the farm. An infinite number of examples might be given to show how rigidly the laws were enforced. The use of tobacco was forbidden near the meeting house. These laws were held to extend from sunset on Saturday to sunset on Sunday, for in the first instructions given to Governor Endicott by the company in England, it was ordered that all in the colony cease work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. The Puritans found support of this belief in the scriptural words, "The evening and the morning were the first day." A Sabbath day in the family of Reverend John Cotton was thus described by one of his fellow ministers. He began the Sabbath at evening, therefore then performed family duty after supper, being longer than ordinary in exposition, after which he catechized his children and servants, and then returned to his study. The morning following, family worship being ended, he retired into his study until the bell called him away. Upon his return from meeting, where he had preached and prayed some hours, he returned again into his study, the place of his labor and prayer, unto his favorite devotion, where, having a small repast carried him up for his dinner, he continued until the tolling of the bell. The public service of the afternoon being over, he withdrew for a space to his pre-mentioned oratory for his sacred addresses to God, as in the forenoon, then came down, repeated the sermon in the family, prayed, after supper sang a psalm, and toward bedtime, betaking himself again to his study, he closed the day with prayer. Thus he spent the Sabbath continually. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 47. Calling a Minister 3 Centuries Ago, 1652. By Eva March Tappan. In 1652, the little church in Boston was in sore distress, for their beloved minister, John Cotton, was sick unto death, and who should take his place? Who was so learned, and withal so fervent in spirit as he? Who could so wisely instruct the elders, and yet remember the children? For had he not written Milk for Babes, a little catechism well known in England? The poor people knew not what to do, and so, as they had done with many a hard question, they carried this hardest and saddest of all to their pastor, and with heartfelt grief and many tears, asked him whom he would choose to teach them when he should be gone. This was a question upon which the weary, suffering man had pondered, ever since he knew that he must leave his beloved people. Perhaps a dream which, as the old record says, gave no encouragement unto this business, may yet have given him a thought. For he dreamed of seeing Mr. Norton, the minister of Ipswich, come into Boston riding on a white horse, and he at once advised his people to ask the church of Ipswich to give them Mr. Norton for their pastor. Now these simple people could not have been good financiers, for they made no effort to get a man to fill the house. They did not even hear candidates a few months. They seemed anxious only to have a settled pastor and wise teacher as soon as possible. And so, after the death of their beloved minister, they went frankly to the Ipswich church, telling them what Mr. Cotton had said, and begging that they, being accommodated with such another eminent person as Mr. Rogers, would, out of respect unto the general good of all the people of God throughout the land, so far deny themselves as to dismiss him, Mr. Norton, from themselves. Now this same church in Ipswich had great regard for Mr. Rogers, and, too, they cared much for the good of the church in Boston. But Mr. Norton was very dear to them, for they loved him in the old-time way that would now be thought sadly out of fashion, and there was much question whether they ought to let him go. They were trying to love their neighbor as themselves, but to give up their dear pastor was to love their neighbor better than themselves, and that was more than was required. At least, so thought some of the less spiritually minded ones among them. Finally, one of the church said, "Brethren, a case in some things like this was once that way determined. We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. Wherefore I propose that our teacher himself be inquired of whether he be inclined to go." And so they agreed to leave it to Mr. Norton himself. But when the matter was laid before him, he refused to make a choice, and would only say, "Rather than wound my conscience with unlawful compliances, I came to this country, and should you now judge that as good reasons call for my removal to Boston, then will I resign myself." I am afraid that these good people may seem to us a little slow, for Mr. Norton does not seem to have at all considered the question of the rival advantages of Boston versus Ipswich, or whether the climate of the larger town might not better agree with his health, and so give him more years of usefulness. And neither church seems to have thought of helping the question on to a settlement by offering a larger salary. The matter was slow to arrange itself, for the Boston people had no newer argument than that old one of Bible times. Let him that hath 2 coats give to him that hath none. And to that the church in Ipswich did reply, "But Boston hath one. It hath Mr. Wilson." Then said Mr. Wilson, "But I am old, my voice hath failed me. I can no longer minister publicly in the congregation. I am nothing." At length the Ipswich people agreed to let Mr. Norton sojourn at Boston for a time, until the will of God should be discovered, and to content themselves with the ministrations of Mr. Rogers, Mr. Norton's assistant. But they did not lose their old-fashioned love for their pastor, and when, not long after, Mr. Rogers died, they insisted that the church in Boston should give up Mr. Norton. And there was a council of all the churches called, and they did advise the Ipswich church to grant Mr. Norton a fair dismission unto the service of Boston. For after taking prayerful thought of the matter, it had been borne upon their minds that Boston had greater need of this earnest man than Ipswich. But the spirit of rebellion had seized upon the church of Ipswich, and they said, Nay, but we will not give Mr. Norton a dismission. Then was the strong arm of the law stretched forth, for there was no other authority to which these stiff-necked men of Ipswich would bow. And again was a council called, composed of the magistrates and the governor of the colony, and they did order the church in Ipswich to let Mr. Norton go to Boston. And now must the rebellious church needs yield, which they did with a better grace, since the council had suggested that Mr. Norton had long wished to return to England, and that if the two churches should longer contend, they might so weary him with their strife, that perchance they would both lose the profit of his presence. Then gave the church of Ipswich to Mr. Norton a fair dismission to Boston, and took for their minister Mr. Cobbett, who, as the chronicle tells us, continued a rich blessing unto them. Mr. Norton removed to Boston, where he remained many years, to the edification of his hearers. And thus it was that the little church of Boston called a minister 3 centuries ago. End of section 47.
Section 48 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 48. The King's Missive, 1661, by John Greenlead Whittier. Under the great hill sloping bare, to cove and meadow and common lot, in his council chamber and oaken chair, sat the worshipful governor Endicott, a grave strong man who knew no peer, in the pilgrim land where he ruled in fear of God not man, and for good or ill held his trust with an iron will. He had shorn with his sword the cross from out the flag, and cloven the maypole down, harried the heathen round about, and whipped the Quakers from town to town. Earnest and honest, a man at need to burn like a torch for his own harsh creed, he kept with the flaming brand of his zeal the gate of the holy commonweal. His brow was clouded, his eye was stern, with a look of mingled sorrow and wrath. Woe's me, he murmured, at every turn the pestilent Quakers are in my path. Some we have scourged and banished some hanged, more doomed, and still they come, fast as the tide of yon bay sets in, sowing their heresies seed of sin. Did we count on this? Did we leave behind the graves of our kin, the comforts and ease of our English hearths and homes to find troublers of Israel such as these? Shall I spare? Shall I pity them? God forbid. I will do as the prophet of Agag did. They come to poison the wells of the word. I will hew them in pieces before the Lord. The door swung open, and Rawson the clerk entered and whispered under breath, There waits below for the hangman's work a fellow banished on pain of death. Shattuck of Salem, unhealed of the whip, brought over in Master Goldsmith's ship, at anchor here in a Christian port, with freight of the devil and all his sort. Twice and thrice on the chamber floor, striding fiercely from wall to wall, The Lord do so to me, and more, the governor cried, if I hang not all. Bring hither the Quaker. Calm, sedate, with the look of a man at ease with fate, into that presence grim and dread, came Samuel Shattuck with hat on head. Off with the knave's hat! An angry hand smote down the offence, but the wearer said, with a quiet smile, by the king's command, I bear his message and stand in his stead. In the governor's hand a missive he laid, with royal arms on its seal displayed, and the proud man spake as he gazed thereat, uncovering, Give Mr. Shattock his hat. He turned to the Quaker, bowing low, The king commandeth your friend's release. Doubt not he shall be obeyed, although to his subjects sorrow and sins increase. What he here enjoineth, John Endicott, his loyal servant, questioneth not. You are free. God grant the spirit you own may take you from us to parts unknown. So the door of the jail was open cast, and, like Daniel out of the lion's den, tender youth and girlhood passed, with age-bowed women and grey-locked men. And the voice of one appointed to die was lifted in praise and thanks on high, and the little maid from New Netherlands kissed in her joy the doomed man's hands. End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 49 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 49, How Connecticut Saved Her Charter, 1687, by W. H. Carpenter and T. S. Arthur. Charles II, dying in 1685, his brother the Duke of York ascended the English throne as James II. Avaricious and fond of power, the new king hastened to execute a scheme he seems to have long before concocted, the consolidation and complete subjection to royal authority of all the New England colonies, Massachusetts having been already deprived of her charter, and Plymouth never possessing one. It only remained to wrest away those of Connecticut and Rhode Island. Charged with certain misdemeanors, the former colony was presently served with 3 successive writs of quo warranto. Alarm and hesitation for a while pervaded the councils of the Commonwealth, but it was determined not to surrender the charter. Knowing that the cause was already prejudged against them, the Assembly did not deem it worth while to employ counsel. Endeavoring more to elude than to repel the blow aimed at them, they threw themselves upon the king's clemency, and desired that if their independence was to be taken away, they might be united to Massachusetts rather than to New York. This move eventually saved the charter, inasmuch as James, hastily and erroneously construing it into a surrender of the coveted instrument, at once stayed proceedings on the quo warranto, and they were never afterward urged to a judicial decision. Acting upon the king's construction of the desire Connecticut had expressed, Andros, lately appointed governor of New England in the autumn of 1687, attended by 70 soldiers, set out from Boston and traveled across the country to Hartford to assume authority over the colony. Meeting the Assembly, which was then in session, he demanded the charter. After some parley, it was produced and laid on the clerk's table. A long and earnest debate ensued. The brave old governor pled feelingly for the liberties of his people, showing with what an outlay of labor and treasure and blood they had been purchased, and how like parting with life it was to surrender the cherished instrument of their security. Evening came on, while the debate was purposely protracted, and an excited throng of resolute farmers and townsmen gathered around the house where the council was assembled. It grew dark, and lights were brought, the charter still lying upon the table. The front windows of the council chamber were low, and the heat of the weather rendered it necessary to keep them open. Of a sudden, some of the throng outside threw their jackets into the open windows, and thus extinguished the lights. These were speedily rekindled, but the charter had disappeared. In the darkness, Captain Wadsworth of Hartford, stealing noiselessly from the room, bore the precious document to the concealment of a hollow oak fronting the house, where it was deposited, not to be brought to light again until happier times. Spared from the axe on account of its great size when the forest was first cleared, the charter oak long stood as the memento of an anxious period in the history of Connecticut. Thwarted in all his efforts to recover the abstracted charter, Andros nevertheless assumed the chief authority, and appointing Treat and Fitzjohn Winthrop members of his council, with his own hand closed the records of the colonial assembly in these words: at a general court at Hartford, October 31st, 1687, His Excellency Sir Edmund Andros, Captain General and Governor of His Majesty's dominions in New England, by order from His Majesty, took into his hands the government of the colony of Connecticut, it being annexed to Massachusetts, and other colonies under His Excellency's government. Finis. But the existence of Connecticut as an independent commonwealth was not to be thus terminated. Yet for nearly 2 years the colonists mourned for their chartered liberties as if they were forever lost. Much, too, they suffered meanwhile from the arbitrary measures of the new governor, but still far less than the people of Massachusetts, who were under his immediate supervision. A great deal of the leniency thus shown toward Connecticut was undoubtedly due to the influence and affectionate interference of Treat and Winthrop, who, as members of Andros's council, had the principal management of the colony's affairs. Yet, though borne with a kind of desponding acquiescence, the administration of Andros was irksome and odious, and ultimately might have aroused a violent outbreak of colonial indignation. But events presently transpired in England which brought it to a conclusion as abruptly as it had been unexpected. In April 1689, immediately on receiving rumors that a bloodless revolution had driven James II from his throne, the people of Boston assembled in arms and declared in favor of the new sovereign, William, Prince of Orange. The obnoxious Andros, deriving his authority from the deposed James, was seized and confined. A few weeks afterward the rumors which had induced this action were fully confirmed. Meanwhile the charter of Connecticut had been brought from its hiding place and Treat again chosen governor. The Assembly, convening on the 13th of June, proclaimed the new sovereign with great joy and ceremony. Great was that day, thus ran their address to the king, great was that day when the Lord, who sitteth upon the floods, did divide his and your adversaries like the waters of Jordan, and did begin to magnify you like Joshua by those great actions that were so much for the honor of God and the deliverance of the English dominions from popery and slavery. Declaring they had been surprised by Andros into an involuntary submission to an arbitrary power, they announced that they had presumed by the consent of a major part of the freemen to resume the government according to the rules of their charter. For this they entreated His Majesty's most gracious pardon, and besides expressed a hope that their former liberties would be confirmed. This address the king received favorably. With regard to the validity of the Connecticut charter, the opinions of several English lawyers were asked. Replies came that the charter, not being surrendered under the common seal, nor that surrender duly recorded, had never been invalidated in any of its powers and was still good in law. This being the case, William had no opportunity to renew it, a circumstance for which the Connecticut people could not have been otherwise than thankful when they saw the charter of Massachusetts restored with many of its important democratic features obliterated or modified. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain. Section 50 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 50, Sir William Phips, Treasure Seeker and Soldier, latter part of the 17th century, by Charles C. B. Seymour. Phips was born on the 2nd of February, 1651, at Woolwich, in Maine, a small settlement near the mouth of the river Kennebec. His father was a robust Englishman, a gunsmith by trade, and the parent of no fewer than 26 children, all by one mother. At an early age, William, who was one of the youngest, had to look out for himself. The death of his father placed him in the responsible position of head of the family. Until his 18th year he gained a scanty income by tending sheep, but his adventurous disposition was not content with the primeval simplicity of this occupation. He longed to become a sailor and roam through the world. At first he was unable to change occupations with the facility he expected. He could not get a situation as a sailor, so he apprenticed himself to a shipbuilder. It is probable that he learned this lucrative trade in a very thorough manner, for we find him afterward in Boston pursuing it with success, and devoting his leisure hours to reading and writing. In addition to these accomplishments, he found time to make love to a rich widow, and with such success that he married her in spite of some disparity in age. Immediately after this he went into business as a shipbuilder and constructed a vessel on Sheepscot River. Having in due time launched the craft, he engaged to procure a lading of lumber and returned to Boston. He consoled his wife with the assurance that he would some day get the command of a king's ship and become the owner of a fair brick house in the Green Lane of North Boston. In those days brick houses were as aristocratic as marble palaces in our time. These magnificent visions were not to be immediately realized. Phips and his ship appeared to have lived an industrious, plodding sort of life for at least 10 years, and without any particularly golden results. He did little jobs at his shipyard and performed short coasting voyages, all the while dreaming of better times and sighing that they were still so distant. One day, as he strolled through the crooked streets of Boston, he heard the sombre-looking merchants talking to each other about a shipwreck that had occurred near the Bahamas. It was a Spanish vessel and was known to have money on board. Phips walked straight down to his vessel, shipped a few hands, and sailed for the Bahamas without further delay. It was exactly the sort of enterprise for his ardent nature. He succeeded in finding the wreck and in recovering a great deal of its cargo, but the value of it scarcely defrayed the expenses of the voyage. He was told, however, of another and more richly laden vessel which had been wrecked near Port de la Plata more than half a century before, and which was known to contain treasure to an enormous amount. Phips immediately conceived the idea of fishing up this wealth, but as he was too poor to undertake the operation without assistance, he proceeded to England, while the fame of his recent expedition was new in people's mouths, and succeeded in persuading the government to go into the matter. He arrived in London in 1684, and before the expiration of the year was appointed to the command of the Rose Algier, a ship of 18 guns and 95 men. The first part of the destiny he had marked out for himself was now fulfilled. He was the commander of a king's ship. When you want to find a thing that has been lost, some knowledge of the locality where the loss occurred is certainly useful. But Phips started with very vague ideas on the subject, extending merely to a general indication of the coast on which the ship had foundered. He was light of heart, however, and full of hope. Perhaps he thought it was all right so long as he had ship and crew. The latter, however, began to grow dissatisfied, and when they had fished in the depths of old ocean for some time without bringing up anything but seaweed and gravel and bits of rock, they mutinied outright, and demanded that the immediate object of the voyage should be relinquished. They rushed upon the quarter-deck and bullied the commander, but they could not intimidate him. He got the better of them every time they attempted it. On one occasion the ship had been brought to anchor at a small and uninhabited island for the purpose of undergoing some repairs. It was found necessary to lighten the vessel by removing some of her stores to the shore. The ship was then brought down by the side of a rock stretching out from the land, and a bridgeway constructed so that an easy communication from the shore was established. The crew had a good deal of time to spare while the carpenters were at work, and, like all idle boys, they got into mischief. They plotted to overthrow Phips and the few men he had with him on board, seize the vessel, and start on a piratical cruise against Spanish vessels in the South Sea. Phips and his adherents, if they objected to this arrangement, were to be put to death. Only one man did they care about saving, and that was the principal ship carpenter. They thought his services might be useful. To this worthy they imparted their design, informing him, moreover, that if he did not join in its execution, they would put him to instant death. The ship carpenter was an honest fellow, and in his heart despised these mean traitors. It was necessary to be prudent, however, so he told them that he would give them an answer in half an hour, and in the meantime collect his tools. He returned to the ship, and by pretending to be suddenly sick, found an opportunity of telling the captain what was brewing, in spite of the watchfulness of those around him. Phips was perfectly cool, bade him return with the others and leave the rest to him. In a brief address he told the few men who were on board what was about to take place, and finding them loyal, immediately commenced adopting measures of precaution and defence. A few of the ship's guns had been removed with the stores to the land, and planted in such a manner as to defend them. He caused the charges to be drawn from these, and their position reversed, and then he removed all the ammunition to the frigate. The bridge communicating with the land was taken up, and the ship's guns loaded and trained so as to command all approaches to the encampment. When the mutineers made their appearance, they were hailed by Phips and warned that if they approached the stores they would be fired upon. Knowing the men, they respected this intimation, and kept at a respectful distance, while Phips and the few faithful fellows he could spare for the purpose removed the stores from the island to the ship under cover of the guns. The prospect of being left on the island with nothing to eat and drink soon brought the mutineers to terms, and they threw down their arms and begged for permission to return to their duty. This request was granted when suitable precautions had been taken to deprive them of any future ability to do mischief. When Phips touched port, he thought it best for his own safety and for the welfare of the expedition to get rid of his troublesome crew and ship another less disposed to piracy. Soon after this, Phips gained precise information of the spot where the Spanish treasure ship had sunk. He proceeded to it, but before his explorations were any way complete, he had to return to England for repairs. The English Admiralty pretended to be immensely pleased with his exertions, but would not again entrust him with the command of a national vessel. He had therefore to appeal to private individuals. In a short time he had secured the interest of the Duke of Albemarle, who, with a few other gentlemen, fitted out a vessel and gave him the command. A patent was obtained from the king, giving to the company an exclusive right to all the wrecks that might be discovered for a number of years. A tender was also provided for navigating shallow water where the ship could not venture. Having manned and equipped his vessel, he started once more for Port de la Plata, and arrived in safety at the reef of rocks where the Spanish vessel was supposed to lie. A number of Indian divers were employed to go down to the bottom, and the ship's crew dredged in every direction, but with no success. Just as they were leaving the reef one day in despair, a sailor observed a curious sea plant growing in what appeared to be a crevice of the rock. He told a diver to fetch it for him, and when the red gentleman came up again, he said that there were a number of ship's guns in the same place. The news was received with incredulity, but in a very little time it was ascertained to be substantially correct. Presently a diver returned with a bar of solid silver in his arms worth 200 or 300 pounds sterling, and everyone knew that the wreck had been discovered. "Thanks be to God, we are all made," was all that Phips could say. In the course of a few days treasure was recovered to the amount of $1.5 million. In 1687 Phips reached England, surrendered his treasure to his employers, paid the seamen their promised gratuity, and took for his own share a nice little fortune of $80,000. In consideration of his integrity, King James made the New England sea captain a knight, and thenceforward he was known as Sir William Phips. He was desired also to remain in England, but his heart was on the other side of the Atlantic. So he shipped his fortune and packed up a golden cup worth $5,000, which the Duke of Albemarle sent to his wife, and once more returned to his native land. Prior to his departure he interested himself with the king to obtain a restitution of rights to his fellow countrymen, but without success. He succeeded, however, in gaining a commission as High Sheriff of New England, and returned with the patriotic object of exercising any power he might possess to the advantage of his fellow countrymen. The first thing he did on his return was to gratify his wife's ambition and fulfill the other condition of his youthful prediction, namely to build a fair brick house in Green Lane. After this he tried to exercise his powers as sheriff, but the governor of the colony opposed him, and in spite of all his efforts he was unable to enter upon a discharge of the duties entrusted to him by King James. Naturally indignant at this slight of a royal patent, he determined on undertaking another voyage to England, and in 1687 arrived in that country. He found things much changed. His old patron, King James, had been driven from the throne by an indignant people, and William and Mary reigned in his place. From politic motives, the latter were friendly to Phips, sympathized with him, and offered him the governorship of New England, but this he declined, Seeing that there was no other immediate prospect for him, and unwilling to sacrifice his time in unavailing attendance at court, he returned to America in the summer of 1689. An Indian war, fomented by the French, was waging, and although unfamiliar with military life, Phips volunteered his services. He was not immediately employed, but his patriotism was understood and appreciated. It became necessary to deal the French a severe blow in order to put a stop to the encouragement they were constantly giving the Indians. For this purpose, the General Court in January 1690 issued the following order: "For the encouragement of such gentlemen and merchants of this colony as shall undertake to reduce Penobscot, St. John's, and Port Royal, it is ordered that they shall have 2 sloops of war for 3 or 4 months at free cost, and all the profits which they can make from our French enemies, and the trade of the places which they may take, till there be other orders given from their majesties." This offer was too tempting for Sir William. Once more he offered himself, and was invested with the command of all the forces raised for the expedition, and of the shipping and seamen employed therein. Sir William's instructions were too curious to be omitted in this place. He was ordered to take care that the worship of God be maintained and duly observed on board all the vessels, to offer the enemy fair terms upon summons, which, if they obey, the said terms are to be duly observed. If not, you are to gain the best advantage you may, to assault, kill, and utterly extirpate the common enemy, and to burn and demolish their fortifications and shipping. Having reduced that place, to proceed along the coast for the reducing of the other places and plantations in the possession of the French, to the obedience of the Crown of England. One would scarcely suppose that the worship of God was compatible with the killing and utterly extirpating his creatures. Phips reached Port Royal on the 11th of May, and achieved an easy victory over the surprised and unprepared garrison. He took possession in the name of the English government, demolished the fort, and administered the oath of allegiance to those who were prepared to take it. He then appointed a governor, left a small garrison, and set sail on his return, heavily laden with public and private spoils. On his way home he landed at the various settlements, and took formal possession of the sea-coast from Port Royal to Penobscot. The entire province of Acadia was thus subdued, and remained in possession of the English until its restitution in 1697. On his return, Sir William was elected to the Board of Assistants. The extremely successful issue of this first undertaking against the French encouraged the colonists to pitch into their neighbors on a still larger scale, and accordingly an expedition against Quebec was fitted out, the command of which was entrusted to Sir William Phips. The fleet sailed on the 9th of August, 1690. It was divided into 3 squadrons, 1 of 13 vessels and 2 of 9 each. They proceeded to the mouth of the St. Lawrence, and arrived there in safety, but owing to ignorance of the stream their progress was very slow, and calculated to afford the enemy every opportunity for preparing elaborate defences. At length Phips arrived before Quebec, and a messenger was sent on shore with a summons to the governor to surrender. The messenger barely returned with his life. The governor, Frontenac, indignant at the request, flung the letter in his face, and shouted out fiercely that Sir William Phips and those with him were heretics and traitors, and had taken up with that usurper, the Prince of Orange, and had made a revolution which, if it had not been made, New England and the French had all been won, and that no other answer was to be expected from him but what should be from the mouth of his cannon. To attack a fortified city requires something more than mere physical bravery. It demands a high amount of military knowledge and a thorough perception of accidental advantage. Phips was entirely ignorant of military tactics, and therefore gave the command of the land forces to an officer who boasted of greater knowledge, himself retaining command of the fleet. After innumerable delays, a landing was effected, but the troops were badly supplied with ammunition and provisions, and were hemmed in and starved from the moment they first set foot on the soil. The French, assisted by their Indian allies, harassed them on every side, and decimated their numbers by drawing them into skirmishes which led to no result. Phips carried his ships up to the town and blazed away at the stone walls, but the stone walls refused to tumble down, and all his powder was expended in vain. The enemy, on the contrary, poured in torrents of effective shot. For 5 days a state of confusion prevailed, every day making matters worse. The men were exhausted and dispirited, for they saw that both their commanders were incapable. The cold weather began to freeze their limbs and wound them more cruelly than the sword. Provisions and ammunitions were growing scarcer and scarcer, and everything save the enemy seemed to wear a look of despair. At length a violent storm arose, Many of the vessels were driven from their anchorage, and the remainder availed themselves of the opportunity of getting out of the river as speedily as possible. Thus ended the expedition against Quebec. Misfortunes pursued the fleet even at sea. The weather was so stormy that the vessels could not be kept together. One ship was never heard of after the separation. Another was wrecked, and another, a fire ship, was burned at sea. 4 other vessels were blown so far out of their course that they did not reach Boston for 5 or 6 weeks after the arrival of Phips. The failure of the expedition was a great blow to the colonial government. They had fitted it out on credit, depending on plunder for the payment of the soldiers and a nice little profit for themselves. To get out of the difficulty with the best grace possible, they issued paper notes on the faith of the colony. It was all they could do, for there was no money in the treasury. At first it was supposed this ingenious expedient would be successful, but every day the bills sank lower and lower in public credit, and the poor soldiers who had been paid with them could only get 14 shillings for every pound on their face. The defeat before Quebec rankled in Phips's mind, and as there seemed to be no immediate prospect of employment in the colony, he determined on another voyage to England, with the view of inducing the king to fit out a fresh expedition against the French. In this he was disappointed, but his voyage was not without a result. Increase Mather was at that time eagerly agitating the matter of a new charter for the colony, the old one having been taken away in consequence of royal displeasure, and the colony being thus without any legal guarantee of its rights. After much vexatious delay, the king consented to the issuing of another charter, on condition that the delegate should name a governor known to the crown, and yet popular with the people of Massachusetts. If he had wished to nominate Phips, he could not have more accurately described the man. Notwithstanding his Canadian failure, he was still eminently popular at home, and his curious history was well known abroad. Increase Mather, on behalf of the other agents, consequently nominated Phips, and a commission was accordingly prepared under the Great Seal, by which Sir William Phips was appointed Captain General and Governor-in-Chief of the province of Massachusetts Bay in New England. With this document in his pocket, he returned to his native country in May, 1692. On the following Monday he was conducted from his own house to the town house by a large escort of military and a number of the principal gentlemen of Boston and the vicinity. Sir William Phips was a very unhappy governor. With every disposition in the world to be lenient, kind, and just, he found that he could not avoid making enemies. The new charter was not considered satisfactory, and Sir William Phips, the principal officer under it, had to bear all the odium it excited. His authority was disputed in the most vexatious way, and an opposition sprung up which daily gained strength. There were other men, too, who wanted to be governor, and their hostility, having a direct object, was of the most active kind. Sir William became cross with the world and broke out into wild fits of passion, all of which increased his unpopularity. At length the discontents went so far as to petition the crown that he might be removed and another governor appointed in his stead. Beside this, 2 gentlemen whom Phips had thrashed for disputing his authority preferred their complaints to the king and the lords of the treasury, together with the Board of Trade, united in the request that the governor might be displaced. The king refused to condemn the governor unheard, but invited him to visit England and defend himself. Sir William accordingly left Boston on the 17th of November, 1694, and proceeded to London. It was the last time he ever crossed the Atlantic. On his arrival he was subjected to fresh annoyances, such as being arrested by the assaulted gentleman before mentioned and held to heavy bail. But in spite of these, we are assured by Cotton Mather that he was triumphant in his vindication, and received assurances of being restored to office. While these things were going on, he amused himself with 2 new schemes, one for supplying the English navy with timber and naval stores from the eastern parts of New England, the other for going into the shipwreck fishing business again. The prosecution of these designs was, however, brought to an unexpected termination. About the middle of February, 1695, he took cold and was immediately confined to his chamber. Fever ensued, and on the 18th of the month he died. Few men in the world have had more experience than Sir William Phips, yet he was but 45 years of age. In that brief period he had raised himself from the condition of a ploughboy to the highest office recognized in his country, from poverty to wealth, from insignificance to esteem. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 51 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avahi in September 2020. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 51. Were There Witches in Salem? 1692, by John Fiske. In the 17th century, belief in witchcraft was universal. Between 1645 and 1647, in two little counties of England, more than 200 persons were declared guilty of the crime. 20 years after the days of the Salem excitement, a woman in England was legally convicted of being a witch. It would have been strange indeed if the colonists had not believed in witchcraft. The only wonder is that the number of the accused at Salem was so small. The Editor. In 1692, there were circumstances which favored the outbreak of an epidemic of witchcraft. In this ancient domain of Satan, there were indications that Satan was beginning again to claim his own. War had broken out with that papist champion, Louis XIV, and it had so far been going badly with God's people in America. The shrieks of the victims at Schenectady and Salmon Falls and Fort Loyal still made men's blood run cold in their veins, and the great expedition against Quebec had come home crestfallen with defeat. Evidently the devil was bestirring himself. It was a witching time, the fuel for an explosion was laid, and it needed but a spark to fire it. That spark was provided by servants and children in the household of Samuel Parris, minister of the church at Salem village, a group of outlying farms from 3 to 5 miles out from the town of Salem. The place was sometimes called Salem Farms, and in later times was set off as a separate township under the name of Danvers. Anyone who has ever visited a small New England village can form some idea of the looks of the place, for the type is strongly characteristic, and from the days of Cotton Mather to the introduction of railroads, the changes were not great. On almost any country roadside in Massachusetts you may see today just such wooden houses as that in which Samuel Parris dwelt. This clergyman seems to have lived for some years in the West Indies, engaged in commercial pursuits, before he turned his attention to theology. Some special mercantile connection between Salem and Barbados seems to have brought him to Salem village, where he was installed as pastor in 1689. An entry in the church records, dated June 18 of that year, informs us that it was agreed and voted by general concurrence that for Mr. Parris his encouragement and settlement in the work of the ministry amongst us, we will give him £66 for his yearly salary, 1/3 paid in money, the other 2/3 parts for provisions, etc., and Mr. Parris to find himself firewood, and Mr. Parris to keep the ministry house in good repair, and that Mr. Parris shall also have the use of the ministry pasture, and the inhabitants to keep the fence in repair, and that we will keep up our contributions, so long as Mr. Parris continues in the work of the ministry among us, and all productions to be good and merchantable. And if it please God to bless the inhabitants, we shall be willing to give more, and to expect that, if God shall diminish the estates of the people, that then Mr. Parris do abate of his salary according to proportion. This arrangement was far from satisfying the new minister, for it only gave him the use of the parsonage and its pasture lands, whereas he was determined to get a fee simple of both. Another entry in the parish book says that it was voted to make over to him that real estate, but this entry is not duly signed by the clerk, and at the time there were parishioners who declared that it must have been put into the book by fraudulent means. Out of these circumstances there grew a quarrel which for utterly ruthless and truculent bitterness has scarcely been equalled even in the envenomed annals of New England parishes. Many people refused to pay their church rates till the meeting-house began to suffer for want of repairs, and complaints were made to the county court. Matters were made worse by Paris's coarse and arrogant manners, and his excessive severity in inflicting church discipline for trivial offences. By 1691, the factions into which the village was divided were ready to fly at each other's throats. Christian charity and loving kindness were well nigh forgotten. It was a spectacle such as old Nick must have contemplated with grim satisfaction. In the household at the parsonage were 2 coloured servants whom Paris had brought with him from the West Indies. The man was known as John Indian. The hag Tituba, who passed for his wife, was half Indian and half Negro. Their intelligence was of a low grade, but it sufficed to make them experts in palmistry, fortune-telling, magic, second sight, and incantations. Such lore is always attractive to children, and in the winter of 1691–92 quite a little circle of young girls got into the habit of meeting at the parsonage to try their hands at the black art. Under the tuition of the Indian servants, they soon learned how to go into trances, talk gibberish, and behave like pythonesses of the most approved sort. These girls were Paris's daughter Elizabeth, aged 9, and his niece Abigail Williams, aged 11. Mary Walcott and Elizabeth Hubbard, each aged 17, Elizabeth Booth and Susanna Sheldon, each aged 19, Mary Warren and Sarah Churchill, each aged 20. Conspicuous above all in the mischief that followed were 2 girls of wonderful adroitness and hardihood, Anne Putnam, aged 12, daughter of Sergeant Thomas Putnam, and Mercy Lewis, aged 17, a servant in his family. This Thomas Putnam, who had taken part in the great Narragansett fight, was parish clerk and belonged to an aristocratic family. One of his nephews was Israel Putnam, of Revolutionary fame. Mistress Anne Putnam, the sergeant's wife, was a beautiful and well-educated woman of 30, but so passionate and high-strung that in her best moments she was scarcely quite sane. She was deeply engaged in the village quarrels. She also played an important part in supporting her daughter Anne and her servant Mercy Lewis in some of the most shocking work of that year. Beside Mrs. Putnam, 2 other grown women, one Sarah Vibber and a certain Goody Pope, appeared among the sufferers, but were of no great account. The minister withdrew his own daughter early in the proceedings, and sent her to stay with some friends in Salem town. The chief manager of the witchcraft business, then, were 2 barbarous Indians steeped to the marrow in demonolatry, the half-crazed and vindictive Mrs. Putnam, and 9 girls between the ages of 11 and 20. These girls came to be known as the afflicted children. Their proceedings began at the parsonage about Christmas time, 1691. They would get down on all fours, crawl under chairs and tables, go off into fits, and speak an unintelligible jargon. All this may have been begun in sport. It would doubtless tickle them to find how well they could imitate Indian medicine, and the temptation to show off their accomplishments would be too great to be resisted. Then, if they found their elders taking the affair too seriously, if they suddenly saw themselves in danger of getting whipped for meddling with such uncanny matters, what could be more natural than for them to seek an avenue of escape by declaring that they were bewitched and could not help doing as they did? As to these first steps, the records leave us in the dark, but somewhat such, I suspect, they must have been. The next thing would be to ask them who bewitched them, and there the road to mischief was thrown open by Mr. Paris, taking the affair into his own hands with a great flourish of trumpets, and making it as public as possible. Such was this man's way, as different as possible from Cotton Mather's. Physicians and clergymen, who came from all quarters to see the girls, agreed that they must be suffering from witchcraft. When commanded to point out their tormentors, they first named the Indian hag Tituba, and then Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne, 2 forlorn old women of the village who were not held in high esteem. On the last day of February 1692, these 3 were arrested, and the examinations began next day. The chief accusations against Sarah Good were that after she had spoken angrily to some neighbors, their cattle sickened and died, that she threw Mary Walcott and other children into convulsions, and that she tried to persuade Ann Putnam to sign her name in a book. It was supposed that such signatures were equivalent to a quitclaim deed surrendering the signer's soul to the devil, and his agents, the witches, were supposed to go about with that infernal autograph book soliciting signatures. Similar charges were brought against the other prisoners. In their presence the afflicted children raved and screamed. At the indignant denials of the two old white women, the violence of these paroxysms became frightful, but when Tituba confessed that she was an adept in witchcraft and had enchanted the girls, their symptoms vanished and perfect calm ensued. As the result of the examination, the 3 prisoners were sent to jail in Boston to await their trial. The country was now getting alarmed, and the girls began to feel their power. Their next blow was aimed at victims of far higher sort. The wretched Tituba knew human nature well enough to consult her own safety by acting as king's evidence, and in her examination she testified that 4 women of the village tormented the girls. 2 of them were Good and Osborne, but the faces of the other 2, she said, she could not see. After Tituba had gone to prison, the girls were urged to give up the names of these other 2 tormentors. At first they refused, but shortly it began to be whispered in bated breath that some of the most respected and goodly persons in the village were leagued with Satan in this horrible conspiracy. About the middle of March, the whole community was thunderstruck by the arrest of Martha Corey and Rebecca Nurse. Of these 2 ladies, the former was about 60 years of age, the latter more than 70. As they were addressed not as Mrs., but as Goodwife, their position was not exactly aristocratic. It was nevertheless most respectable. They were thoroughly well-bred and well-educated ladies, full of sweet courtesy and simple-hearted kindliness, like the best of farmers' wives in New England villages of today. Martha Corey was 3rd wife of Giles Corey, a farmer 80 years old, a man of Herculean stature and strength, proud, self-willed, and conscientious, but frank and noble, with a rash, unruly tongue. He had been in many a quarrel and had made enemies. His wife, so far as we know, had not. She was a woman of deep and sincere piety, with as clear and sound a head as could be found anywhere between Cape Cod and Cape Ann. She disbelieved in witchcraft, was inclined to regard it as a mere delusion, and had no sympathy with the excitement which was beginning to turn the village topsy-turvy. She did not flock with the multitude to see the accusing girls, but she reproved her more credulous husband for giving heed to such tomfoolery, and he, with that uncurbed tongue of his, was heard to utter indiscreet jests about his good wife's scepticism. It was probably this that caused her to be selected as a victim. Skeptics must be made to feel the danger of impugning the authority of the accusers and the truth of their tales. Accordingly, Martha Corey, accused by little Ann Putnam, was soon in jail awaiting trial. The next was Rebecca Nurse. She was one of 3 sisters, daughters of William Town of Yarmouth in England. Her 2 sisters, who were arrested soon after her, were Mary Easty and Sarah Cloyes. With their husbands they were all persons held in high esteem, but an ancient village feud had left a grudge against them in some revengeful bosoms. Half a century before, there had been a fierce dispute between parties from Salem and from Topsfield, who had settled in the border region between the 2 townships. The dispute related to the possession of certain lots of land. It had grown more and more complicated, and it had engendered hard feelings between the Putnams on one side and the Eastys and Towns on the other. Besides this, Rebecca Nurse and her husband had become obnoxious to the Putnams and to the Reverend Mr. Paris, from reasons connected with the church dispute. There was evidently a method in the madness of the accusing girls. Rebecca Nurse was arrested 2 days after the committal of Martha Corey. The appearance of this venerable and venerated lady before the magistrates caused most profound sensation. Her numerous children and grandchildren stood high in public esteem. Her husband was one of the most honored persons in the community, herself a model of every virtue. As she stood there, delicate and fragile in figure, with those honest eyes that looked one full in the face, that soft grey hair and dainty white muslin kerchief, one marvels what fiend can have possessed those young girls that they did not shamefastly hold their peace. In the intervals of question and answer they went into fits as usual. When the magistrate Hawthorne became visibly affected by the lady's clear and straightforward answers, the relentless Mrs. Putnam broke out with a violence dreadful to behold. "Did you not bring the black man with you? Did you not bid me tempt God and die? How oft have you eaten and drunk your own damnation?" At this outburst, like the horrible snarl of a lioness, the poor old lady raised her hands toward heaven and cried, "O Lord, help me!" Whereupon all the afflicted girls were grievously vexed. Hawthorne thought that their spasms were caused by a mysterious influence emanating from Goodwife Nurse's lifted hands, and so his heart was hardened toward her. Mary Walcott cried out that the prisoner was biting her, and then showed marks of teeth upon her wrist. Thus the abominable scene went on till Rebecca Nurse was remanded to jail to await her trial. That was on a Thursday morning. The Reverend Deodat Lawson, a fine scholar and powerful preacher, had arrived in the village a few days before, and it was known that he was to preach the afternoon sermon familiar in those days as the Thursday lecture. He had scarcely arrived when 2 or 3 of the girls called upon him and drove him nearly out of his wits with their performances. Their victory over him was complete, and the result was seen in that Thursday lecture, which was afterwards printed and is a literary production of great intensity and power. The arrests of Martha Corey and Rebecca Nurse had destroyed all confidence. Everybody distrusted his neighbor, and that impassioned sermon goaded the whole community to madness. If the devil could use such gospel women for his instruments, what safety was there for anybody? Arrests went on with increasing rapidity during the spring and summer, until at least 126 persons, of whom we know the names and something of the family history, were lodged in jail, and these names do not exhaust the number. Among them, to mention only such as were executed, we may note that John Proctor and the venerable George Jacobs had each had one of the accusing girls in his family as a domestic servant, and in both cases personal malice was visibly at work. In the case of George Jacobs, it may also be observed that his own granddaughter, to save her own life, confessed herself a witch, and testified against him. Afterward she confessed this horrible wickedness. Some, such as Susanna Martin, seem to have owed their fate to mere superstition of the lowest sort. On a rainy day she walked over a good bit of country road without getting her hose or skirts muddy, and it was sagely concluded that such neatness could only have been attained through the aid of the devil. She was mother of the Mabel Martin, about whom Whittier wrote his beautiful poem, The Witch's Daughter. John Willard incurred his doom for having said it was the accusing girls who were the real witches worthy of the gallows, and John Proctor, in a similar spirit, had said that by the judicious application of a cudgel he could effect a prompt and thorough cure for all the little hussies. People who ventured such remarks took their lives in their hands. After 19 persons had been hanged and one pressed to death under heavy weights, the frenzy abated. Some high-spirited persons in Andover, on being accused of witchcraft, retorted by bringing an action for defamation of character, with heavy damages. This marked the end of the panic, and from that time people began to be quick in throwing off the whole witchcraft delusion. We may suppose that the minister's West Indian servants began by talking Indian medicine and teaching its tricks to his daughter and niece. Then the girls of their acquaintance would naturally become interested, and would seek to relieve the monotony of the winter evenings by taking part in the performances. Their first motives are most likely to have been playful, but there was probably a half-shuddering sense of wickedness, a slight aroma of brimstone, about the affair, which may have made it the more attractive. I feel sure that sooner or later some of those girls would find themselves losing control over their spasms, and thus, getting more than they had bargained for, would deem themselves bewitched by Tituba and John Indian. But, especially if they found themselves taken to task by their parents, the dread of punishment, perhaps of church discipline, wherein Paris was notably severe, would be sure to make them blame the Indians in order to screen themselves. If Cotton Mather's methods had now been followed, the affair would have been hushed, and the girls isolated from each other would have been subjected to quiet and soothing treatment, and thus no doubt it would all have ended. But when Paris made the affair as public as possible, when learned doctors of divinity and medicine came and watched those girls, and declared them bewitched, what more was needed to convince their young minds that they were really in that dreadful plight? Such a belief must, of course, have added to their hysterical condition. Naturally they accused Tituba, and as for the two old women, Good and Osborne, very likely some of the girls may really have been afraid of them as evil-eyed or otherwise uncanny. For the rest of the story a guiding influence is needed, and I think we may find it in Mrs. Putnam. She was one of the Carrs of Salisbury, a family which for several generations had been known as extremely nervous and excitable. There had been cases of insanity among her near relatives. The deaths of some of her own children and of a beloved sister, with other distressing events, had clouded her mind. She had once been the most sparkling and brilliant of women, but was sinking into melancholia at the time when the first stories of witchcraft came from the parsonage, and she learned that her little daughter Anne, a precocious and imaginative child, was one of the afflicted. Mrs. Putnam and her husband were both firm believers in witchcraft. I do not think it strange that her diseased mind should have conjured up horrible fancies about Goodwife Nurse, member of a family which she probably hated all the more bitterly for the high esteem in which it was generally held. Mrs. Putnam fell into violent hysterical fits like her daughter, and their bright and active servant Mercy Lewis was afflicted likewise. These three, with the minister's niece, Abigail Williams, and her friend Mary Walcott, were the most aggressive and driving agents in the whole tragedy. I presume Mrs. Putnam may have exercised something like what it is now fashionable to call hypnotic influence over the young girls. She honestly believed that witches were hurting them all, and she naturally suspected foes rather than friends. I see no good reason for doubting that she fully believed her own ghost stories, or that the children believed theirs. In their exalted state of mind they could not distinguish between what they really saw and what they vividly fancied. It was analogous to what often occurs in delirium. Such an explanation of the witchcraft in Salem village accounts for the facts much better than any such violent supposition as that of conscious conspiracy. Our fit attitude of mind toward it is pity for all concerned, yet the feelings of horror and disgust are quite legitimate, for the course of the affair was practically the same as if it had been shaped by deliberate and conscious malice. It is on the whole the most gruesome episode in American history, and it sheds back a lurid light upon the long tale of witchcraft in the past. Few instances of the delusion have attracted so much attention as this at Salem, and few have had the details so fully and minutely preserved. It was the last witch epidemic recorded in the history of fully civilized nations. End of section 51.
Section 52 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org by Betty B. The United States, Part VIII, Wars with the Red Men, Historical Note. As a rule, the settlers of New England treated the natives with justice and kindness. The learned John Eliot translated the Bible into their language and converted many by his preaching. In 1674, there were 4,000 Indians in New England who professed to be Christians. Schools were introduced among them, and many learned to read and write. The English always paid for the land which they occupied, but the Indians hated them none the less for that. They felt that the white men were there as masters. They dreaded them and keenly watched for a chance to destroy them. By 1670, the red men had acquired a good many firearms and became expert in the use of them, so that they were not so unequal a match for the white men as formerly. About this time, there seems to have been some kind of an understanding on the part of 3 tribes that at the first opportunity the English should be attacked. The first attack was made by the Wampanoags under their sachem called Philip, a son of Massasoit, and the war has always been known as King Philip's War. The struggle was not ended until there had been for 3 years a reign of terror in New England, and terrible havoc had been wrought among the English, chiefly in Massachusetts and Plymouth. Of 90 towns, 12 had been utterly destroyed, while more than 40 others had been the scene of fire and massacre. More than 1,000 men had been killed and a great many women and children. But while King Philip's War wrought such fearful damage to the English, it was for the Indians themselves utter destruction. Most of the warriors were slain, and to the survivors, as we have seen, the conquerors showed but scant mercy. The Puritan, who conned his Bible so earnestly, had taken his hint from the wars of the Jews, and swept his new English Canaan with a broom that was pitiless and searching. Henceforth the red man figures no more in the history of New England, except as an ally of the French in bloody raids upon the frontier. John Fiske. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 53. The Mysterious Champion of Hadley. 1675, by Sir Walter Scott. During King Philip's War, the little town of Hadley was surprised and attacked. In the following extract from Peveril of the Peak, Bridgenorth, one of the characters, tells the traditional story of the appearance of the mysterious leader. The Editor. There I remained for a time, during the wars which the colony maintained with Philip, a great Indian chief, or sachem as they were called, who seemed a messenger sent from Satan to buffet them. His cruelty was great, his dissimulation profound, and the skill and promptitude with which he maintained a destructive and desultory warfare inflicted many dreadful calamities on the settlement. I was by chance at a small village in the woods, Hadley, more than 30 miles from Boston, and in its situation exceedingly lonely and surrounded with thickets. Nevertheless, there was no idea of any danger from the Indians at that time, for men trusted to the protection of a considerable body of troops who had taken the field for protection of the frontiers, and who lay, or were supposed to lie, betwixt the hamlet and the enemy's country. But they had to do with a foe whom the devil himself had inspired at once with cunning and cruelty. It was on a Sabbath morning, when we had assembled to take sweet counsel together in the Lord's house. Our temple was but constructed of wooden logs, but when shall the chant of trained hirelings, or the sounding of tin and brass tubes amid the aisles of a minster arise so sweetly to heaven, as did the psalm in which we united at once our voices and our hearts? An excellent worthy, who now sleeps in the Lord, Nehemiah Solsgrace, long the companion of my pilgrimage, had just begun to wrestle in prayer, when a woman with disordered locks and dishevelled hair entered our chapel in a distracted manner, screaming incessantly, "The Indians! The Indians!" In that country no man dares separate himself from his means of defense, and whether in the city or in the field, in the plowed land or the forest, men keep beside them their weapons, as did the Jews at the rebuilding of the temple. So we sallied forth with our guns and pikes, and heard the whoop of these incarnate devils, already in possession of a part of the town, and exercising their cruelty on the few whom weighty causes or indisposition had withheld from public worship. And it was remarked as a judgment that, upon that bloody Sabbath, Adrian Hansen, a Dutchman, a man well enough disposed towards man, but whose mind was altogether given to worldly gain, was shot and scalped as he was summing his weekly gains in his warehouse. In fine, there was much damage done, and although our arrival and entrance into combat did in some sort put them back, yet being surprised and confused, and having no appointed leader of our band, the devilish enemy shot hard at us, and had some advantage. It was pitiful to hear the screams of women and children amid the report of guns, and the whistling of bullets, mixed with the ferocious yells of these savages, which they term their war whoop. Several houses in the upper part of the village were soon on fire, and the roaring of the flames and crackling of the great beams as they blazed added to the horrible confusion, while the smoke which the wind drove against us gave farther advantage to the enemy, who fought as it were invisible and under cover, whilst we fell fast by their unerring fire. In this state of confusion, and while we were about to adopt the desperate project of evacuating the village, and placing the women and children in the center, of attempting a retreat to the nearest settlement, it pleased Heaven to send us unexpected assistance. A tall man of a reverend appearance, whom no one of us had ever seen before, suddenly was in the midst of us, as we hastily agitated the resolution of retreating. His garments were of the skin of the elk, and he wore a sword and carried gun. I never saw anything more august than his features, overshadowed by locks of gray hair, which mingled with a long beard of the same color. "Men and brethren," he said, in a voice like that which turns back the flight, "why sink your hearts, and why are you thus disquieted? Fear ye that the God we serve will give you up to yonder heathen dogs? Follow me, and you shall see this day that there is a captain in Israel." He uttered a few brief but distinct orders in the tone of one who was accustomed to command, and such was the influence of his appearance, his mien, his language, and his presence of mind, that he was implicitly obeyed by men who had never seen him until that moment. We were hastily divided by his orders into two bodies, one of which maintained the defense of the village with more courage than ever, convinced that the unknown was sent by God to our rescue. At his command they assumed the best and most sheltered positions for exchanging their deadly fire with the Indians, while, under cover of the smoke, the stranger sallied from the town at the head of the other division of the New England men, and fetching a circuit, attacked the red warriors in the rear. The surprise, as is usual amongst savages, had complete effect, for they doubted not that they were assailed in their turn, and placed betwixt two hostile parties by the return of a detachment from the provincial army. The heathen fled in confusion, abandoning the half-won village, and leaving behind them such a number of their warriors that the tribe hath never recovered its loss. Never shall I forget the figure of our venerable leader, when our men, and not they only, but the women and children of the village, rescued from the tomahawk and scalping knife, stood crowded around him, yet scarce venturing to approach his person, and more minded, perhaps, to worship him as a descended angel than to thank him as a fellow mortal. "Not unto me be the glory," he said, I am but an implement, frail as yourselves, in the hand of him who is strong to deliver. Bring me a cup of water, that I may allay my parched throat, ere I essay the task of offering thanks where they are most due." I was nearest to him as he spoke, and I gave into his hand the water he requested. At that moment we exchanged glances, and it seemed to me that I recognized a noble friend whom I had long since deemed in glory. But he gave me no time to speak, had speech been prudent. Sinking on his knees, and signing us to obey him, he poured forth a strong and energetic thanksgiving for the turning back of the battle, which, pronounced with a voice loud and clear as a war trumpet, thrilled through the joints and marrow of the hearers. I have heard many an act of devotion in my life, had Heaven vouchsafed me grace to profit by them. But such a prayer as this, uttered amid the dead and the dying, with a rich tone of mingled triumph and adoration, was beyond them all. It was like the song of the inspired prophetess who dwelt beneath the palm tree between Ramah and Bethel. He was silent, and for a brief space we remained with our heads bent to the earth, no man daring to lift his head. At length we looked up, but our deliverer was no longer amongst us, nor was he ever again seen in the land which he had rescued. Here Bridgenorth, who had told this singular story with an eloquence and vivacity of detail very contrary to the usual dryness of his conversation, paused for an instant and then resumed. "Thou seest, young man, that men of valor and discretion are called forth to command in circumstances of national exigence, though their very existence is unknown in the land which they are predestined to deliver." "But what thought the people of the mysterious stranger?" said Julian, who had listened with eagerness, for the story was of a kind interesting to the youthful and the brave. "Many things," answered Bridgenorth, "and, as usual, little to the purpose. The prevailing opinion was, notwithstanding his own declamation, that the stranger was really a supernatural being. Others believed him an inspired champion, transported in the body from some distant climate, to show us the way to safety. Others, again, concluded that he was a recluse, who, either from motives of piety or other cogent reasons, had become a dweller in the wilderness, and shunned the face of man." "And, if I may presume to ask," said Julian, "to which of these opinions were you disposed to adhere?" "The last suited best with the transient though close view with which I had perused the stranger's features," replied Bridgenorth. "For although I dispute not that it may please Heaven, on high occasions, even to raise one from the dead in defense of his country, yet I doubted not then, as I doubt not now, that I looked on the living form of one who had indeed powerful reasons to conceal him in the cleft of the rock." "Are these reasons a secret?" asked Julian Peveril. "Not properly a secret," replied Bridgenorth, "for I fear not thy betraying what I might tell thee in private discourse. And besides, wert thou so base, the prey lies too distant for any hunters to whom thou couldst point out its traces. But the name of this worthy will sound harsh in thy ear on account of one action of his life, being his accession to a great measure, which made the extreme isles of the earth to tremble. Have you never heard of Richard Whalley?" "Of the regicide?" exclaimed Peveril, starting. "Call his act what thou wilt," said Bridgenorth, "he was not less the rescuer of that devoted village, that, with other leading spirits of the age, he sat in the judgment seat when Charles Stuart was arraigned at the bar, and subscribed the sentence that went forth upon him." "I have ever heard," said Julian, in an altered voice, and coloring deeply, "that you, Master Bridgenorth, with the other Presbyterians, were totally averse to that detestable crime, and were ready to have made joint cause with the Cavaliers in preventing so horrible a parricide." "If it were so," replied Bridgenorth, "we have been richly rewarded by his successor." Rewarded! Exclaimed Julian. Does the distinction of good and evil, and our obligation to do the one and forbear the other, depend on the reward which may attach to our actions? God forbid, answered Bridgenorth. Yet those who view the havoc which this House of Stuart have made in the church and state, the tyranny which they exercise over men's persons and consciences, may well doubt whether it be lawful to use weapons in their defense. Yet you hear me not praise, or even vindicate, the death of the king, though so far deserved, as he was false to his oath as a prince and magistrate. I only tell you what you desire to know, that Richard Whalley, one of the late king's judges, was he of whom I have just been speaking. I knew his lofty brow, though time had made it balder and higher. His gray eye retained all its luster, and though the grizzled beard covered the lower part of his face, it prevented me not from recognizing him. The scent was hot after him for his blood, but by the assistance of those friends whom Heaven had raised up for his preservation, he was concealed carefully, and emerged only to do the will of Providence in the matter of that battle. Perhaps his voice may be heard in the field once more, should England need one of her noblest hearts. Now, God forbid, said Julian. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain. Section 54 of the United States. Read for LibriVox.org by Rita Boutros. The Mysterious Visitor at Hadley by F. A. Chapman. Painting, page 300. The story of this illustration is told in the preceding extract. Hawthorne has taken the same subject, but has changed the place to Boston, and the time to the last days of James II on the throne of England. James had taken away the charters of the New England colonies, and had sent for their governor, the tyrannical Sir Edmund Andros. Rumors were abroad that the Roman Catholic Church was to be established in the colonies, and still wilder ones that all Protestant pastors were to be imprisoned, if not burned at the stake. Andros chose this moment to make a display of his power by a procession of his guard through the streets of Boston. Suddenly a mysterious ancient man, wearing the garb of some 50 years before, raises his staff and bids the procession stand. There is no longer a popish tyrant on the throne of England, he declares, and by tomorrow noon his name shall be a byword in this very street, where ye would make it a word of terror. Then says Hawthorne, and who was the Grey Champion? Perhaps his name might be found in the records of that stern court of justice, which passed a sentence too mighty for the age, but glorious in all after times, for its humbling lesson to the monarch, and its high example to the subject. I have heard that, whenever the descendants of the Puritans are to show the spirit of their sires, the old man appears again. When 80 years had passed, he walked once more in King Street. 5 years later, in the twilight of an April morning, he stood on the green, beside the meeting house at Lexington, where now the obelisk of granite, with a slab of slate inlaid, commemorates the first fallen of the Revolution. And when our fathers were toiling at the breastwork on Bunker's Hill, all through that night the old warrior walked his rounds. Long, long may it be ere he comes again. His hour is one of darkness and adversity and peril. But should domestic tyranny oppress us, or the invader's step pollute our soil, still may the Grey Champion come, for he is the very type of New England's hereditary spirit, and his shadowy march on the eve of danger must ever be the pledge that New England's sons will vindicate their ancestry. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 55 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 55. The Captivity of Mrs. Mary Rowlandson. 1676. By herself. The home of Mrs. Rowlandson in Lancaster, Massachusetts, was destroyed by Indians during King Philip's War, and a number of its inmates were slain. She herself was taken captive, but was finally given up for a ransom. The following is her own account of the first few days of her captivity. The Editor. I had often said before this that if the Indians should come, I should choose rather to be killed by them than taken alive. But when it came to the trial, my mind changed. Their glittering weapons so daunted my spirit that I chose rather to go along with those, as I may say, ravenous bears, than that moment to end my days. And that I may the better declare what happened to me during that grievous captivity, I shall particularly speak of the several removes we had up and down the wilderness. The first remove. Now away we must go with those barbarous creatures, with our bodies wounded and bleeding, and our hearts no less than our bodies. About a mile we went that night, up upon a hill within sight of the town, where we intended to lodge. There was hard by a vacant house, deserted by the English before, for fear of the Indians. I asked them whether I might not lodge in the house that night, to which they answered, "What, will you love the Englishmen still?" This was the dolefulest night that ever my eyes saw. Oh, the roaring and singing and dancing and yelling of those black creatures of the night, which made the place a lively resemblance of hell. And miserable was the waste that was there made of horses, cattle, sheep, swine, calves, lambs, roasting pigs, and fowls, which they had plundered in the town, some roasting, some lying, and burning, and some boiling, to feed our merciless enemies, who were joyful enough, though we were disconsolate. To add to the dolefulness of the former day, and the dismalness of the present night, my thoughts ran upon my losses and sad, bereaved condition. All was gone, my husband gone, at least separated from me, he being in the bay, and, to add to my grief, the Indians told me they would kill him as he came homeward. My children gone, my relations and friends gone, our house and home, and all our comforts within door and without, all was gone except my life, and I knew not but the next moment that might go too. There remained nothing to me but one poor, wounded babe, and it seemed at present worse than death, that it was in such a pitiful condition, bespeaking compassion, and I had no refreshing for it, nor suitable things to revive it. Little do many think that it is the savageness and brutishness of this barbarous enemy, those even that seem to profess more than others among them, when the English have fallen into their hands. The second remove. But now, the next morning, I must turn my back upon the town, and travel with them into the vast and desolate wilderness, I know not whither. It is not my tongue or pen can express the sorrows of my heart, and bitterness of my spirit, that I had at this departure, but God was with me in a wonderful manner, carrying me along and bearing up my spirit, that it did not quite fail. One of the Indians carried my poor wounded babe upon a horse. It went moaning all along, "I shall die, I shall die." I went on foot after it with sorrow that cannot be expressed. At length I took it off the horse, and carried it in my arms till my strength failed, and I fell down with it. Then they set me upon a horse with my wounded child in my lap, and there being no furniture on the horse's back, As we were going down a steep hill, we both fell over the horse's head, at which they, like inhumane creatures, laughed and rejoiced to see it, though I thought we should there have ended our days, overcome with so many difficulties. But the Lord renewed my strength still, and carried me along, that I might see more of his power, yea, so much that I could never have thought of had I not experienced it. After this it quickly began to snow, and when night came on they stopped. And now down I must sit in the snow by a little fire and a few boughs behind me, with my sick child in my lap, and calling much for water, being now, through the wound, fallen into a violent fever, my own wound also growing so stiff that I could scarce sit down or rise up. The third remove. The morning being come, they prepared to go on their way. One of the Indians got upon a horse, and they sat me up behind him, with my poor sick babe in my lap. A very wearisome and tedious day I had of it. What with my own wound, and my child being so exceedingly sick and in a lamentable condition, with her wound, it may easily be judged what a poor feeble condition we were in, there being not the least crumb of refreshing that came within either of our mouths, from Wednesday night to Saturday night, except only a little cold water. This day, in the afternoon, about an hour by sun, we came to the place where they intended, namely, an Indian town, called Wenimesset, New Braintree, northward of Quebec, Brookfield. This day there came to me one Robert Pepper, a man belonging to Roxbury, who was taken at Captain Beer's fight, and had been now a considerable time with the Indians, and up with them almost as far as Albany, to see King Philip, as he told me, and was now very lately come into these parts. Hearing, I say, that I was in this Indian town, he obtained leave to come and see me. He told me he himself was wounded in the leg at Captain Beers's fight, and was not able some time to go but as they carried him, and that they took oak leaves and laid to his wound, and by the blessing of God he was able to travel again. Then took I oak leaves and laid to my side, and with the blessing of God it cured me also. I sat much alone with my poor wounded child in my lap, which moaned night and day, having nothing to revive the body or cheer the spirits of her. But instead of that, one Indian would come and tell me, 1 hour, your master will knock your child on the head, and then a second, and then a third, your master will quickly knock your child on the head. This was the comfort I had from them. Miserable comforters were they all. Thus 9 days I sat upon my knees, my babe in my lap, till my flesh was raw again, my child even ready to depart this sorrowful world. They bade me carry it to another wigwam, I suppose because they would not be troubled with such spectacles, whither I went with a very heavy heart, and down I sat with the picture of death in my lap. About 2 hours in the night, my sweet babe, like a lamb, departed this life, on February 18th, 1676, it being about 6 years and 5 months old. In the morning, when they understood that my child was dead, they sent me home to my master's wigwam. By my master in this writing must be understood Quanoapen, who was a Sagamore, and married King Philip's wife's sister. Not that he first took me, but I was sold to him by a Narragansett Indian, who took me when I first came out of the garrison. I went to take up my dead child in my arms to carry it with me, but they bid me let it alone. There was no resisting, but go I must, and leave it. When I had been a while at my master's wigwam, I took the first opportunity I could get to look after my dead child. When I came, I asked them what they had done with it. They told me it was on the hill. Then they went and showed me where it was, where I saw the ground was newly digged, and where they told me they had buried it. There I left that child in the wilderness, and must commit it and myself also in this wilderness condition to him who is above all. God having taken away this dear child, I went to see my daughter Mary, who was at the same Indian town, at a wigwam, not very far off. Though we had little liberty or opportunity to see one another, she was about 10 years of age, and taken from the door at first by a praying Indian, and afterwards sold for a gun. When I came in sight, she would fall a weeping, at which they were provoked, and would not let me come near her, but bid me be gone, which was a heart-cutting word to me. I could not sit in this condition, but kept walking from one place to another, and as I was going along, my heart was even overwhelmed with the thoughts of my condition, and that I should have children, and a nation that I knew not ruled over them. Whereupon I earnestly entreated the Lord that he would consider my low estate, and show me a token for good, and if it were his blessed will, some sign and hope of some relief. And, indeed, quickly the Lord answered in some measure my poor prayer. For as I was going up and down mourning and lamenting my condition, my son, Joseph, came to me and asked how I did. I had not seen him before since the destruction of the town, and I knew not where he was, till I was informed by himself that he was among a smaller parcel of Indians, whose place was about 6 miles off. With tears in his eyes, he asked me whether his sister Sarah was dead, and told me he had seen his sister Mary, and prayed me that I would not be troubled in reference to himself. The occasion of his coming to see me at this time was this. There was, as I said, about 6 miles from us, a small plantation of Indians, where it seems he had been during his captivity, and at this time there were some forces of the Indians gathered out of our company, and some also from them, among whom was my son's master, to go to assault and burn Medfield. In this time of his master's absence, his dame brought him to see me. Now the Indians began to talk about removing from this place, some one way and some another. There were now, besides myself, 9 English captives in this place, all of them children except one woman. I got an opportunity to go and take my leave of them, they being to go one way and I another. They told me they did as they were able, and it was some comfort to me that the Lord stirred up children to look to him. The woman, namely Goodwife Jocelyn, told me she should never see me again, and that she could not find it in her heart to run away by any means, and for we were near 30 miles from any English town, and she with a child 2 years old, and bad rivers there were to go over, and we were feeble with our poor and coarse entertainment. I had my Bible with me. I pulled it out, and asked her whether she would read. We opened the Bible and lighted on Psalm 27, in which psalm we especially took notice of that verse. Wait on the Lord, be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord. The 4th remove. And now I must part with the little company I had. Here I parted with my daughter Mary, whom I never saw again till I saw her in Dorchester, returned from captivity, and from 4 little cousins and neighbors, some of which I never saw afterwards. The Lord only knows the end of them. We traveled about half a day or a little more, and came to a desolate place in the wilderness, where there were no wigwams or inhabitants before. We came about the middle of the afternoon to this place, cold, wet, and snowy, and hungry and weary, and no refreshing for man, but the cold ground to sit on, and our poor Indian cheer. The 5th remove. The occasion, as I thought, of their removing at this time was the English armies being near and following them, for they went as if they had gone for their lives for some considerable way, and then they made us stop, and chose out some of their stoutest men, and sent them back to hold the English army in play, while the rest escaped. And then, like Jehu, they marched on furiously, with their old and young. Some carried their old, decrepit mothers, some carried one, and some another. 4 of them carried a great Indian upon a bier, but going through a thick wood with him, they were hindered, and could make no haste. Whereupon they took him upon their backs, and carried him, one at a time, till we came to Beckwog River. Upon Friday, a little afternoon, we came to this river. When all the company was come up and were gathered together, I thought to count the number of them, but there were so many, and being somewhat in motion, it was beyond my skill. In this travel, because of my wound, I was somewhat favored in my load. I carried only my knitting work and 2 quarts of parched meal. Being very faint, I asked my mistress to give me 1 spoonful of the meal, but she would not give me a taste. They quickly fell to cutting dry trees to make rafts to carry them over the river, and soon my turn came to go over. By the advantage of some brush which they had laid upon the raft to sit on, I did not wet my foot, while many of themselves at the other end were mid-leg deep, which cannot be acknowledged as a favor of God to my weakened body, it being a very cold time. I was not before acquainted with such kind of doings or dangers. A certain number of us got over the river that night, but it was the night after the Sabbath before all the company got over. On the Saturday they boiled an old horse's leg, which they had got, and so we drank of the broth as soon as they thought it was ready, and when it was almost all gone, they filled it up again. The first week of my being among them, I hardly eat anything. The second week I found my stomach grow very faint for want of something, and yet it was very hard to get down their filthy trash. But the third week, though I could think how formerly my stomach would turn against this or that, and I could starve and die before I could eat such things, yet they were pleasant and savory to my taste. I was at this time knitting a pair of cotton stockings for my mistress, and I had not yet wrought upon the Sabbath day. When the Sabbath came, they bid me go to work. I told them it was Sabbath day, and desired them to let me rest, and told them I would do as much work tomorrow, to which they answered me they would break my face. And here I cannot but take notice of the strange providence of God in preserving the heathen. They were many hundreds, old and young, some sick and some lame. Many had papooses at their backs. The greatest number at this time with us were squaws, and yet they travelled with all they had, bag and luggage, and they got over this river unforesaid, and on Monday they set their wigwams on fire, and away they went. On that very day came the English army after them to this river, and saw the smoke of their wigwams, and yet this river put a stop to them. God did not give them courage or activity to go over after us. We were not ready for so great a mercy as victory and deliverance. If we had been, God would have found out a way for the English to have passed this river, as well as for the Indians, with their squaws and children, and all their luggage. The 6th remove. On Monday, as I said, they set their wigwams on fire and went away. It was a cold morning, and before us there was a great brook with ice on it. Some waded through it up to their knees and higher, but others went till they came to a beaver dam, and I among them, where, through the good providence of God, I did not wet my foot. I went along that day mourning and lamenting, leaving farther my own country, and traveling farther into the vast and howling wilderness, and I understood something of Lot's wife's temptation when she looked back. We came that day to a great swamp, by the side of which we took up our lodging that night. When we came to the brow of the hill that looked towards the swamp, I thought we had been come to a great Indian town, though there were none but our own company. The Indians were as thick as the trees. It seemed as if there had been 1,000 hatchets going at once. The 7th remove. After a restless and hungry night, there we had a wearisome time of it the next day. The swamp by which we lay was, as it were, a deep dungeon, and an exceeding high and steep hill before it. Before I got to the top of the hill, I thought my heart and legs and all would have broken and failed me. What with faintness and soreness of body, it was a grievous day of travel to me. As we went along, I saw a place where English cattle had been. That was a comfort to me, such as it was. Quickly after that we came to an English path, which so took me that I thought I could there have freely lain down and died. That day, a little after noon, we came to Squaheek, Northfield, where the Indians quickly spread themselves over the deserted English fields, gleaning what they could find. Some picked up ears of wheat that were crickled down. Some found ears of Indian corn, some found ground nuts, and others sheaves of wheat that were frozen together in the shock, and went to threshing of them out. Myself got 2 ears of Indian corn, and whilst I did but turn my back, one of them was stole from me, which much troubled me. There came an Indian to them at that time with a basket of horse liver. I asked him to give me a piece. "What?" says he. "Can you eat horse liver?" I told him I would try, if he would give me a piece, which he did, and I laid it on the coals to roast. But before it was half ready, they got half of it away from me, so that I was forced to take the rest and eat it as it was, with the blood about my mouth, and yet a savory bit it was to me, for to the hungry soul every bitter thing was sweet. A solemn sight methought it was to see whole fields of wheat and Indian corn forsaken and spoiled, and the remainder of them to be food for our merciless enemies. That night we had a mess of wheat for our supper. The 8th remove. On the morrow morning we must go over Connecticut River to meet with King Philip. 2 canoes full they had carried over. The next turn myself was to go, but as my foot was upon the canoe to step in, there was a sudden outcry among them, and I must step back. And instead of going over the river, I must go 4 or 5 miles up the river farther northward. Some of the Indians ran one way and some another. The cause of this rout was, as I thought, their espying some English scouts, who were thereabouts. In this travel up the river about noon, the company made a stop and sat down, some to eat and others to rest them. As I sat amongst them, musing on things past, my son Joseph unexpectedly came to me. We asked of each other's welfare, bemoaning our doleful condition, and the change that had come upon us. I gave him my Bible, and he alighted upon the comforting scripture, Psalm 118, 17, 18. I shall not die, but live and declare the works of the Lord. The Lord hath chastened me sore, yet he hath not given me over to death. Look here, mother, says he, did you read this? We travelled on till night, and in the morning we must go over the river to Philip's crew. When I was in the canoe, I could not but be amazed at the numerous crew of pagans that were on the bank on the other side. When I came ashore, they gathered all about me, I sitting alone in the midst. I observed that they had asked me one another questions, and laughed, and rejoiced over their gains and victories. Then my heart began to fail, and I fell a-weeping, which was the first time, to my remembrance, that I wept before them. Then one of them asked me why I wept. I could hardly tell what to say, yet I answered they would kill me. No, said he, none will hurt you. They came, one of them, and gave me 2 spoonfuls of meal to comfort me, and another gave me half a pint of peas, which was worth more than many bushels at another time. Then I went to see King Philip. He bade me come in and sit down, and asked me whether I would smoke it, a usual compliment nowadays among the saints and sinners, but this no way suited me, for though I had formerly used tobacco, yet I had left it ever since I was first taken. It seems to be a bait the devil lays to make men lose their precious time. I remember with shame how, formerly, when I had taken 2 or 3 pipes, I was presently ready for another. Such a bewitching thing it is, but I thank God he has now given me power over it. Surely there are many who may be better employed than to sit sucking a stinking tobacco pipe. Now the Indians gathered their forces to go against Northampton. Overnight one went about yelling and hooting to give notice of the design, whereupon they went to boiling of ground nuts and parching corn, as many as had it, for their provision, and in the morning away they went. During my abode in this place, Philip spoke to me to make a shirt for his boy, which I did, for which he gave me a shilling. I offered the money to my mistress, but she bid me keep it, and with it I bought a piece of horseflesh. Afterwards he asked me to make a cap for his boy, for which he invited me to dinner. I went, and he gave me a pancake about as big as 2 fingers. It was made of parched wheat, beaten and fried in bear's grease, but I thought I never tasted pleasanter meat in my life. There was a squaw who spoke to me to make a shirt for her center, for which she gave me a piece of beef. Another asked me to knit a pair of stockings, for which she gave me a quart of peas. I boiled my peas and beef together, and invited my master and mistress to dinner. But the proud gossip, because I served them both in one dish, would eat nothing, except one bit that he gave her upon the point of his knife. Hearing that my son was come to this place, I went to see him, and found him lying flat on the ground. I asked him how he would sleep so. He answered me that he was not asleep, but at prayer, and that he lay so they might not observe what he was doing. I pray God he may remember these things, now he is returned in safety. At this place, the sun now getting higher, what with the beams and heat of the sun and smoke of the wigwams, I thought I should have been blinded. I could scarce discern one wigwam from another. There was one Mary Thurston at Medfield, who, seeing how it was with me, lent me a hat to wear. But as soon as I was gone, the squaw that owned that Mary Thurston came running after me, and got it away again. Here was a squaw who gave me a spoonful of meal. I put it in my pocket to keep it safe. Yet, notwithstanding somebody stole it, but put 5 Indian corns in the room of it, which corns were the greatest provision I had in my travel for one day. The Indians, returning from Northampton, brought with them some horses and sheep and other things which they had taken. I desired them that they would carry me to Albany upon one of those horses, and sell me for powder, for so they had sometimes discoursed. I was utterly helpless of getting home on foot, the way that I came. I could hardly bear to think of the many weary steps I had taken to this place. But instead of either going to Albany or homeward, we must go 5 miles up the river, and then go over it. Here we abode a while. End of section 55. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 56 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cleana Woodburn, County Wexford, Ireland. The World Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 56. The Death of King Philip, 1676, by Gideon H. Hollister. The wife and son of Philip were sold as slaves in the Bermudas. The story of their suicide, as here told, is apocryphal. The editor. Philip had returned early in the spring from his visit to the Mohawk and Canada Indians, having met with but faint success in soliciting aid from the tribes of the interior. Not discouraged at this disappointment, he had kept up the contest with astonishing vigour and activity as the smoking villages of Massachusetts and Rhode Island and the dead bodies of their inhabitants bore testimony appalling in the last degree to the English. No Aboriginal chief had ever gained, during his whole life, so many and such single victories over the superior discipline and numbers of the white population of the colonies as he had done. But his forces had been gradually diminished by the exertions of Moseley and Church, who had scarred the whole Indian country. His chiefs, in whom he reposed most confidence, had been, many of them, cut off, and, to crown all, his beautiful queen and the young prince had both recently fallen into the hands of his enemies. Many of the tribes who had allied themselves to his enterprise had deserted his falling fortunes and gone over to the English. Indeed, it could no longer be doubted what must be ere long the result of the struggle. But in the midst of all these calamities, whatever ideas he may have entertained of the fate of his plans, his deep-seated resolution never for a moment forsook him. He remained the same indomitable son of the woods as when he had first dug up the hatchet from beneath the shade where his father had buried it. No overtures of peace, made him by the colonists, received any favour from him. He spurned alike their pardons and their threats. He rejected all proposals on their part to enter into any engagement by treaty, and when asked to make peace and embrace the religion of his enemies, he instantly killed the Indian who had made the proposition. The English on all former occasions of war with any one of the tribes had either crushed them at once or been able to bring about a reconciliation by negotiation with their chief. But this systematic persecution of a war that had now lasted 14 months with unabated fury bespoke the existence of an enemy who united all the vindictiveness of the savage with the fruitful intellectual resources and unwavering strength of purpose of the European. A mind which, under more favourable circumstances, might have ruled empires or commanded the mightiest armies. They saw that Philip was the soul and arm of the war, and that nothing short of his death could put an end to its wasting and widespread devastation. A result that many would at first gladly have avoided, but had now become an imperious necessity that absorbed all other considerations in the one first law of nature, self-preservation. Never was a charge so important committed to more skilful hands than those of the brave Captain Church. Abandoned by many of his subjects and bereft of others by the fortunes of war, Philip had retired to his hereditary seat, Poconoket, the place where the first flames of battle had been kindled, and where the chief seems to have been resolved that its last sparks should be quenched. Early on the evening of the 11th of August, he repaired alone to the spring that sparkled beneath the poplar tree, and drank for the last time of its waters. From that he visited the grave above it, listened to the murmurs of the waves as they broke upon the beach in mournful dirges that seemed prophetic of the doom that treachery was preparing for him. The Indians are perhaps more watchful over the ashes of their dead than more civilized nations, and guard them with a tender solicitude that seems so much at variance with the cold, passive exterior of the warrior. When called upon either to witness or suffer the extremest tortures that the human frame can endure, that we should scarcely credit the existence of such a sentiment in them, were not the fact so indisputably established by the testimony of the best writers. From the grave of his father he went to the summit of Mount Hope and looked far over the wide expanse of wood and waters, searching out with his keen eye the far-off blaze of the distant watchfire that looked as it gleamed faintly from the foliage, dim and indistinct as the light of the firefly that hovered over the winding margins of the bay. Having satisfied himself that there was nothing to fear from the appearance of the English, he retired to his lodge that had been erected in the swamp near Mount Hope, and spent several hours in consultation with his faithful old counsellor Anawan before betaking himself to his rest. Meanwhile, an Indian named Alderman by the English, a brother of the warrior who had just before been killed by Philip, for advising him to make what he termed an inglorious peace with the enemy, deserted, sought out the camp of Captain Church, and discovered to him the hiding place of a Sekim. The encampment of Church was not more than 5 miles distant, so that he was aware of the near proximity of the enemy before midnight. He immediately set his army in motion, and arrived at Poconoket at daybreak. Before he was discovered, he had placed a guard around the swamp where Philip was encamped, so that it was entirely surrounded, with the exception of a single outlet. He then directed Captain Golding, who served under him, to scour the swamp and fall upon the encampment of Philip. Golding rushed into the swamp with a strong body of forces under his command, but the crackling of the bushes betrayed his approach, and Philip, who now saw that his only chance was in a precipitate flight, sprang from his wigwam and ran, nearly naked, with the hope of escaping through the line of English soldiers that lay in ambush around the borders of the swamp. Golding and his men gave instant chase, but they might with equal chance of success have attempted to follow the track of a bird of passage through the air. The Sakian, who knew every inch of ground over which he passed, fled over fallen trunks of trees and through dense alders until he was out of sight of his pursuers. He had already run nearly 100 rods and could see the open plain just before him, when he perceived an Englishman and an Indian, each with a musket raised to his shoulder and brought to bear upon him. He darted aside, just as the Englishman snapped his gun, which missed fire. The Indian was more successful, for before Philip could escape beyond the reach of his shot, the deadly contents of the rifle were lodged in his breast, and he fell lifeless on his face, the momentum imparted to his body by the speed with which he ran, almost burying it in the mud and water. The fatal shot was fired by the traitor alderman, who had spent the night in consummating his vindictive purpose. The alderman immediately ran and told Church that he had killed Philip. The captain commanded him to keep it a profound secret until, to use his own expression, they had driven the swamp clean. The Indians, finding that they were waylaid, faced suddenly about and stood on the defensive for a moment, but the news of the death of Philip was soon spread among their ranks, and they broke and fled. It was all to no purpose that the old Sagamore Anawan shouted his accustomed war cry, "Ayoo-tash! Ayoo-tash!" The spirit of the warriors was broken by the dreadful intelligence, and the voice of his subaltern only seemed to augment their flight. When the battle was over, the English hurried to the place where the chief had fallen. Church ordered that the body should be taken out of the mud and placed upon the upland. When this was done, it was found, upon examining the body, that one of the two balls with which the rifle was charged had passed directly through his heart, and the other a little above it, so that either must have proved fatal. The war ended with the death of Philip. In accordance with a custom that dates from the times of the Hebrews, but which has happily fallen into disuse, the victors had now to dispose of their captives. This was done in part by distributing them among the conquerors, and in part by sending them by shiploads to Spain and the West Indies. Hundreds of these free-born men were thus transported to a climate which, accustomed as they were to the winds and snows of the rough coast of New England, they could ill endure, and to a servitude which corroded the spirit, as it enervated the strong limbs that had chased the deer and the otter over ice-covered lakes and broad sweeping rivers. Many died ere they reached the port of their destination, and none arrived at old age. There was no Indian summer, no sweet southwest with its spirit lake in the dead level of the ocean horizon which circumscribed the islands of the west. One bright September evening, a ship with all her canvas spread to catch the freshly springing breeze swept briskly through the waters that dash against the coast of Rhode Island. She was a Spanish slaver freighted with Indian captains. As she approached the wood-skirted shore of Poconoket, an Indian woman, beautiful, but wild and haggard in her look, led a little boy to the rail of the ship and looked wistfully towards the shore. It was the queen of the Wampanoags. The blue and violet wampum, the otter's fur, no longer adorned her slender neck, nor hung gracefully from her shoulders. The long black hair, no longer decorated with flowers, floated negligently in the chill breeze that swelled the sail and hurried the little billows against the shore that she loved. Though not a tear glistened in her eye, yet she looked the very embodiment of unutterable sorrow as she gazed now at the coast, and now in the face of the boy. He, too, was sadly changed. He looked thin and wasted, almost to a shadow. He had been robbed of the solitary feather that had been, from his birth till now, the mark of the royalty he was one day expected to put on, but the proud soul of Potawatomi still flashed from his eye. As the ship rode gaily on, the white flint rock that crowned the summit of Mount Hope rose huge and ghastly against the black clouds that lay beyond it. "Where is the king of the Wampanoags?" asked the boy, fixing his eye upon the promontory. "Let his queen and his son go to seek the chief. Look, the clouds do not settle on the southwest." The mother turned her eye in the direction indicated by his little hand, then grasped him firmly in her arms, and mounting the rail of the ship, just as a flash of lightning lit up the summit of the rock, plunged silently into the waters. The ship glided on, and long before the foam had ceased to whiten her wake, the Queen and the son of Philip, secure from the bondage to which their proud spirits could never submit, were sleeping side by side in the embraces of the ocean. End of section 56. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cleena Woodburn, County Wexford, Ireland.
Section 57 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 57. The Capture of Deerfield. Footnote. From A Half-Century of Conflict. Copyright USA, 1892, by Little, Brown and Company. End of footnote. 1704 by Francis Parkman. The following event took place during what was known as Queen Anne's War. Deerfield was a little village of some 300 inhabitants situated on what was then the northwestern frontier of Massachusetts. The attack upon it by French and Indians was planned by the governor of Canada and served no military purpose. The editor. As the afternoon waned, the sights and sounds of the little border hamlet were, no doubt, like those of any other rustic New England village at the end of a winter day. An ox sledge creaking on the frosty snow as it brought in the last load of firewood, boys in homespun snowballing each other in the village street, farmers feeding their horses and cattle in the barns, a matron drawing a pail of water with the help of one of those long well sweeps still used in some remote districts, or a girl bringing a pail of milk from the cowshed. In the houses, where one room served as kitchen, dining room, and parlor, the housewife cooked the evening meal, children sat at their bowls of mush and milk, and the men of the family, their day's work over, gathered about the fire, while perhaps some village coquette sat in the corner with fingers busy at the spinning wheel, and ears intent on the stammered wooings of her rustic lover. Deerfield kept early hours, and it is likely that by 9 o'clock all were in their beds. There was a patrol inside the palisade, but there was little discipline among these extemporized soldiers. The watchers grew careless as the frosty night went on, and it is said that towards morning they, like the villagers, betook themselves to their beds. Ruvilla and his men, savage with hunger, lay shivering under the pines till about 2 hours before dawn. Then, leaving their packs and their snowshoes behind, they moved cautiously towards their prey. There was a crust on the snow strong enough to bear their weight, though not to prevent a rustling noise as it crunched under the feet of so many men. It is said that from time to time Ruvilla commanded a halt, in order that the sentinels, if such there were, might mistake the distant sound for rising and falling gusts of wind. In any case, no alarm was given till they had mounted the palisade and dropped silently into the unconscious village. Then with one accord they screeched the war whoop and assailed the doors of the houses with axes and hatchets. The hideous din startled the minister Williams from his sleep. Half wakened, he sprang out of bed and saw dimly a crowd of savages bursting through the shattered door. He shouted to 2 soldiers who were lodged in the house, and then with more valor than discretion snatched a pistol that hung at the head of the bed, cocked it, and snapped it at the breast of the foremost Indian, who proved to be a Caughnawaga chief. It missed fire, or Williams would, and no doubt, have been killed on the spot. Amid the screams of his terrified children, 3 of the party seized him and bound him fast, for they came well provided with cords, since prisoners had a market value. Nevertheless, in the first fury of their attack, they dragged to the door and murdered 2 of the children, and a negro woman called Parthena, who was probably their nurse. In an upper room lodged a young man named Stoddard, who had time to snatch a cloak, throw himself out of the window, climb the palisade, and escape in the darkness. Half naked as he was, he made his way over the snow to Hatfield, binding his bare feet with strips torn from the cloak. They kept William shivering in his shirt for an hour, while a frightful uproar of yells, shrieks, and gunshots sounded from without. At length they permitted him, his wife, and 5 remaining children to dress themselves. Meanwhile the Indians and their allies burst into most of the houses, killed such of the men as resisted, butchered some of the women and children, and seized and bound the rest. Some of the villagers escaped in the confusion, like Stoddard, and either fled half dead with cold towards Hatfield, or sought refuge in the fortified house of Jonathan Wells. The house of Stebbins, the minister's next neighbor, had not been attacked so soon as the rest, and the inmates had a little time for preparation. They consisted of Stebbins himself, with his wife and 5 children, David Hoyt, Joseph Catlin, Benjamin Church, a namesake of the old Indian fighter of Philip's War, and 3 other men, probably refugees who had brought their wives and families within the palisaded enclosure for safety. Thus the house contained 7 men, 4 or 5 women, and a considerable number of children. Though the walls were bullet-proof, it was not built for defense. The men, however, were well supplied with guns, powder, and lead, and they seemed to have found some means of barricading the windows. When the enemy tried to break in, they drove them back with loss. On this the French and Indians gathered in great numbers before the house, showered bullets upon it, and tried to set it on fire. They were again repulsed, with the loss of several killed and wounded, among the former a Caughnawaga chief, and among the latter a French officer. Still the firing continued. If the assailants had made a resolute assault, the defenders must have been overpowered, but to risk lives in open attack was contrary to every maxim of forest warfare. The women in the house behaved with great courage, and molded bullets which the men shot at the enemy. Stebbins was killed outright, and Church was wounded, as was also the wife of David Hoyt. At length most of the French and Indians, disgusted with the obstinacy of the defense, turned their attention to other quarters, though some kept up their fire under cover of the meeting house and another building within easy range of gunshot. This building was the house of one Ensign John Sheldon. The Indians had had some difficulty in mastering it, for the door being of thick oak plank, studded with nails of wrought iron, and well barred, they could not break it open. After a time, however, they hacked a hole in it, through which they fired and killed Mrs. Sheldon as she sat on the edge of a bed in a lower room. Her husband, a man of great resolution, seems to have been absent. Their son John, with Hannah his wife, jumped from an upper chamber window. The young woman sprained her ankle in the fall, and lay helpless, but begged her husband to run to Hatfield for aid, which he did while she remained a prisoner. The Indians soon got in at a back door, seized Marcy Sheldon, a little girl of 2 years, and dashed out her brains on the door stone. Her 2 brothers and her sister Mary, a girl of 16, were captured. The house was used for a short time as a depot for prisoners, and here also was brought the French officer wounded in the attack on the Stebbins house. A family tradition relates that as he lay in great torment, he begged for water, and that it was brought him by one of the prisoners, Mrs. John Catlin, whose husband, son, and infant grandson had been killed, and who nevertheless did all in her power to relieve the sufferings of the wounded man. Probably it was in recognition of this charity that when the other prisoners were led away, Mrs. Catlin was left behind. She died of grief a few weeks later. The sun was scarcely an hour high when the miserable drove of captives was conducted across the river to the foot of a mountain or high hill. Williams and his family were soon compelled to follow, and his house was set on fire. As they led him off, he saw that other houses inside the palisade were burning, and that all were in the power of the enemy except his neighbor Stebbins, where the gallant defenders still kept their assailants at bay. Having collected all their prisoners, the main body of the French and Indians began to withdraw towards the pine forest, where they had left their packs and snowshoes, and to prepare for a retreat before the country should be roused, first murdering in cold blood Mara Carter, a little girl of 5 years, whom they probably thought unequal to the march. Several parties, however, still lingered in the village, firing on the Stebbins house, killing cattle, hogs, and sheep, and gathering such plunder as the place afforded. Early in the attack, and while it was yet dark, the light of burning houses reflected from the fields of snow had been seen at Hatfield, Hadley, and Northampton. The alarm was sounded through the slumbering hamlets, and parties of men mounted on farm horses, with saddles or without, hastened to the rescue, not doubting that the fires were kindled by Indians. When the sun was about 2 hours high, between 30 and 40 of them were gathered at the fortified house of Jonathan Wells at the southern end of the village. The houses of this neighborhood were still standing and seemed not to have been attacked, the stubborn defense of the Stebbins house having apparently prevented the enemy from pushing much beyond the palisaded enclosure. The house of Wells was full of refugee families. A few Deerfield men here joined the horsemen from the lower towns, as also did 4 or 5 of the yeoman soldiers who had escaped the fate of most of their comrades. The horsemen left their horses within Wells's fence. He himself took the lead, and the whole party rushed in together at the southern gate of the palisaded enclosure, drove out the plunderers, and retook a part of their plunder. The assailants of the Stebbins house, after firing at it for 3 hours, were put to flight, and those of its male occupants who were still alive joined their countrymen, while the women and children ran back for harborage to the house of Wells. Wells and his men, now upwards of 50, drove the flying enemy more than a mile across the river meadows, and ran in headlong pursuit over the crusted snow, killing a considerable number. In the eagerness of the chase, many threw off their overcoats and even their jackets. Wells saw the danger and vainly called on them to stop. Their blood was up, and most of them were young and inexperienced. Meanwhile, the firing at the village had been heard by Rouvilla's main body, who had already begun their retreat northward. They turned back to support their comrades, and hid themselves under the bank of the river till the pursuers drew near, when they gave them a close volley and rushed upon them with the war whoop. Some of the English were shot down, and the rest driven back. There was no panic. We retreated, says Wells, facing about and firing. When they reached the palisade, they made a final stand, covering by their fire such of their comrades as had fallen within range of musket shot, and saving them from the scalping knife. The French did not try to dislodge them. 9 of them were killed, several wounded, and 1 captured. The number of English carried off prisoners was 111, and the number killed was, according to one list, 47, and according to another, 53, the latter including some who were smothered in the cellars of their burning houses. The names, and in most cases the ages, of both captives and slain are preserved. Those who escaped with life and freedom were, by the best account, 137. An official tabular statement drawn up on the spot sets the number of houses burned at 17. The house of the town clerk, Thomas French, escaped, and the town records with other papers in his charge were saved. The meeting house also was left standing. The house of Sheldon was hastily set on fire by the French and Indians when their rear was driven out of the village by Wells and his men, but the fire was extinguished, and the old Indian house, as it was called, stood till the year 1849. Its door, deeply scarred with hatchets and with a hole cut near the middle, is still preserved in the Memorial Hall at Deerfield. Vaudreuil wrote to the minister Pontchartrain that the French lost 2 or 3 killed and 20 or 21 wounded, Rouville himself being among the latter. This cannot include the Indians, since there is proof that the enemy left behind a considerable number of their dead. Wherever resistance was possible, it had been of the most prompt and determined character. Long before noon the French and Indians were on their northward march with their train of captives. More armed men came up from the settlements below, and by midnight about 80 were gathered at the ruined village. Couriers had been sent to rouse the country, and before evening of March 1 the force at Deerfield was increased to 250, but a thaw and a warm rain had set in, and as few of the men had snowshoes, pursuit was out of the question. Even could the agile savages and their allies have been overtaken, the probable consequence would have been the murdering of the captives to prevent their escape. About half of the captives were finally, after terrible sufferings, ransomed or exchanged, and succeeded in returning to their homes. 17 of the weaker ones were killed by their captors on the journey. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 58 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 58, The Fight at Lovewell's Pond, 1725, by Samuel Adams Drake. In April 1725, John Lovewell, a hardy and experienced ranger of Dunstable, whose exploits had already noised his fame abroad, marched with 46 men for the Indian village at Pigwacket, now Fryeburg, Maine. At Ossipee he built a small fort designed as a refuge in case of disaster. This precaution undoubtedly saved the lives of some of his men. He was now within 2 short marches of the enemy's village. The scouts having found Indian tracks in the neighborhood, Lovewell resumed his route, leaving one of his men who had fallen sick, his surgeon, and 8 men to guard the fort. His command was now reduced to 34 officers and men. The Rangers reached the shores of the beautiful lake which bears Lovewell's name, and bivouacked for the night. The night passed without an alarm, but the sentinels who watched the encampment reported hearing strange noises in the woods. Lovewell scented the presence of his enemy. In fact, on the morning of the 8th of May, while his band were on their knees seeking divine favor in the approaching conflict, the report of a gun brought every man to his feet. Upon reconnoitering, a solitary Indian was discovered on a point of land about a mile from the camp. The leader immediately called his men about him, and told them that they must now quickly decide whether to fight or retreat. The men, with one accord, replied that they had not come so far in search of the enemy to beat a shameful retreat the moment he was found. Seeing his band possessed with this spirit, Lovewell then prepared for battle. The Rangers threw off their knapsacks and blankets, looked to their primings, and loosened their knives and axes. The order was then given, and they moved cautiously out of their camp. Believing the enemy was in his front, Lovewell neglected to place a guard over his baggage. Instead of plunging into the woods, the Indian who had alarmed the camp stood where he was first seen until the scouts fired upon him, when he returned the fire, wounding Lovewell and one other. Ensign Wyman then leveled his musket and shot him dead. The day began thus unfortunately for the English. Lovewell was mortally wounded in the abdomen, but continued to give his orders. After clearing the woods in their front without finding any more Indians, the Rangers fell back toward the spot where they had deposited their packs. This was a sandy plain, thinly covered with pines, at the northeast end of the lake. During their absence, the Indians, led by the old chief Paugus, whose name was a terror throughout the length and breadth of the English frontiers, stumbled upon the deserted encampment. Paugus counted the packs, and finding his warriors outnumbered the Rangers, the wily chief placed them in ambush. He divined that the English would return from their unsuccessful scout sooner or later, and he prepared to repeat the tactics used with such fatal effect at Bloody Brook and at the defeat of Wadsworth. This consisted in arranging his savages in a semicircle, the 2 wings of which, enveloping the Rangers, would expose them to a murderous crossfire at short musket range. Without suspecting their danger, Lovewell's men fell into the fatal snare which the crafty Paugus had thus spread for them. Hardly had they entered it when the grove blazed with a deadly volley, and resounded with the yells of the Indians. As if confident of their prey, they even left their coverts, and flung themselves upon the English with a fury nothing could withstand. In this onset, Lovewell, who, notwithstanding his wound, bravely encouraged his men with voice and example, received a second wound and fell. 2 of his lieutenants were killed at his side, but with desperate valor the Rangers charged up to the muzzles of the enemy's guns, killing 9 and sweeping the others before them. This gallant charge cost them 8 killed, besides their captain. 2 more were badly wounded. 23 men had now to maintain the conflict with the whole Secaucus tribe. Their situation was indeed desperate. Relief was impossible, for they were 50 miles from the nearest English settlements. Their packs and provisions were in the enemy's hands, and the woods swarmed with foes. To conquer or die was the only alternative. These devoted Englishmen despaired of conquering, but they prepared to die bravely. Ensign Wyman, upon whom the command devolved after the death of Lovewell, was his worthy successor. Seeing the enemy stealing upon his flanks, as if to surround him, he ordered his men to fall back to the shore of the lake, where their right was protected by a brook, and their left by a rocky point extending into the lake. A few large pines stood on the beach between. This maneuver was executed under a hot fire, which still further thinned the ranks of the English. The Indians closed in upon them, filling the air with demoniac yells whenever a victim fell. Assailing the whites with taunts, and shaking ropes in their faces, they cried out to them to yield. But to the repeated demands to surrender, the Rangers replied only with bullets. They thought of the fort and its 10 defenders, and hoped, or rather prayed, for night. This hope, forlorn as it seemed, encouraged them to fight on, and they delivered their fire with fatal precision whenever an Indian showed himself. The English were in a trap, but the Indians dared not approach within reach of the lion's claws. While this long combat was proceeding, one of the English went to the lake to wash his gun, and, on emerging at the shore, descried an Indian in the act of cleansing his own. This Indian was Paugus. The Ranger went to work like a man who comprehends that his life depends upon a second. The chief followed him in every movement. Both charged their guns at the same instant. The Englishman threw his ramrod on the sand. The Indian dropped his. "Me kill you," said Paugus, priming his weapon from his powder horn. "The chief lies," retorted the undaunted Ranger, striking the breech of his firelock upon the ground with such force that it primed itself. An instant later Paugus fell, shot through the heart. "I said I should kill you," muttered the victor, spurning the dead body of his enemy, and plunging into the thickest of the fight. Darkness closed the conflict, which had continued without cessation since 10 in the morning. Little by little the shouts of the enemy grew feebler, and finally ceased. The English stood to their arms until midnight, when, convinced that the savages had abandoned the sanguinary field of battle, they began their retreat toward the fort. Only 9 were unhurt, 11 were badly wounded, but were resolved to march with their comrades, though they died by the way. 3 more were alive, but had received their death wounds. One of these was Lieutenant Robbins of Chelmsford. Knowing that he must be left behind, he begged his comrades to load his gun, in order that he might sell his life as dearly as possible when the savages returned to wreak their vengeance upon the wounded. I have said that 23 men continued the fight after the bloody repulse in which Lovewell was killed. There were only 22. The other, whose name the reader will excuse me for mentioning, fled from the field and gained the fort, where he spread the report that Lovewell was cut to pieces, himself being the sole survivor. This intelligence, striking terror, decided the little garrison to abandon the fort, which was immediately done, and in haste. This was the crowning misfortune of the expedition. The Rangers now became a band of panic-stricken fugitives. After incredible hardship, less than 20 starving, emaciated, and footsore men, half of them badly wounded, straggled into the nearest English settlement. The loss of the Indians could only be guessed, but the battle led to the immediate abandonment of their village, from which so many war parties had formerly harassed the English. Paugus, the savage wolf, the implacable foe of the whites, was dead. His tribe forsook the graves of their fathers, nor rested till they had put many long leagues between them and their pursuers. End of Section 58. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 59 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org by Betty B. The United States, Part IX, The Struggle for the West, Historical Note. When the middle of the 18th century had come, the colonies of England were scattered along the Atlantic coast, while those of France were in Canada and Nova Scotia. France also claimed all the region to the westward of the English colonies, and in order to hold on to it, built forts and established trading posts. Young George Washington was sent by the governor of Virginia to the French commander on the Ohio River to remonstrate, but the French continued to build forts. The English attempted to do the same thing, and soon there was war on the Ohio. English regulars under General Braddock were sent against the French and were driven back with great loss. The struggle continued until the capture of Quebec by the English under General Wolfe in 1759, practically settled the question who should rule in America. Of the struggle between the French and the English for supremacy on the North American continent, John Fiske says, "On the one hand, there was the steadily advancing front of the self-governing and greatly thriving agricultural community. On the other hand, there was the little group of French noblemen and priests governing a mere handful of settlers, and striving to keep back the advancing English by means of diplomatic control over barbarous Indians. It was a struggle which could really have but one issue. It was a struggle, moreover, that was conducted without pity or mercy, with scarcely a pretense of regard for the amenities of civilized warfare. From that day to this, English writers have held up their hands in holy horror at the atrocious conduct of the French in sending savages to burn villages and massacre women and children on the English border. Yet was it not an English governor of New York who in 1689 launched the Iroquois thunderbolt against Canada, one of the most frightful Indian incursions known to history? It does not appear that the conscience of either Puritan or Catholic was in the slightest degree disturbed by these horrors. Each felt sure that he was fighting the devil, and thought it quite proper to fight him with his own weapons. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2020. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 60. Why France Claimed the Mississippi Valley, by James A. Garfield. While England was more leisurely exploring the bays and rivers of the Atlantic coast and searching for gold and peltry, the chevaliers and priests of France were chasing their dreams in the north and telling the mystery of the cross to the Indian tribes of the far west. Coasting northward, her bold navigators discovered the mouth of the St. Lawrence, and in 1525 Cartier sailed up its broad current to the rocky heights of Quebec and to the rapids above Montreal, which were afterward named La Chine, in the reason of the belief that the adventurers were about to find China. In 1609, Champlain pushed above the rapids and discovered the beautiful lake that bears his name. In 1615, priest La Caron pushed northward and westward through the wilderness and discovered Lake Huron. In 1635, the Jesuit missionaries founded the mission St. Mary. In 1654, another priest had entered the wilderness of northern New York and found the salt springs of Onondaga. In 1659 to 60, French traders and priests passed the winter on Lake Superior and established missions along its shores. Among the earlier discoverers, no name shines out with more brilliancy than that of the Chevalier La Salle. The story of his explorations can scarcely be equaled in romantic interest by any of the stirring tales of the Crusaders. Born of a proud and wealthy family in the north of France, he was destined for the service of the Church and of the Jesuit order. But his restless spirit, fired with the love of adventure, broke away from the ecclesiastical restraints to confront the dangers of the New World and to extend the empire of Louis XIV. From the best evidence accessible, it appears that he was the first white man that saw the Ohio River. At 26 years of age, we find him with a small party near the western extremity of Lake Ontario, boldly entering the domain of the dreaded Iroquois, traveling southward and westward through the wintry wilderness until he reached a branch of the Ohio, probably the Allegheny. He followed it to the main stream and descended that until in the winter of 1669 and 1670 he reached the falls of the Ohio near the present site of Louisville. His companions refusing to go farther, he returned to Quebec and prepared for still greater undertakings. In the meantime, the Jesuit missionaries had been pushing their discoveries on the northern lakes. In 1673, Joliet and Marquette started from Green Bay, dragging their canoes up the rapids of Fox River, crossed Lake Winnebago, found Indian guides to conduct them to the waters of the Wisconsin, descended that stream to the westward, and on the 16th of June reached the Mississippi near the spot where now stands the city of Prairie du Chien. 132 years before that time, the Saulteaux had seen the same river more than 1,000 miles below, but during that interval it is not known that any white man had looked upon its waters. Turning southward, these brave priests descended the great river amid the awful solitudes. The stories of demons and monsters of the wilderness, which abounded among the Indian tribes, did not deter them from pushing their discoveries. They continued their journey southward to the mouth of the Arkansas River, telling as best they could the story of the cross to the wild tribes along the shores. Returning from the Kaskaskias and traveling thence to Lake Michigan, they reached Green Bay at the end of September 1673, having on their journey paddled their canoes more than 2,500 miles. Marquette remained to establish missions among the Indians, and to die, 3 years later, on the western shore of Lake Michigan, while Joliet returned to Quebec to report his discoveries. In the meantime, Count Frontenac, a noble of France, had been made governor of Canada, and found in La Salle a fit counselor and assistant in his vast schemes of discovery. La Salle was sent to France to enlist the court and the ministers of Louis, and in 1677–78 returned to Canada with full power under Frontenac to carry forward his grand enterprises. He had developed 3 great purposes. First, to realize the old plan of Champlain, the finding of a pathway to China across the American continent. Second, to occupy and develop the regions of the northern lakes. And, third, to descend the Mississippi and establish a fortified post at its mouth, thus securing an outlet for the trade of the interior and checking the progress of Spain on the Gulf of Mexico. In pursuance of this plan, we find La Salle and his companions, in January 1679, dragging their cannon and materials for shipbuilding around the falls of Niagara and laying the keel of a vessel 2 leagues above the cataract at the mouth of Cayuga Creek. She was a schooner of 45 tons burden and was named the Griffin. On the 7th of August, 1679, with an armament of 5 cannon and a crew and company of 34 men, she started on her voyage up Lake Erie, the first sail ever spread over the waters of our lake. On the fourth day she entered Detroit River, and, after encountering a terrible storm on Lake Huron, passed the straits and reached Green Bay early in September. A few weeks later she started back for Niagara, laden with furs, and was never heard from. While awaiting the supplies which the Griffin was expected to bring, La Salle explored Lake Michigan to its southern extremity, ascended the St. Joseph, crossed the portage to the Kankakee, descended the Illinois, and, landing at an Indian village on the site of the present village of Utica, Illinois, celebrated Mass on New Year's Day, 1680. Before the winter was ended, he became certain that the Griffin was lost. But, undaunted by his disasters, on the 3rd of March, with 5 companions, he began the incredible feat of making the journey to Quebec on foot, in the dead of winter. This he accomplished. He reorganized his expedition, conquered every difficulty, and on the 21st of December 1681, with a party of 54 Frenchmen and friendly Indians, set out for the present site of Chicago, and, by way of the Illinois River, reached the Mississippi February 6, 1682. He descended its stream, and on the 9th of April 1682, standing on the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, solemnly proclaimed to his companions and to the wilderness that, in the name of Louis the Great, he took possession of the great valley watered by the Mississippi River. He set up a column and inscribed upon it the arms of France and named the country Louisiana. Upon this act rested the claim of France to the vast region stretching from the Allegheny to the Rocky Mountains, from the Rio Grande and the Gulf to the farthest springs of the Missouri. I will not follow further the career of the great explorers. Enough has been said to exhibit the spirit and character of their work. I would I were able to inspire the young men of this country with a desire to read the history of these stirring days of discovery that opened up to Europe the mysteries of this new world. As Irving has well said of their work, it was poetry put into action. It was the knight-errantry of the Old World carried into the depths of the American wilderness. The personal adventures, the feat of individual prowess, the picturesque descriptions of steel-clad cavaliers, with lance and helm and prancing steel, glittering through the wilderness of Florida, Georgia, Alabama, and the prairies of the far West, would seem to us mere fictions of romance, did they not come to us in the matter-of-fact narratives of those who were eyewitnesses, and who recorded minute memoranda of every incident. End of section 60.
Section 61 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 61. Washington's First Commission, 1753-54, by George Bancroft. Sanctioned by the orders from the King, Dinwiddie of Virginia resolved to send a person of distinction to the commander of the French forces on the Ohio River to know his reasons for invading the British dominions while a solid peace subsisted. The envoy whom he selected was George Washington. The young man, then just 21, a pupil of the wilderness, and as heroic as La Salle, entered with alacrity on the perilous winter's journey from Williamsburg to the streams of Lake Erie. In the middle of November, with an interpreter and 4 attendants, and Christopher Gist as a guide, he left Will's Creek, and following the Indian trail through forest solitudes, gloomy with the fallen leaves and solemn sadness of late autumn, across mountains, rocky ravines, and streams, through sleet and snows, he rode in 9 days to the fork of the Ohio. How lonely was the spot! where so long unheeded of men, the rapid Allegheny met nearly at right angles the deep and still water of the Monongahela. At once Washington foresaw the destiny of the place. "I spent some time," said he, "in viewing the rivers. The land in the fork has the absolute command of both. The flat, well-timbered land all around the point lies very convenient for building." After creating in imagination a fortress and a city, he and his party swam their horses across the Allegheny and wrapped their blankets around them for the night on its northwest bank. From the fork, the chief of the Delawares conducted Washington through rich alluvial fields to the pleasing valley at Logstown. There, deserters from Louisiana discoursed of the route from New Orleans to Quebec by way of the Wabash and the Maumee, and of a detachment from the lower province on its way to meet the French troops from Lake Erie, while Washington held close colloquy with the Half-King, the one anxious to gain the West as a part of the territory of the ancient dominion, the other to preserve it for the red men. "We are brothers," said the Half-King in council. "We are one people. I will send back the French speech belt, and will make the Shawnees and the Delawares do the same." On the night of the 29th of November, the council fire was kindled. An aged orator was selected to address the French. The speech which he was to deliver was debated and rehearsed. It was agreed that, unless the French would heed this third warning to quit the land, the Delawares also would be their enemies, and a very large string of black and white wampum was sent to the Six Nations as a prayer for aid. After these preparations, the party of Washington, attended by the Half-King and envoys of the Delaware, moved onwards to the post of the French at Venango. The officers there avowed the purpose of taking possession of the Ohio, and they mingled the praises of La Salle with boasts of their forts at Le Boeuf and Erie, at Niagara, Toronto, and Frontenac. "The English," said they, "can raise 2 men to our 1, but they are too dilatory to prevent any enterprise of ours." The Delawares were intimidated or debauched, but the Half-King clung to Washington like a brother, and delivered up his belt as he had promised. The rains of December had swollen the creeks. The messengers could pass them only by felling trees for bridges. Thus they proceeded, now killing a buck and now a bear, delayed by excessive rains and snows, by mire and swamps, while Washington's quick eye discerned all the richness of the meadows. At Waterford, the limit of his journey, he found Fort Le Boeuf, defended by cannon. Around it stood the barracks of the soldiers, rude log cabins roofed with bark, 50 birch bark canoes, and 170 boats of pine were already prepared for the descent of the river, and materials were collected for building more. The commander, Gardeur de Saint-Pierre, an officer of integrity and experience, and for his dauntless courage, both feared and beloved by the red men, refused to discuss questions of right. "I am here," said he, "by the orders of my general, to which I shall conform with exactness and resolution." And he avowed his purpose of seizing every Englishman within the Ohio Valley. France was resolved on possessing the great territory which her missionaries and travelers had revealed to the world. Breaking away from courtesies, Washington hastened homewards to Virginia. The rapid current of French Creek dashed his party against rocks. In shallow places they waded, the water congealing on their clothes. Where the ice had lodged in the bend of the rivers, they carried their canoe across the neck. At Venango they found their horses, but so weak the travelers went still on foot, heedless of the storm. The cold increased very fast. The paths grew worse by a deep snow continually freezing. Impatient to get back with his dispatches, the young envoy, wrapping himself in an Indian dress, with gun in hand and pack on his back, the day after Christmas quitted the usual path, and with Gist for his sole companion, by aid of the compass steered the nearest way across the country for the fork. An Indian who had lain in wait for him fired at him from not 15 steps distance, but missing him, became his prisoner. "I would have killed him," wrote Gist, "but Washington forbade. Dismissing their captive at night, they walked about half a mile, then kindled a fire, fixed their course by the compass, and continued traveling all night and all the next day till quite dark. Not till then did the weary wanderers think themselves safe enough to sleep, and then encamped, with no shelter but the leafless forest tree. On reaching the Allegheny, with one poor hatchet and a whole day's work, a raft was constructed and launched. But before they were half over the river, they were caught in the running ice, expecting every moment to be crushed, unable to reach either shore. Putting out the setting pole to stop the raft, Washington was jerked into the deep water, and saved himself only by grasping at the raft logs. They were obliged to make for an island. There lay Washington, imprisoned by the elements. But the late December night was intensely cold, and in the morning he found the river frozen. Not till he reached Gist's settlement in January 1754 were his toils lightened. End of section 61. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 62 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 62. Braddock's Defeat, 1755. By John Fiske. It was in February 1755 that General Braddock arrived at Governor Dinwiddie's house at Williamsburg. The spring was spent in preparations for the campaign that was to wrest Fort Duquesne from the enemy and recover the gateway of the West. The figure of Braddock had long been well known to all Americans. A British bulldog, brave, obstinate, and honest, but more than ordinarily dull in appreciating an enemy's methods, or in freeing himself from the precise traditions in which he had been educated. His first and gravest mistake, however, that of underrating his Indian foe, is one that has been shared by many commanders, to their confusion, and by many writers. The fighting qualities of the red man have often been ill appreciated, and in particular he has been ignorantly accused of cowardice because of his stealthy methods and unwillingness to fight in the open. In point of fact, his method of fighting was closely adapted to the physical conditions of the American wilderness, and it was just what was produced by survival of the fittest during thousands of years of warfare under such conditions. When white men came to America, they were at first able to wreak wholesale destruction upon the natives, without regard to numbers or conditions. Such was the case when the Pequots, the Stamford Indians, and the Narragansetts were swept out of existence. This was largely because of the European superiority in arms. But in later days, when this disparity had been done away with, white men were apt to find Indians quite as formidable enemies as they cared to deal with, and in order to achieve success, it was found necessary to adopt the Indian methods, abandoning solid columns and lines of battle, so as to fight in loose order and behind trees or earthworks. It is interesting to see that in these later days, when the increase in the power and precision of death-dealing weapons has greatly increased the dangerousness of the battlefield, there has been a tendency to recur to Indian methods in so far as concerns looseness of order and the use of various kinds of cover. In the 18th century there was nobody so ill-fitted to fight with Indians as a European regular, trained in European manuals of war and inured to European discipline. Braddock's fatuity was well illustrated in his reply to Dr. Franklin, when the latter informed him that the Indians, as antagonists, were by no means to be despised. "These savages may, indeed," said Braddock, "be a formidable enemy to your raw American militia, but upon the King's regular and disciplined troops, sir, It is impossible that they should make any impression. Many stories of Braddock's arrogance and ill temper have come down to us. But if we consider the obstacles that were thrown in the way of military promptness, by which zealous men like Shirley and Dinwiddie were so often goaded to anger, we need not wonder that Braddock's temper was sometimes not altogether at its best. He scolded a good deal about the legislatures, and sometimes let fall exasperating remarks about the lack of zeal and rectitude in public servants. For such insinuations there was sometimes apparent ground, especially when the member of a legislature showed himself more intent upon annoying the governor than upon attacking the enemy. The energetic Shirley made a visit to Braddock's camp at Alexandria, in the course of which a comprehensive plan of procedure was agreed upon, which involved operations on the Niagara River and Lake Champlain and the northeastern frontier as well as in the Allegheny Mountains. For the present we will confine our story to the latter. At the outset a mistake was made in the choice of a route. For a force like Braddock's, wagons were indispensable, and wagons were far more common in Pennsylvania than in Virginia. A route corresponding with the general direction of the Pennsylvania Railroad would not only have been much shorter than the route through Virginia, but it would have been, at least in its earlier stages, a route through a population which could furnish wagons. By adopting this route, Braddock would have made the Pennsylvanians feel some personal interest in the acquisition of Fort Duquesne, whereas when he decided to march through Virginia, it only tended to confirm Pennsylvanians in the impression that Fort Duquesne, if conquered, was to pass into Virginian hands. After a while, Benjamin Franklin went about among the farmers, and by pledging his own personal credit, obtained a fair supply of horses and wagons. Braddock's force at length set out in detachments and marched along the banks of the Potomac River to the old trading station of the Ohio Company known as Will's Creek. It had lately been fortified and received the name of Fort Cumberland. This was the rendezvous of the army. The 2 regiments from England had been increased by further enlistments in Virginia of 9 companies of militia of 50 men each, to a total of 1,400 men. Braddock despised these militia, and had small respect either for partisan guerrilla forces or for Indian auxiliaries. The services of the chief Scaroyadi, or of the noted frontiersman Black Jack, were at his disposal at the cost of a few civil words only, but he treated these worthies so superciliously that they went off on business of their own. In spite of these instances of indiscretion, however, it is not correct to say, as has often been said, that Braddock neglected all precaution and was drawn into an ambuscade. Such statements are samples of the kind of exaggeration that is apt to grow up about events that create great public excitement. Braddock made mistakes enough, but he was not absolutely a fool. During the whole of the march, flanking parties were kept out on each side of the creeping column, while scouts in all directions ranged through the depths of the woods. The column, which consisted of about 2,200 men, sometimes extended for 4 miles along a road hardly fit to be called a bridle path, on the average scarcely 4 yards in width. The march began on June 10th, and 8 days later the force had advanced only 30 miles from Fort Cumberland. By that time the rear of the column was so heavily encumbered with sick men that its power of marching had almost come to an end. It was therefore decided to leave with the rear column of about 1,000 men most of the heavier wagons and other impedimenta, and to proceed somewhat more quickly toward Fort Duquesne with an advance guard of 1,200. But in spite of this diminution of labor, the difficulties of the road were such that the 7th of July had arrived when the advance column approached Turtle Creek, a stream that flows into the Monongahela about 8 miles south of Fort Duquesne. Meanwhile its progress had been detected and watched, as was to have been expected, by French and Indian scouts. At the fortress, Contrecoeur still governed, with Beaujeu second in command. The force consisted of 500 or 600 Frenchmen, partly regulars and partly Canadian militia, with 800 Indians, some of them baptized converts from the northeast, some of them wild Ojibways led by Charles de Langlade, the conqueror of the Demoiselles, and the rest Ottawas under their renowned chieftain, the long-headed and ferocious Pontiac. When the approach of Braddock's column to the mouth of Turtle Creek was announced at the French fortress, Captain Beaujeu volunteered to go out with a strong party and lay an ambuscade for the English. With this end in view, he took some 250 Frenchmen and over 600 Indians, and stole through the woods between the fortress and Turtle Creek. But he never succeeded in preparing the desired ambuscade, nor did Braddock's force march into an ambuscade in any proper sense of the word. So sensible was Braddock of the great danger of the road between Turtle Creek and Fort Duquesne, on the right bank of the Monongahela, that he forded the latter's stream and proceeded down the opposite bank for 5 or 6 miles, when he again crossed the river and brought his column on to a rising ground, along which the narrow road ran toward the fortress. His column was then in its usual condition, a few Virginian guides in front, then the advance under Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Gage, among whose men were 2 lieutenants destined in later days to play inglorious parts, Horatio Gates and Charles Lee. Behind Gage came Sir John St. Clair with the working party, followed by a couple of cannon, and these in turn by the wagons with powder and tools. Behind these came the principal parts of the column, while both flanks and rear were very strongly guarded with flanking parties. The situation would not have been particularly dangerous if the British regulars had known how to separate and fight under cover. It was owing to this internal faultiness, and not to any ambush, that Braddock's column came to grief. When the opposing forces met, it was simply the meeting of the 2 heads of columns in a narrow woodland road. Who can ever forget that moment when Gage's light horsemen quickly fled back and those behind could catch a glimpse through the trees of a young Frenchman wearing a brilliant red gorget and bounding lightly along the road, till, on seeing his enemy, he turned and waved his hand. That brief glimpse of Captain Beaujeu at the moment of his death will forever live in history. At the 3rd volley he dropped dead. Gage's men delivered fire with admirable coolness, but its effect was slight, for the enemy, in 2 bifurcating columns, passed to right and to left of the English, all the time pouring in a galling fire from behind trees and bushes. Never were the conditions of a battle more simple. The English were torn to pieces because they stood in solid line where they could be seen. And if anything were needed to make it impossible to miss them, it was their bright scarlet coats. On the other hand, no matter how diligently the British loaded and fired, they could see nothing to aim at. One officer who had been in the thickest of the fight, literally wedged in among falling bodies, said after the battle that he had not caught sight of an Indian during the whole of the battle. They were fighting simply against puffs of smoke which seemed to come from all points of the compass. For a time the cannon were diligently plied and split many tree trunks. Many of the regulars fired wildly and hit their own comrades. The Virginians, who scattered and fought in Indian fashion, suffered but little and did more than their share of execution. Some of the regulars tried to imitate these tactics, but wherever Braddock saw anything of the sort going on, he would strike them with the flat of his sword and force them back into the ranks. As for the general himself, he performed prodigies of valor, and was forever in the most exposed places, while he had 4 horses shot under him, and at last fell from the 5th with one of his lungs badly torn by a bullet. Washington's fighting was equally desperate. 2 horses were killed under him, and his clothes were partly torn from his back by bullets. He seemed to bear a charmed life. It is needless to enlarge further upon such a scene. Let it suffice to say that out of a total force of 1,373, all but 459 were killed or wounded, and in addition to these, out of 86 officers, only 23 escaped unhurt. The whole affair was as thickly fraught with horror as anything that is likely to happen in modern warfare. The utter fatuity of the affair, the hopeless feeling of brave men drawn up for slaughter without understanding the means of defense, has in it something peculiarly intolerable. The gallant Braddock, as he lay half dazed upon his deathbed, was heard to murmur, "Who would ever have thought it?" And again after an interval, "We shall know better how to do it next time." The skillful retreat from this field of blood added much to the credit of the youthful Washington, and marked him out as an officer likely to have a brilliant future. As for the rear column, which had been left under command of Colonel Dunbar, it retreated to Fort Cumberland, and presently abandoned the campaign, a most ill-judged and reprehensible proceeding, which threw open the frontier to all the horrors of Indian invasion. The events of the past 12 months had done all that 12 months could do in destroying the influence of the English among the Ohio tribes. Washington's disaster at Great Meadows had gone far toward undermining their allegiance. Braddock's insolence had seasoned their contempt with a spice of anger, and now at last this headlong overthrow of an English army had convinced the red men that good medicine was all on the side of the Great White Father on the St. Lawrence. Thus inauspiciously for the English began the mighty war that was to put an end to the dominion of Frenchmen in America. Yet it must be remembered that no declaration of war had as yet been made public. These deeds of blood were the deeds of a time of so-called peace. End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 63, When Israel Putnam was captured by the Indians, an incident of the French and Indian War, 1758, by Oliver W.B. Peabody. In the month of August, Major Putnam was deserted by the fortune which had hitherto attended him, and encountered some of the most remarkable of those perils which give a character of romance to his personal history. A corps of 500 men, under the command of Major Rogers and himself, was detached to watch the enemy in the neighborhood of Ticonderoga. When the party reached South Bay, it was separated into 2 divisions, which were stationed at a considerable distance from each other. But being discovered by the enemy, it was deemed expedient to reunite them and to return without delay to headquarters at Fort Edward. They were arranged for this purpose in 3 divisions. Rogers headed the right, Putnam the left, and the central one was led by Captain Dalzell. At the close of the first day's march, they halted on the borders of Clear River. Early the next morning, Major Rogers, with a strange disregard of those precautions to which the Rangers were so often indebted for security, amused himself by a trial of skill with a British officer in firing at a mark, and this signal act of imprudence was followed by the loss of many lives. Molon, the French partisan, had been sent out with 500 men to intercept the party, and was at this moment lying scarce a mile from their encampment. The sound of the firing guided him at once to their position, and he posted his men in ambush along the outskirts of the forest, near the paths through which they were to pass. Soon after sunrise the Americans resumed their march through a thicket of shrubs and brushwood, over land from which the timber had been partially cleared some years before, and owing to the difficulty of forcing their way through these obstructions, they moved in close columns, Putnam leading the way, Dalzell being stationed in the center, and Rogers in the rear. Just as they had traversed the thicket and were about to penetrate the forest, they were furiously attacked by the French and savages. The assault, however unexpected, was sustained with gallantry and coolness. Putnam ordered his men to halt, returned the fire, and called upon Dalzell and Rogers to support him. Dalzell came immediately up, but Rogers, instead of advancing to the aid of his associates, stationed his men between the combatants and Wood Creek in order, as he affirmed, to guard against an attack in the rear, or, as was suspected by others, to relieve himself from the necessity of making one in an opposite direction. The action began to assume a desperate character. Putnam was determined to maintain his ground. His soldiers, as occasion required, fought in ranks in the open spaces of the forest, or fired from behind the shelter of the trees. But his own fusee chanced to miss fire, while he held its muzzle against the breast of an athletic savage. Thus defenseless, he was compelled to surrender, and his antagonist, having bound him securely to a tree, returned to the battle. Captain Dalzell, who now commanded, maintained the fight with signal intrepidity, but the provincials were compelled to retreat for a little distance, closely followed by the savages, exulting in their fancied triumph, and rushing forward with shouts of victory. The provincials rallied and drove them back beyond their former position, and the battle here grew warmer than before. The tree to which Putnam was secured was thus brought midway between the combatants, in the center of the hottest fire of both, and he stood wholly unable to move his body, or even to incline his head, in the midst of a shower of balls, of which many lodged in the tree above him, and several passed through the sleeves and skirts of his coat. In this position, than which it would be difficult for the imagination to conceive one more appalling, he remained for more than an hour, each of the parties meanwhile giving ground several times in succession, but not so far as to place him beyond the field of contest. Once, when the provincials had retired a little and the savages were near him, a young Indian amused himself by throwing his tomahawk at the tree, apparently to ascertain how nearly he could cast it to the body of the prisoner without striking him, and the weapon more than once lodged in the tree within a hair's breadth of the mark. When this barbarian grew weary of his sport, a French subaltern drew near and levelled his musket at Putnam's breast. Fortunately it missed fire. It was in vain that the latter claimed the treatment due to him as a prisoner of war. The Frenchman, instead of desisting, pushed him violently with his musket, and after dealing him a severe blow upon the cheek with the butt end of his piece, left him to his fate. After a long and gallant contest, the provincials remained in possession of the field. The enemy were routed with the loss of 90 of their number, and retired, taking with them their prisoner, who was destined to undergo still greater suffering. When the Indians had retreated to a considerable distance from the field of the battle, they deprived Major Putnam of his coat, vest, stockings, and shoes, bound his hands tightly together, and piled the packs of a number of the wounded on his back. In this wretched condition, exhausted by fatigue and severely suffering from the injuries he had received, he was forced to march for many miles through a mountainous and rugged tract, until the party, overcome with weariness, at length halted to rest themselves. Meantime, the tightness of the cords around his wrists had caused his hands to swell and made them exquisitely painful. The blood was flowing from his torn and naked feet. The weight of his burden became intolerable to his exhausted frame, and he entreated the savages to loose his hands or to release him from his sufferings by death. A French officer interposed, removed the ligatures, and relieved him of a portion of his burden. The Indian who had made him captive and who had remained behind to attend to the wounded also came up, provided him with moccasins, and expressed much indignation at the treatment which he had received, but soon went back without taking measures to secure him against its repetition. A spot for the evening's encampment was selected, and the Indians, taking with them Major Putnam, went thither in advance of the rest of the party. On the way he experienced fresh outrages, and was deeply wounded on the cheek by a blow from a tomahawk. He had been thus far spared for a darker purpose. It had been resolved that he should perish at the stake, with all those refinements of torture by which the savages knew how to enhance the bitterness of death. The depths of the forest were chosen as the scene of sacrifice. The victim was bound entirely naked to a tree. Large piles of fuel were laid in a circle around him, and while these fearful preparations were in progress, they were rendered more appalling by the wild songs and exultations of the Indians. When all was ready, and their victim was awaiting the hour of death with the fortitude which never failed him, the fire was set to the fuel about him, but a sudden shower extinguished the flames. After repeated efforts, the blaze began to rise from every portion of the circle. Putnam's hands were closely bound, but he was still able to move his body, and his convulsive writhing to avoid the flame gave infinite diversion to his tormentors, who accompanied their orgies with songs and dances and their usual terrific expressions of delight. All hope of relief was now at an end, and nature was beginning to yield to the excess of suffering, when a French officer rushed through the throng, dashed aside the blazing brands, and cut the cords of the prisoner. A savage, touched by some sudden impulse of humanity, had hurried to inform Malong of the proceedings of his fellows, and it was this brave partisan himself who had thus, at the last extremity, redeemed from the most horrible of deaths a gallant foe. After sternly reprimanding the Indians for their cruelty, he took Putnam under his protection until he could restore him to his savage master. The kindness of this master, for so the Indian who captured Putnam was considered, bore some resemblance to the tender mercies of the wicked. He appeared to feel for the sufferings of his prisoner, and finding that he was unable to eat the hard bread set before him, in consequence of the injury inflicted by the Frenchman, moistened it with water for his relief. Apprehensive, however, that Putnam might take advantage of the darkness to escape, he removed his moccasins and tied them to his wrists, then placed him on the ground upon his back, and extending his arms as far asunder as possible, secured them to 2 young trees. His legs were next secured in the same ingenious manner. Several long and slender poles were next cut and laid together with bushes transversely across Putnam's body. On the extremities of these lay several Indians, in such a manner that the slightest effort to escape must awaken them. Having completed this singular cage, the Indians were content with the provision they had made for his safe keeping, and in this particularly inconvenient prison Putnam spent the dreary night that followed his release from death. He was accustomed to relate that, even while thus reposing, he could not refrain from smiling as he thought of the odd subject for the canvas which was presented by the group, of which he constituted the most prominent figure, but his merriment was probably of short duration. Next morning he was released from durance and provided with a blanket. Some bear's meat was given him to allay his hunger, and he was permitted to resume his march without a burden. Some vexation was occasionally shown by the savages by menacing signs and gestures, on account of the loss of their expected entertainment, but they were no longer suffered to molest him, and he reached Ticonderoga the same night without experiencing further violence. On his arrival there he was placed in the custody of a French guard. After having been examined by Montcalm, Major Putnam was transferred to Montreal. He was conducted thither by a French officer, from whom he received a courtesy and kindness which were the more welcome from the indignities he had so lately suffered. Several American prisoners were in that city at the time. Among the number was Colonel Peter Schuyler. When he heard of the arrival of Putnam, Colonel Schuyler hastened to ascertain the place of his abode. The provincial major had been suffered to remain without a coat, vest, or stockings. The remnant of his clothing was miserably tattered, and his body exhibited serious marks of the violence he had endured. Colonel Schuyler, when he came into his presence, was so affected by the sight that he could hardly, in the language of Humphreys, contain his speech within limit consistent with the prudence of a prisoner and the meekness of a Christian. He immediately supplied his countrymen with all that his necessities required, and after securing to him by the most active intercession the treatment to which his rank entitled him, found means to render him a more important service. The capture of Frontenac by the British occasioned an exchange of prisoners, of which Putnam reaped the benefit by a stratagem of Colonel Schuyler. There were several officers among the prisoners whose claim to be exchanged was superior to his, and Schuyler, fearing that the opportunity might be lost if the character of the prisoner should be known, prevailed upon the governor to permit him to name an officer to be included in the cartel. He then assured his excellency that he should name an old provincial major who was of no service there or elsewhere, but was very anxious to return to his wife and family in preference to the young men who had no families to care for. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 64. The Conspiracy of Pontiac, 1763 to 1765. By Mary Hartwell Catherwood. The sound of the Indian drum was heard on the Detroit River, and the humid May night air carried it a league or more to the fort. All the Potawatomis and Wyandots were gathered from their own villages on opposite shores to the Ottawas on the south bank facing Isle Cochon. Their women and children squatted about huge fires to see the war dance. The river strait, so limpidly and transparently blue in daytime that dipping a pailful of it was like dipping a pailful of the sky, scarcely glinted betwixt darkened woods. In the centre of an open space, which the campfires were built to illuminate, a painted post was driven into the ground, and the warriors formed a large ring around it. Their moccasined feet kept time to the booming of the drums. With a flourish of his hatchet around his head, a chief leaped into the ring and began to chase an imaginary foe, chanting his own deeds and those of his forefathers. He was a muscular rather than a tall Indian, with high striking features. His dark skin was coloured by war paint, and he had stripped himself of everything but ornaments. Ottawa Indians usually wore brilliant blankets, while Wyandots of Sandusky and Detroit paraded in painted shirts, their heads crowned with little bells. The Ojibwas or Chippewas of the north carried quivers slung on their backs holding their arrows. The dancer in the ring was the Ottawa chief Pontiac, a man at that time 50 years old, who had brought 18 savage nations under his dominion, so that they obeyed his slightest word. With majestic sweep of the limbs he whirled through the pantomime of capturing and scalping an enemy, struck the painted post with his tomahawk, and raised the awful war whoop. His young braves stamped and yelled with him. Another leaped into the ring, sung his deeds, and struck the painted post, warrior after warrior following, until a wild maze of sinewy figures swam and shrieked around it. Blazing pine knots stuck in the ground helped to show this maddened whirl, the very opposite of the peaceful floating calumet dance. Boy papooses watching it yelled also, their black eyes kindling with full desire to shed blood. Perhaps no Indian there, except Pontiac, understood what was beginning with the war dance on that May night of the year 1763. He had been laying his plans all winter, and sending huge black and purple wampum belts of war, and hatchets dipped in red, to rouse every native tribe. All the Algonquin stock and the Senecas of the Iroquois were united with him. From the small oven-shaped hut on Isle Cochon, where he lived with his squaws and children, to Mackillimackinac, from Mackillimackinac to the lower Mississippi, and from the eastern end of Lake Erie down to the Ohio, the messengers of the self-made emperor had secretly carried and unfolded his plan, which was to rise and attack all the English forts on the same day, and then to destroy all the English settlers, sparing no white people but the French. 2 years before, an English army had come over to Canada and conquered it. That was a death blow to French settlements in the Middle West. They dared not longer resist English colonists pushing on them from the east. All that chain of forts stretching from Lake Erie down to the Ohio, Presqu'Île, Le Boeuf, Venango, Ligonier, had been given up to the English, as well as western posts, Detroit, Fort Miami, Watanoe on the Wabash, and Mackinac. The settlements on the Mississippi, however, still displayed the white flag of France. So large was the dominion in the New World, which England now had the right to claim, that she was unable to grasp it all at once. The Indians did not like the English, who treated them with contempt, would not offer them presents, and put them in danger of starvation by holding back the guns and ammunition on which they had learned to depend, instead of their bows and arrows. For 2 years they had borne the rapid spread of English settlements on land which they still regarded as their own. These intruders were not like the French, who cared nothing about claiming land, and were always ready to hunt or dance with their red brethren. All the tribes were, therefore, eager to rise against the English, whom they wanted to drive back into the sea. Pontiac himself knew this could not be done, but he thought it possible, by striking the English forts all at once, to restore the French power, and so get the French to help him in fighting back their common foe from spreading into the west. Pontiac was the only Indian who ever seemed to realise all the dangers which threatened his race, or to have the military skill for organising against them. His work had been secret, and he had taken pains to appear very friendly to the garrison of Detroit, who were used to the noise of Indians yelling and dancing. This fort was the central point of his operations, and he intended to take it next morning by surprise. Though La Motte Cadillac was the founder of a permanent settlement on the west shore of Detroit River, it is said that Greysolon de Lutte set up the first palisade there. About 100 houses stood crowded together within the wooden wall of these tall log pickets, which were 25 feet high. The houses were roofed with bark or thatched with straw. The streets were mere paths, but a wide road went all around the town next to the palisades. Detroit was almost square in shape, with a bastion or fortified projection at each corner, and a blockhouse built over each gate. The river almost washed the front palisades, and 2 schooners usually anchored near to protect the fort and give it communication with other points. Besides the homes of settlers, it contained barracks for soldiers, a council house, and a little church. About 120 soldiers, besides fur traders and Canadian settlers, were in this enclosure, which was called the fort, to distinguish it from the villages of French houses up and down the shore. Dwellers outside had their own gardens and orchards, also surrounded by pickets. These French people, who tried to live comfortably among the English, whom they liked no better than the Indians did, raised fine pears and apples, and made wine of the wild grapes. The river, emptying the water of the upper lakes into Lake Erie, was about half a mile wide. Sunlight next morning showed this blue strait sparkling from the palisades to the other shore, and trees and gardens moist with that dewy breath which seems to exhale from freshwater seas. Indians swarmed early around the fort, pretending that the young men were that day going to play a game of ball in the fields, while Pontiac and 60 old chiefs came to hold a council with the English. More than 1,000 of them lounged about, ready for action. The braves were blanketed, each carrying a gun with its barrel filed off short enough to be concealed under his blanket. About 10 o'clock Pontiac and his chiefs crossed the river in birch canoes and stalked in Indian file, every man stepping in the tracks of the man before him, to the fort gates. The gates on the water side usually stood open until evening, for the English, contemptuously careless of savages, let squaws and warriors come and go at pleasure. They did not that morning open until Pontiac entered. He found himself and his chiefs walking betwixt files of armed soldiers. The gates were shut behind him. Pontiac was startled as if by a sting. He saw that someone had betrayed his plans to the officers. Even fur traders were standing under arms. To this day it is not known who secretly warned the fort of Pontiac's conspiracy, but the most reliable tradition declares it to have been a young squaw named Catherine, who could not endure to see friends whom she loved put to death. It flashed through Pontiac's mind that he and his followers were now really prisoners. The captain of Detroit was afterwards blamed for not holding the chief when he had him. The tribes could not rush through the closed gates at Pontiac's signal, which was to be the lifting of a wampum belt upside down, with all its figures reversed. But the cunning savage put on a look of innocence and inquired, "My father," using the Indian term of respect, "why are so many of your young men standing in the street with their guns?" "They have been ordered out for exercise and discipline," answered the officer. A slight clash of arms and the rolling of drums were heard by the surprised tribes waiting in suspense around the palisades. They did not know whether they would ever see their leader appear again, but he came out after going through the form of a council, mortified by his failure to seize the fort, and sulkily crossed the river to his lodge. All his plans to bring warriors inside the palisades were treated with contempt by the captain of Detroit. Pontiac wanted his braves to smoke the calumet with his English father. "You may come in yourself," said the officer, "but the crowd you have with you must remain outside." "I want all my young men," argued Pontiac, "to enjoy the fragrance of the friendly calumet." "I will have none of your rabble in the fort," said the officer. Raging like a wild beast, Pontiac then led his people in assault. He threw off every pretence of friendliness, and from all directions the tribes closed around Detroit in a general attack. Though it had wooden walls, it was well defended. The Indians, after their first fierce onset, fighting in their own way, behind trees and sheltered by buildings outside the fort, were able to besiege the place indefinitely with comparatively small loss to themselves, while the garrison, shut in almost without warning, looked forward to scarcity of provisions. All English people caught beyond the walls were instantly murdered, but the French settlers were allowed to go about their usual affairs unhurt. Queer traditions have come down from them of the pious burial they gave to English victims of the Indians. One old man stuck his hands out of his grave, the French covered them with earth, but next time they passed that way they saw the stiff entreating hands like pale fungi again thrust into view. At this the horrified French settlers hurried to their priest, who said the neglected burial service over the grave, and so put the poor Englishman to rest, for his hands protruded no more. One of the absent schooners kept for the use of the fort had gone down river with letters and despatches. Her crew knew nothing of the siege, and she narrowly escaped capture. A convoy of boats bringing the usual spring supplies was taken, leaving Detroit to face famine. Yet it refused to surrender, and in spite of Pontiac's rage and his continual investment of the place, the red flag of England floated over the fortress all summer. Other posts were not so fortunate in resisting Pontiac's conspiracy. Fort Sandusky at the west end of Lake Erie, Fort Watanon on the Wabash, a little south of where Lafayette in the state of Indiana now stands, Fort Miami, Presqu'Île, Le Boeuf, Venango on the eastern border, and Mackinac on the Straits were all taken by the Indians. At Presqu'Île the 27 soldiers went into the blockhouse of the fort and prepared to hold it, lining and making it bulletproof. A blockhouse was built of logs and very thick timber, and had no windows, and but one door in the lower story. The upper story projected several feet all around, and had loopholes in the overhanging floor, through which the men could shoot down. Loopholes were also fixed in the upper walls, wide within but closing to narrow slits on the outside. A sentry box or lookout was sometimes put at the top of the roof. With the door barred by iron or great beams of wood, and food and ammunition stored in the lower room, men could ascend a ladder to the second story of a blockhouse and hold it against great odds, if the besiegers did not succeed in burning them out. Presqu'Île was at the edge of Lake Erie, and the soldiers brought in all the water they could store. But the attacking Indians made breastworks of logs, and shot burning arrows on the shingle roof. All the water barrels were emptied putting out fires. While some men defended the loopholes, others dug under the floor of the blockhouse and mined a way below ground to the well in the fort where Indians swarmed. Buildings in the enclosure were set on fire, but the defenders of the blockhouse kept it from catching the flames by tearing off shingles from the roof when they began to burn. The mining party reached the well, and buckets of water were drawn up and passed through the tunnel to the blockhouse. Greatly exhausted, the soldiers held out until next day, when, having surrendered honourably, they were all taken prisoners, as they left the scorched and the battered lock tower, for savages were such capricious and cruel victors that they could rarely be depended upon to keep faith. Pontiac himself was superior to his people in such matters. If he had been at Presqu'Île, the garrison would not have been seized after surrendering on honourable terms. However, these soldiers were not instantly massacred, as other prisoners had been in the war betwixt French and English, when savage allies could not be restrained. Next to Detroit, the most important post was Machilimackinac. This was not the island in the straits bearing that name, but a stockaded fort on the south shore of Michigan, directly across the strait from St. Ignace. To this day, searching along a beach of deep yielding sands, so different from the rocky strands of the islands, you may find at the forest edge a cellar where the powder house stood, and fruit trees and gooseberry bushes from gardens planted there more than 200 years ago. Machilimackinac, succeeding St. Ignace, had grown in importance, and was now a stockaded fort, having French houses both within and outside it, like Detroit. After Father Marquette's old mission had been abandoned and the buildings burned, another small mission was begun at L'Arbre Cloche, not far west from Fort Machilimackinac, such of his Ottawas as were not scattered being gathered there. The region around was also full of Chippewas and Ojibwas. All these Indians hated the English. Some came to the fort and said to a young English trader named Alexander Henry, who arrived after the white flag was hauled down and the red one was hoisted: "Englishmen, although you have conquered the French, you have not conquered us. We are not your slaves. These lakes, these woods and mountains were left to us by our ancestors. They are our inheritance, and we will part with them to none." Though these Ottawas and Chippewas were independent of those about Detroit, they had eagerly taken hold of Pontiac's war belt. The missionary priest was able for a while to restrain the Ottawas. The Chippewas, gathered in from their winter's hunting, determined to strike the first blow. On the 4th day of June, which was the English king's birthday, they came and invited the garrison to look at a game of ball, or bagataway, which they were going to play on the long sandy beach against some Sac Indians. The fortress gates stood open. The day was very warm and discipline was relaxed. Nobody noticed that squaws, flocking inside the fort, had tomahawks and scalping knives hidden under their blankets, though a few Englishmen afterwards remembered that the squaws were strangely huddled in wrappings on a day hot for that climate. The young English trader, Alexander Henry, has left a careful account of the massacre at Fort Machilimackinac. He had not go out to see the ball game, because he had important letters to write and send by a canoe just starting to Canada. Officers and men, believing the red tribes friendly, lounged about unarmed. Whitewashed French houses shone in the sun, and the surge of the straits sounded peacefully on the beach. Nobody could dream that when the shouting Indians drove the ball back from the farthest stake, their cries would suddenly change to war whoops. The capture of Machilimackinac is described in the next selection. The Indians were not guilty of all the cruelties practised in this war. Bounties were offered for savage scalps. One renegade Englishman, named David Owen, came back from adoption and marriage into a tribe, bringing the scalps of his squaw wife and her friends. Through the entire summer Pontiac was successful in everything except the taking of Detroit. He besieged it from May until October. With autumn his hopes began to dwindle. He had asked the French to help him, and refused to believe that their king had made a treaty at Paris, giving up to the English all French claims in the New World east of the Mississippi. His cause was lost. He could band unstable warriors together for a common good, but he could not control politics in Europe, nor defend a people given up by their sovereign against the solidly advancing English race. But he was unwilling to own himself defeated while the French flag waved over a foot of American ground. This clever Indian, needing supplies to carry on his war, used civilized methods to get them on credit. He gave promissory notes written on birch bark, signed with his own totem or tribe mark, a picture of the otter. These notes were faithfully paid. When he saw his struggle becoming hopeless eastward, he drew off to the Illinois settlements to fight back the English from taking possession of Fort Chartres, the last French post. They might come up the Mississippi from New Orleans, or might come down the Ohio. The Iroquois had always called the Mississippi the Ohio, considering that river which rose near their own country the Great River, and the northeastern branch merely a tributary. Pontiac ordered the Illinois Indians to take up arms and stand by him. "Hesitate not," he said, "or I will destroy you as fire does the prairie grass." These are the words of Pontiac. They obeyed him. He sent more messengers down as far as New Orleans, keeping the tribes stirred against the English. He camped with his forces around Fort Chartres, cherishing it, and urging the last French commandant, Saint-Ange de Bellerive, to take up arms with him, until that poor captain, tormented by the savage mob, and only holding the place until its English owners received it, was ready to march out with his few soldiers and abandon it. It is told that while Pontiac was leading his forlorn hope, he made his conquerors ridiculous. Major Loftus with a detachment of troops came up the Mississippi to take possession according to treaty. Pontiac turned him back. Captain Pittman came up the river. Pontiac turned him back. Captain Morris started from Detroit, and Pontiac squatted defiantly in his way. Lieutenant Fraser descended the Ohio. Pontiac caught him and shipped him to New Orleans by canoe. Captain Croghan was also stopped near Detroit. Both French and Spanish people roared with laughter at the many failures of the coming race to seize what had so easily been obtained by treaty. 2 years and a half passed between Pontiac's attack on Detroit and the formal surrender of Fort Chartres. The great war chief's heart, with a gradual breaking, finally yielded before the steadily advancing and all-conquering people that were to dominate this continent. The second day of winter, late in the afternoon, Pontiac went into the fort unattended by any warrior, and without a word sat down near Saint-Ange de Bellerive in the officers' quarters. Both veteran soldier and old chief knew that Major Farmar, with a large body of troops, was almost in sight of Fort Chartres, coming from New Orleans. Perhaps before the low winter sun was out of sight, cannon mounted on one of the bastions would have to salute the new commandant. Sentinels on the mount of Fort Chartres could see a frosty valley reaching to the Mississippi, glinting in the distance. That alluvial stretch was, in the course of years, to be eaten away by the river even to the bastions. The fort itself, built at such expense, would soon be abandoned by its conquerors to sink piecemeal, a noble and massive ruin. The dome-shaped powder house and stone quarters would be put to ignoble uses, and forest trees, spreading the spice of walnut fragrance, or the dense shadow of oaks, would grow through the very room where Saint-Ange and Pontiac sat. Indians passing by would camp in the old place, forgetting how the last hope of their race had clung to it. The Frenchman partly foresaw these changes, and it was a bitter hour to him. He wanted to have it over and to cross the Mississippi to a town recently founded northward on the west shore, where many French settlers had collected, called St. Louis. This was then considered Spanish ground. But if the French king deserted his American colonies, why should not his American colonies desert him? "Father," spoke out Pontiac, with the usual Indian term of respect, "I have always loved the French. We have often smoked the calumet together, and we have fought battles together against misguided Indians and the English dogs." Saint-Ange de Bellerive looked at the dejected chief and thought of Le Moyne de Bienville, now an old man living in France, who was said to have wept and implored King Louis on his knees not to give up to the English that rich western domain where Marquette and Joliet and La Salle and Tonty and many other Frenchmen had suffered to gain, and to secure which he himself had given his best years. "The chief must now bury the hatchet," he answered quietly. "I have buried it," said Pontiac. "I shall lift it no more." The English are willing to make peace with him if he recalls all the wampum belts of war. Pontiac grinned. "The belts are more than one man can carry." "Where does the chief intend to go when he leaves this post?" Pontiac lifted his hand and pointed east, west, north, south. He would have no settled abode. It was a sign that he relinquished the inheritance of his fathers to an invader he hated. His race could not live under the civilization of the Anglo-Saxon. He would have struck out to the remotest wilderness, had he foreseen to what a burial place his continual clinging to the French would bring him, for Pontiac was assassinated by an Illinois Indian whom an English trader had bribed, and his body lies somewhere today under the pavement of St. Louis, English-speaking men treading constantly over him. But if the dead chief's ears could hear, he would catch also the sound of the beloved French tongue lingering there. A cannon thundered from one of the bastions. St. Ange stood up, and Pontiac stood up with him. "The English are in sight," said St. Ange de Bellerive. "That salute is the signal for the flag of France to be lowered on Fort Chartres." End of section 64.
Section 65 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65. The Prisoner of Mackinac, 1763, by Alexander Henry. A young English trader, Alexander Henry, escaped from the general massacre at Fort Mackinac. The following is his own account of his adventures until he was rescued because of his previous adoption by one of the Indians as a brother. He finally made his way to Montreal. The Editor. I heard an Indian war cry and a noise of general confusion. Going instantly to my window, I saw a crowd of Indians within the fort, furiously cutting down and scalping every Englishman they found. I had in the room in which I was a fowling piece loaded with swan shot. This I immediately seized and held it for a few minutes, waiting to hear the drum beat to arms. In this dreadful interval I saw several of my countrymen fall, and more than one struggling between the knees of an Indian, who, holding him in this manner, scalped him while yet living. At length, disappointed in the hope of seeing resistance made to the enemy, and sensible, of course, that no effort of my own unassisted arm could avail against 400 Indians, I thought only of seeking shelter. Amid the slaughter which was raging, I observed many of the Canadian inhabitants of the fort calmly looking on, neither opposing the Indians nor suffering injury, and from this circumstance I conceived a hope of finding security in their houses. Between the yard door of my own house and that of Monsieur Langlade, my next neighbor, there was only a low fence, over which I easily climbed. At my entrance I found the whole family at the windows, gazing at the scene of blood before them. I addressed myself immediately to Monsieur Langlade, begging that he would put me into some place of safety until the heat of the affair should be over, an act of charity by which he might perhaps preserve me from the general massacre. But while I uttered my petition, Monsieur Langlade, who had looked for a moment at me, turned again to the window, shrugging his shoulders and intimating that he could do nothing for me. Que voudriez-vous que j'en ferais? Footnote. What do you want me to do about it? End of footnote. This was a moment for despair, but the next, a pani, footnote, pawnee, end of footnote. Woman, a slave of Monsieur Langlade's, beckoned to me to follow her. She brought me to a door which she opened, desiring me to enter and telling me that it led to the garret, where I must go and conceal myself. I joyfully obeyed her directions, and she, having followed me up to the garret door, locked it after me, and with great presence of mind took away the key. This shelter obtained, if shelter I could hope to find it, I was naturally anxious to know what might be passing without. Through an aperture which afforded me a view of the area of the fort, I beheld, in shapes the foulest and most terrible, the ferocious triumphs of barbarian conquerors. The dead were scalped and mangled, the dying were writhing and shrieking under the unsatiated knife and tomahawk, and from the bodies of some ripped open, their butchers were drinking the blood scooped up in the hollow of joined hands and quaffed amid shouts of rage and victory. I was shaken, not only with horror, but with fear. The sufferings which I witnessed I seemed on the point of experiencing. No long time elapsed before, every one being destroyed who could be found, there was a general cry of "All is finished." At the same instant I heard some of the Indians enter the house in which I was. The garret was separated from the room below only by a layer of single boards, at once the flooring of the one and the ceiling of the other. I could therefore hear everything that passed, and the Indians were no sooner in than they inquired whether or not any Englishmen were in the house. Monsieur Langlade replied that he could not say, he did not know of any, answers in which he did not exceed the truth, for the Pawnee woman had not only hidden me by stealth, but kept my secret and her own. Monsieur Langlade was therefore, as I presume, as far from a wish to destroy me as he was careless about saving me, when he added to these answers that they might examine for themselves, and would soon be satisfied as to the object of their question. Saying this, he brought them to the garret door. The state of my mind will be imagined. Arrived at the door, some delay was occasioned by the absence of the key, and a few moments were thus allowed me in which to look around for a hiding place. In one corner of the garret was a heap of those vessels of birch bark used in maple sugar making. The door was unlocked and opening, and the Indians ascending the stairs before I had completely crept into a small opening which presented itself at one end of the heap. An instant after 4 Indians entered the room, all armed with tomahawks and all besmeared with blood upon every part of their body. The die appeared to be cast. I could scarcely breathe, but I thought that the throbbing of my heart occasioned a noise loud enough to betray me. The Indians walked in every direction about the garret, and one of them approached me so closely that at a particular moment, had he put out his hand, he must have touched me. Still I remained undiscovered, a circumstance to which the dark colour of my clothes, and the want of light in a room which had no window, and in the corner in which I was, must have contributed. In a word, after taking several turns in the room, during which they told Monsieur Langlade how many they had killed and how many scalps they had taken, they returned downstairs, and I, with sensations not to be expressed, heard the door which was the barrier between me and my fate locked for the second time. There was a feather bed on the floor, and on this, exhausted as I was by the agitation of my mind, I threw myself down and fell asleep. In this state I remained till the dusk of the evening, when I was awakened by a second opening of the door. The person that now entered was Monsieur Langlade's wife, who was much surprised at finding me, but advised me not to be uneasy, observing that the Indians had killed most of the English, but that she hoped I might myself escape. A shower of rain having begun to fall, she had come to stop a hole in the roof. On her going away, I begged her to send me a little water to drink, which she did. As night was now advancing, I continued to lie on the bed, ruminating on my condition, but unable to discover a resource from which I could hope for life. A flight to Detroit had no probable chance of success. The distance from Michilimackinac was 400 miles. I was without provisions, and the whole length of the road lay through Indian countries, countries of an enemy in arms, where the first man whom I should meet would kill me. To stay where I was threatened nearly the same issue as before. Fatigue of mind, and not tranquillity, suspended my cares and procured me further sleep. The respite which sleep afforded me during the night was put an end to by the return of morning. I was again on the rack of apprehension. At sunrise I heard the family stirring, and presently after Indian voices informing Monsieur Langlade that they had not found my hapless self among the dead, and that they supposed me to be somewhere concealed. Monsieur Langlade appeared from what followed to be by this time acquainted with the place of my retreat, of which no doubt he had been informed by his wife. The poor woman, as soon as the Indians mentioned me, declared to her husband in the French tongue that he should no longer keep me in his house, but deliver me up to my pursuers, giving as a reason for this measure that should the Indians discover his instrumentality in my concealment, they might revenge it on her children, and that it was better that I should die than they. Monsieur Langlade resisted at first this sentence of his wife's, but soon suffered her to prevail, informing the Indians that he had been told I was in his house, that I had come there without his knowledge, and that he would put me into their hands. This was no sooner expressed than he began to ascend the stairs, the Indians following up upon his heels. I now resigned myself to the fate with which I was menaced, and regarding every attempt at concealment as vain, I rose from the bed and presented myself full in view to the Indians who were entering the room. They were all in a state of intoxication, and entirely naked, except about the middle. One of them, named Wenaway, whom I had previously known, and who was upward of 6 feet in height, had his entire face and body covered with charcoal and grease, only that a white spot of 2 inches in diameter encircled either eye. This man, walking up to me, seized me with one hand by the collar of the coat, while in the other he held a large carving knife, as if to plunge it into my breast. His eyes meanwhile were fixed steadfastly on mine. At length, after some seconds of the most anxious suspense, he dropped his arm, saying, "I won't kill you." To this he added that he had been frequently engaged in wars against the English, and had brought away many scalps, that on a certain occasion he had lost a brother, whose name was Mucinigan, and that I should be called after him. A reprieve upon any terms placed me among the living, and gave me back the sustaining voice of hope, but went away, ordered me downstairs, and there informing me that I was to be taken to his cabin, where, and indeed everywhere else, the Indians were all mad with liquor, death again was threatened, and not as possible only, but as certain. I mentioned my fears on this subject to Monsieur Langlade, begging him to represent the danger to my master. Monsieur Langlade in this instance did not withhold his compassion, and went away immediately, consented that I should remain where I was until he found another opportunity to take me away. Thus far secure, I reascended my garret stairs, in order to place myself the farthest possible out of the reach of insult from drunken Indians, but I had not remained there more than an hour, when I was called to the room below, in which was an Indian, who said that I must go with him out of the fort, went away, having sent him to fetch me. This man, as well as went away himself, I had seen before. In the preceding year I had allowed him to take goods on credit, for which he was still in my debt, and some short time previous to the surprise of the fort he had said, upon my upbraiding him with want of honesty, that he would pay me before long. This speech now came fresh into my memory, and led me to suspect that the fellow had formed a design against my life. I communicated the suspicion to Monsieur Langlade, but he gave for answer that I was not now my own master, must do as I was ordered. The Indian on his part directed that before I left the house I should undress myself, declaring that my coat and shirt would become him better than they did me. His pleasure in this respect being complied with, no other alternative was left me than either to go out naked, or to put on the clothes of the Indian, which he freely gave me in exchange. His motive for thus stripping me of my own apparel was no other, as I afterward learned, than this, that it might not be stained with blood when he should kill me. I was now told to proceed, and my driver followed me close until I had passed the gate of the fort, when I turned toward the spot where I knew the Indians to be encamped. This, however, did not suit the purpose of my enemy, who seized me by the arm, and drew me violently in the opposite direction, to the distance of 50 yards above the fort. Here, finding that I was approaching the bushes and sand hills, I determined to proceed no farther, but told the Indian that I believed he meant to murder me, and that if so, he might as well strike where I was as at any greater distance. He replied with coolness that my suspicions were just, and that he meant to pay me in this manner for my goods. At the same time he produced a knife, and held me in a position to receive the intended blow. Both this and that which followed were necessarily the affair of a moment. By some effort, too sudden and too little dependent on thought to be explained or remembered, I was enabled to arrest his arm, and give him a sudden push, by which I turned him from me, and released myself from his grasp. This was no sooner done than I ran toward the fort with all the swiftness in my power, and the Indian following me, and I expecting every moment to feel his knife. I succeeded in my flight, and on entering the fort I saw Wenaway standing in the midst of the area, and to him I hastened for protection. Wenaway desired the Indian to desist, but the latter pursued me round him, making several strokes at me with his knife, and foaming at the mouth with rage at the repeated failure of his purpose. At length Wenaway drew near to Monsieur Langlade's house, and the door being open, I ran into it. The Indian followed me, but on my entering the house he voluntarily abandoned the pursuit. Henry and several other prisoners were put into canoes and taken to one of the Beaver Islands in Lake Michigan. Here, after considerable discussion between the Chippewas and the Ottawas, they were given to the former. The Ottawas, who now gave us into the hands of the Chippewas, had themselves declared that the latter designed no other than to kill us and make broth of us. The Chippewas, as soon as we were restored to them, marched us to a village of their own, situate on the point which is below the fort, and put us into a lodge, already the prison of 14 soldiers, tied 2 and 2, with each a rope around his neck, and made fast to a pole which might be called the supporter of the building. I was left untied, but I passed a night sleepless and full of wretchedness. My bed was the bare ground, and I was again reduced to an old shirt as my entire apparel. I was besides in want of food, having for 2 days eaten nothing. I confess that in the canoe with the Chippewas I was offered bread, but bread with what accompaniment? They had a loaf which they cut with the same knives that they had employed in the massacre. knives still covered with blood. The blood they moistened with spittle, and rubbing it on the bread, offered this for food to their prisoners, telling them to eat the blood of their countrymen. Such was my situation on the morning of the 7th of June, in the year 1763, but a few hours produced an event which gave still a new color to my lot. Toward noon, when the great war chief, in company with Wenniway, was seated at the opposite end of the lodge, my friend and brother Wawa Tam suddenly came in. During the 4 days preceding, I had often wondered what had become of him. In passing by, he gave me his hand, but went immediately toward the great chief, by the side of whom and went away he sat himself down. The most uninterrupted silence prevailed. Each smoked his pipe, and this done, Wama Tam arose and left the lodge, saying to me as he passed, "Take courage." An hour elapsed, during which several chiefs entered, and preparations appeared to be making for a council. At length Wama Tam re-entered the lodge, followed by his wife, and both loaded with merchandise, which they carried up to the chiefs and laid in a heap before them. Some moments of silence followed, at the end of which Wama Tam pronounced a speech, every word of which to me was of extraordinary interest. "Friends and relations," he began, "what is it that I shall say? You know what I feel. You all have friends and brothers and children, whom, as yourselves, you love. And you, what would you experience, did you, like me, behold your dearest friend, your brother, in the condition of a slave exposed every moment to insult and to menaces of death? This case, as you all know, is mine. See there," pointing to myself, "my friend and brother among slaves, himself a slave. You all well know that long before the war began, I adopted him as my brother. From that moment he became one of my family, so that no change of circumstances could break the cord which fastened us together. He is my brother, and because I am your relation, he is therefore your relation too. And how, being your relation, can he be your slave? On the day on which the war began, you were fearful lest, on this very account, I should reveal your secret. You requested, therefore, that I would leave the fort and even cross the lake. I did so, but I did it with reluctance, notwithstanding that you, Menehewena, who had the command in this enterprise, gave me your promise that you would protect my friend, delivering him from all danger and giving him safely to me. The performance of this promise I come now to claim. I come not with empty hands to ask it. You, Menehewena, best know whether or not, as it respects yourself, you have kept your word, but I bring these goods to buy off every claim which any man among you all may have on my brother as his prisoner." Wawa Tam having ceased, the pipes were again filled, and after they were finished, a further period of silence followed. At the end of this, Menehewena arose and gave his reply. "My relation and brother," said he, "what you have spoken is the truth. We were acquainted with the friendship which subsisted between yourself and the Englishman, in whose behalf you have now addressed us. We knew the danger of having our secret discovered, and the consequences which must follow. And you say truly that we requested you to leave the fort. This we did out of regard for you and your family. For if a discovery of our design had been made, you would have been blamed, whether guilty or not, and you would thus have been involved in difficulties from which you could not have extricated yourself. It is also true that I promised you to take care of your friend, and this promise I performed by desiring my son, at the moment of assault, to seek him out and bring him to my lodge. He went accordingly, but could not find him. The day after, I sent him to Langlade's, when he was informed that your friend was safe, and had it not been that the Indians were then drinking the rum which had been found in the fort, he would have brought him home with him according to my orders. I am very glad to find that your friend has escaped. We accept your present, and you may take him home with you." Wawa Tam thanked the assembled chiefs, and taking me by the hand, led me to his lodge, which was at the distance of a few yards only from the prison lodge. My entrance appeared to give joy to the whole family. Food was immediately prepared for me, and I now ate the first hearty meal which I had made since my capture. I found myself one of the family, but that I had still my fears as to the other Indians. I felt as happy as the situation could allow. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 66 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org. The United States Part X, in Good Old Colony Times. Historical Note. Each of the 13 colonies had something peculiar in its history to distinguish it from the rest. To begin with, they were established by several different nations. Most of them, it is true, were founded by Englishmen, but New York and New Jersey were settled by the Dutch, and Delaware by the Swedes, while the Carolinas were first explored and named by a French colony. Most of them were founded by small parties of settlers, among whom no great distinctions of rank existed, but two of them, Pennsylvania and Maryland, were founded by a single proprietor in each case, who owned the whole soil, while New York has its patrons, or large landholders with tenants under them. Most of them were founded by those who fled from religious persecution in Europe, yet one of them, Rhode Island, was made up largely from those persecuted in another colony, and another, Maryland, was founded by Roman Catholics. Some had charter governments, some had royal governments without charters, and others were governed by the original proprietors or those who represented them. But however differently the 13 colonies may have been founded or governed, they were all alike in some things. For instance, they all had something of local self-government, that is, each community, to a greater or less extent, made and administered its own laws. Moreover, they all became subject to Great Britain at last, even if they had not been first settled by Englishmen, and finally they all grew gradually discontented with the British government because they thought themselves ill-treated. Thomas Wentworth Higginson. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 67. Everyday Life in the Early Colonies. By George Cary Eggleston. Up to the end of the 17th century, life and manners in all the colonies were exceedingly simple. Even the families of those who were best to do lived in a fashion far ruder and simpler than that which prevails in our time in the remotest farming districts. They had horses and cattle now, with many a flock of sheep, but as they had no roads much better than woodland trails, the settlements still clung closely to the coasts and the watercourses which furnished convenient highways. Because of the lack of land highways, and especially of bridges across streams, there were scarcely any vehicles of any kind in use in the colonies until nearly the end of that century. When a few light carriages did at last come into use, they had to be taken to pieces every time a stream was to be crossed. The separate parts were then packed into the rowboats that carried the passengers, while the horses swam at the side or behind the boats. The problem of the colonists still was to produce grain enough and meat enough to live upon, and so farming was the chief industry of all the colonies, except that in New England fishing, shipbuilding, and commerce overseas supplemented it. The farming implements of that time were of the very rudest character, and most of them were imported at high cost from Europe. The firearms of the colonists were rude and clumsy. They were such as we should now deem unfit for use, either in attack or defence. Most of the guns in use were matchlocks, that is to say, they were guns which could be shot off only by touching a coal of fire to the powder in what was called the pan of the gun. Such a gun could be fired only once in a minute or two, and seldom so often if the soldier's fuse happened to burn out, for in that case he must run to the nearest fire and relight it before he could again discharge his matchlock. Moreover, the gun itself, instead of being brought to the shoulder as guns are nowadays, was rested in some crotchet sticks, and was fired with far greater slowness and difficulty than even large cannon are to-day. After a while a new kind of gun came into use which was distinctly superior to the matchlock. This was a gun in which there was a spring lock armed with a flint, so placed that when the trigger was pulled the flint scraped down over a piece of roughened steel, created a shower of sparks, and ignited the powder in the gun. These flintlock guns continued in use until well into the 19th century. The American Revolution and the War of 1812 were fought with flintlocks. But even such weapons as these were costly and very scarce among the colonists. A good deal of their fighting was, therefore, done with pikes and half-pikes, two forms of spears that were effective only at close quarters. Such weapons were the less effective in fighting Indians for the reason that the Indians rarely allowed themselves to be brought into close quarters. Even in our own day it is the habit of the Indians to fight from a distance, to retreat firing when pressed, and never for one moment to come into hand-to-hand conflict if it is possible to avoid it. Of course the advantage of the colonists in having firearms, while the Indians had only bows, arrows, spears, tomahawks, and battle axes, was soon lost to them. Laws were made forbidding the sale of firearms to the Indians, but everywhere in the world the greed of gain has always overridden the most wholesome and necessary laws, wherever profit might result from their violation. Even at a time when the very life of the colonists hung in the balance of Indian warfare, there were base traders who gladly made money by selling to the Indians the weapons they needed for the slaughter of the whites, men, women, and children. Among the Indians it was the custom to regard the tribe rather than the individual as the unit of society. If any man of one tribe injured any man of any other tribe, the injured man's tribe felt that it had a right to hold that other tribe responsible for the wrong. The Indians applied this rule in their dealings with white men. If a white man cheated an Indian, or killed an Indian, or wronged him in any way, the Indian idea was not to hunt out the offender and punish him, but to make the wrong a cause for war between the tribe to which the injured Indian belonged and all the white men in the region round about. It is this peculiarity of the Indian point of view which chiefly accounts for the frequency of Indian wars in those earlier times and for their merciless savagery. Under such conditions it was necessary for the Englishmen in America to stand always upon their defence. They carried their guns with them always, and they fortified their settlements with palisades and in other ways. Among these other methods of defence was the building of what were called blockhouses. These were made of hewn logs laid closely together and built up in such fashion that the upper story projected beyond the plumb line of the lower by a foot or two. This prevented scaling by those who might assault the blockhouse. In times of trouble all the settlers gathered in these blockhouses and used them as fortifications from which to fight off the Indian attacks by firing from slits in the walls. If the Indians had been determined war makers, of course no blockhouse could long have stood their assault. They might have forced their way up to it, and built fires around its base, thus driving its occupants out of it into the open, where they might be slaughtered without difficulty. But at no time in American history have the Indians shown themselves to be determined fighters. Their method of warfare has always been to make a dash. If the dash were successful, they slaughtered their victims. If it were unsuccessful, they retired and gave up the fight. The colonists early learned this by experience, and they arranged their defensive works in full recognition of the Indian habit of mind. One other great difficulty that the early colonists encountered was their total lack of knowledge concerning the climate and soil of the regions in which they had settled. After they had quit hunting for gold and for a northwest passage through the continent, they at last set themselves to farming. They did so, however, with a degree of ignorance which in many cases proved disastrous. They did not know what crops could be successfully cultivated in this country, and so they tried practically everything of which they had ever heard, but chiefly such crops as grow only in warm climates. In New England they could grow corn, potatoes, turnips, pumpkins, squashes, beans, peas, and the like, but instead of that they tried the cultivation of silk, wine, madder, olives, tea, coffee, cacao, the bean from which chocolate and cocoa are prepared, and many other things that can be grown only in tropical or low subtropical regions. These attempts of course resulted in failures, and sometimes even in the impoverishment of those who made them. It was only little by little that such mistakes were corrected, and that the colonists learned what crops they could grow with profit upon such lands and in such climates as they had. Little by little, at the same time, they learned how to live in their new surroundings. The New Englanders learned the use of sleds in winter and of snowshoes. Both they and the Virginians learned how to make the abundant fish and game a profitable food supply. In the meanwhile all the colonists learned much that aided them to live comfortably in the regions in which they had settled. One important thing that they had learned by the middle of the century was how to build houses somewhat, though not very well, suited to the conditions in which they were living. At first they had put up bush shelters or dug holes in the ground. A little later they had built bark wigwams, which did not and could not keep out the cold of winter. A little later still they learned how to build log cabins, which they could chink and daub with mud, so as to make them fairly comfortable habitations. There were few sawmills in America in those days. Boards and planks were therefore exceedingly scarce and costly. Yet with growing prosperity the colonists desired something better than logs with which to build their houses. They had acquired expertness in hewing out planks with a broad axe, and still more in riving out shingles and clapboards with a frow. Many of their houses, therefore, were built of these rough-hewn planks, and still more of them, some of which are standing even unto this day, were covered with shingles. About the middle of the century they began to saw out boards and planks with what were known as whipsaws. In order to do this they placed a log upon two high trestles, and with one man standing on top and one below, they sawed out such lumber as they needed. It was a slow and costly method of manufacture, but it was the best and cheapest then known. There was no such thing as a stove in existence at that time, and of course there was no such thing as a furnace or a steam radiator with which to warm houses. The use of coal as fuel had not yet begun. The only means of domestic heating, and even of cooking, was the great cavernous fireplace, into which large backlogs were rolled and fires built upon it and in front of them. These fireplaces were often so large as to admit of settles being placed within them at the sides of the fire for the sake of greater warmth and comfort. In each of them there was hung a crane. This was a bar, sometimes of green wood and sometimes of iron, hung upon hinges, which could be swung outward and inward at pleasure. Pots and kettles were hung upon it over the fire by hooks of varying lengths, while skillets, ovens, and the like were set upon the vast hearths, where live coals were shovelled under them and upon their lids for purposes of baking. Frying pans were used simply by setting them upon hot coals in front of the fire. Coffee pots and the like were set upon little three-legged iron rings called trivets, under which coals were placed. In some houses the fireplaces were built without jambs. There was simply a wall with a broad hearth in front, over which was a hood leading to the chimney above. Fire was built upon the hearth, and settles surrounded it. The fire was a fierce one, for wood was plentiful, but it did not warm the room except for a few feet in front of it. There were two reasons for this. First of all, the houses were so ill built as to let the wintry blasts into them freely. In the second place, the chimneys themselves had upward openings so vast that the cold air came down as fast as the hot air rose. As a consequence of these conditions, water froze, even near the fire, and we have records showing that distinguished New England divines sometimes had to suspend the writing of their sermons because the ink froze in their pens, even when they sat within the fireplace. As another consequence, all the beds of that time were closely and unwholesomely curtained to keep out draughts, as was the case in England also, and every bed was warmed before it was used by passing a warming pan filled with hot coals between the sheets. This necessity endured in England till the middle of the 19th century, as we learn from Dickens's account of the trial of Bardell versus Pickwick. Roasting was done in two ways. Sometimes the fowl or the pig, or cut of meat to be roasted, was thrust through with an iron rod called a spit, and arranged that it could be turned by a crank. A reflector was placed behind it on the side opposite the fire, so as to keep all of the heat within. Another, a simpler and a more generally employed way of roasting, was by hanging the meats to strings which depended from the ceiling. Under each roast a dripping pan was placed, and it was usually the task of the boys and girls of the household to twist the strings so that the roasts should continually revolve. The boys and girls were also required to baste the meats as they cooked, with the juices that fell from them into the dripping pans. Many houses of that time in New England consisted only of a kitchen, which served also as a living room, with some sleeping rooms above it, and in practically all the houses the large kitchen was the family room for all purposes. In Virginia the kitchen was always in a detached building and was occupied by negro servants. Lack of spaciousness in the rude dwellings of that time led to the invention of devices for making the most of such room as was available. The beds for grown people were raised on long legs, high above the floor, and under each there was a little trundle bed on wheels, which could be drawn out at night for the use of the children. There were also beds that folded up against the wall when not in use. For light, the best of all appliances in use at that time was the ordinary tallow candle of domestic manufacture. In Virginia and in the region south of it, torches were often used, made of fat pine sticks, which were set up in iron frames or sconces. In New Amsterdam, later New York, many of the chimneys were built of sticks and mud, and the result was that many fires occurred, until at last this source of danger was removed by an ordinance forbidding the use of wood in the construction of chimneys. Another precaution against fire in the towns was the employment of chimney sweeps. Without their services, which were compelled by law in New York, there was always danger of a conflagration resulting from the ignition of the soot in chimneys. In New England and Virginia this danger was often averted by another and simpler device. When the roofs were deeply covered with snow, or when a drenching rain was falling, great sheaves of straw were thrust up the chimney and set on fire. Thus the accumulated soot in the flues was safely burned away. But in New York and in Charleston, South Carolina, chimneys were swept at regular intervals by those who made a business of the matter. In Charleston, even up to the time of the Civil War of 1861 to 1865, the little negro chimney sweep, with his brooms and bags, was seen, and his musical cry was heard in all the streets. As there were no such things as friction matches in those days, or for 2 centuries later, the keeping of seed fire by covering the coals with ashes was an important concern, and when by any accident the seed fire was lost, colonial boys were sent to the nearest neighbour's house, often many miles distant, to borrow a brand with which to rekindle the hearth. There were very few blankets, such as we now use, in those days. Quilts stuffed with moss, tow, wool, or whatever else might be available, were generally used instead. Everybody slept upon feather beds, and the Dutch in New Netherlands also used lighter feather beds for a covering, precisely as many French and German people do to this day. In all the colonies there was a certain kindly neighbourliness which in many ways ameliorated and improved the conditions of life. If there was illness in any house, the neighbours volunteered to sit up with the ill person. If there was a death, the neighbours came in, not only to sit up with the corpse, but to provide a coffin, and to take off the shoulders of the stricken family the work of arranging for the funeral. Kindly women went into the house and took charge of all the housekeeping affairs. Kindly men looked after the cattle and horses, and did the wood chopping, and whatever else there was to be done. In other and less distressing affairs of life, a like spirit of neighbourly kindness lent cheer to existence. If a man was building a house or a barn, he got the timbers ready, and then his neighbours came to help him in the raising of the framework. If he had cut the timber from a piece of ground that he wished to cultivate, his neighbours all came to help him burn the brush and the logs. If a woman had painfully sewed scraps of cloth together to make a quilt, all the women of the neighbourhood came joyously to her to help in the quilting. When the farmer had gathered in his corn, he gave a husking bee, and all his neighbours worked by torchlight at the corn pile until the last ear was husked. All these neighbourly cooperations were made the occasions of social frolics. When night came after the women had finished the quilting, the beaux came also. There was a supper and a dance. Kissing games were played, and the jollity was unembarrassed by any foolish conventionality. When the time of the corn husking came, the women as well as the men took part, and whenever a red ear was found, the finder, man or woman, was entitled to a kiss from the nearest one of the opposite sex. The corn pile was carefully divided into 2 equal parts. There was a choosing up between 2 chiefs, so that the number of huskers on the 2 sides should be equal. Then there was a race to see which side should first finish the husking of its share of the corn. The struggle was often exciting and always interesting. After it was over there was a supper, and after that a dance. There were apt to be plentiful potations of hard cider or something stronger as an accompaniment to these frolics. In these and a score of other ways there was neighbourly cooperation, which at once eased the work of the colonists and gave to them the advantage of an enjoyable social intercourse. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 12. The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 68. Blackbeard. The Last of the Pirates. 1718. By John Fiske. Among these corsairs, one of the boldest was a fellow whose name appears in court records as Robert Thatch, though some historians write it Teach. He was a native of Bristol in England, and his real name seems to have been Drummond, but the sobriquet by which he was most widely known was Blackbeard. It was a name with which mothers and nurses were wont to tame froward children. This man was a ruffian guilty of all crimes known to the law, a desperate character who would stick at nothing. For many years he had been a terror to the coast. In June 1718 he appeared before Charleston harbour in command of a 40-gun frigate, with 3 attendant sloops, manned in all by more than 400 men. 8 or 10 vessels, rashly venturing out, were captured by him, one after another, and in one of them were several prominent citizens of Charleston, including a highly respected member of the council, all bound for London. When Blackbeard learned the quality of his prisoners, his fertile brain conceived a brilliant scheme. His ships were in need of sundry medicines and other provisions, whereof a list was duly made out and entrusted to a mate named Richards and a party of sailors, who went up to Charleston in a boat, taking along one of the prisoners with a message to Governor Johnson. The message was briefly this, that if the supplies mentioned were not delivered to Blackbeard within 48 hours, that eminent commander would forthwith send to Governor Johnson, with his compliments, the heads of all his prisoners. It was a terrible humiliation, but the pirate had calculated correctly. Governor and council saw that he had them completely at his mercy. They knew better than he how defenceless the town was. They knew that his ships could batter it to pieces without effective resistance. Not a minute must be lost, for Richards and his ruffians were strutting airily about the streets amid fierce uproar, and if the mob should venture to assault them, woe to Blackbeard's captives. The supplies were delivered with all possible haste, and Blackbeard released the prisoners, after robbing them of everything they had, even to their clothing, so that they went ashore nearly naked. From one of them he took $6,000 in coin. After this exploit, Blackbeard retired to North Carolina, where it is said that he brought the connivance of Charles Eden, the governor, who is further said to have been present at the ceremony of the pirate's marriage to his 14th wife. While the arch-villain, thus befriended, was roaming the coast so far as Philadelphia and bringing his prizes into Pamlico Sound, another rover was making trouble for Charleston. Major Stede Bonnet, of Barbados, had taken up the business of piracy scarcely 2 years before. He had served with credit in the army, and was now past middle life, with a good reputation and plenty of money, when all at once he must needs take the short road to the gallows. Some say it was because his wife was a vixen, a droll reason for turning pirate. But in truth there was a moral contagion in this business. The case of William Kidd, a few years before Bonnet, is an illustration. Kidd was an able merchant, with a reputation for integrity, when William III sent him with a swift and powerful ship to chase pirates, and lo! When with this fine accoutrement he brings down less game than he had hoped, he thinks it will pay better to turn pirate himself. In this new walk of life he goes on achieving eminence, until on a summer day he rashly steps ashore in Boston, is arrested, sent to London, and hanged. Evidently there was a spirit of buccaneering in the air, as in the 12th century there was a spirit of crusading. and even as children once went on a crusade, so we find women climbing the shrouds and tending the guns of pirate ships. Major Bonnet soon became distinguished in his profession, and committed depredations all the way from Barbados to the coast of Maine. Late in the summer of 1718, Governor Johnson learned that there was a pirate active in his neighborhood, and he sent Colonel William Rhett with 2 armed ships to chase him. The affair ended in an obstinate fight at the mouth of Cape Fear River, in the course of which all the ships got aground on sandbars. It was clear that whichever combatant should first be set free by the rising tide would have the other at his mercy, and we can fancy the dreadful eagerness with which every ripple was watched. One of Rhett's ships was first to float, and just as she was preparing to board the pirate, he surrendered. Then it was learned that he was none other than the famous Stede Bonnet. At the last his brute courage deserted him, and the ecstasy of terror with which he begged for life reminds one of the captive in Rob Roy, who was hurled into Loch Lomond. But entreaty fell upon deaf ears. It was a gala day at Execution Dock when Bonnet and all his crew were hung in chains. A few weeks later, while Blackbeard was lurking in Ocracoke Inlet, with ship well armed and ready for some fresh errand, he was overhauled by 2 stout cruisers sent after him by Governor Spotswood of Virginia. In a desperate and bloody fight, the last of the pirates was killed. All the survivors of his crew were hanged, and his severed head decorated the bowsprit of the leading ship as she returned in triumph to James River. Such forceful measures went on till the waters of Carolina were cleared of the enemy, and by 1730 the fear of pirates was extinguished. For year after year the deeds of Kit and Blackbeard were rehearsed at village firesides, and tales of buried treasures caused many a greedy spade to delve in vain, until with the lapse of time the memory of all these things grew dim and faded away. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 69 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 69. Judge Sewell's Courtship, 1720, by Judge Samuel Sewell. Judge Sewell lived in Boston during the last quarter of the 17th century and the first quarter of the 18th. It was much the fashion to keep diaries, and the judge kept one, from which the following extract is taken. His diary was written for himself alone, and it reveals with a fascinating frankness and a delightful egotism the details of Boston life in his day. The Editor. October 21. Friday. My son, the minister, came to me p.m. by appointment, and we pray one for another in the old chamber, more especially respecting my courtship. About 6 o'clock I go to Madam Winthrop's. Sarah told me her mistress was gone out, but did not tell me whither she went. She presently ordered me a fire, so I went in, having Dr. Sibb's Bowles with me to read. I read the 2 first sermons, still nobody came in. At last, about 9 o'clock, Mr. John Eyre came in. I took the opportunity to say to him, as I had done to Mrs. Noyes before, that I hoped my visiting his mother would not be disagreeable to him. He answered me with much respect. When 'twas after 9 o'clock, he of himself said he would go and call her. She was but at one of his brothers. A while after I heard Madam Winthrop's voice, inquiring something about John. After a good while, and clapping the garden door twice or thrice, she came in. I mentioned something of the lateness. She bantered me, and said I was later. She received me courteously. I asked when our proceedings should be made public. She said they were like to be no more public than they were already. Offered me no wine that I remember. I rose up at 11 o'clock to come away, saying I would put on my coat. She offered not to help me. I prayed her that Juno might light me home. She opened the shutter and said 'twas pretty light abroad. Juno was weary and gone to bed. So I came home by starlight as well as I could. At my first coming in, I gave Sarah 5 shillings. I writ Mr. Eyre his name in his book with the date October 21, 1720. It cost me 8 shillings. Jehovah Jireh. Madam told me she had visited Mr. Micah Wendell and William Clark of the South Church. October 22. Dater Cooper visited me before my going out of town. Stayed till about sunset. I brought her going near as far as the orange tree. Coming back near Leg's Corner, little David Jeffreys saw me, and looking upon me very lovingly, asked me if I was going to see his grandmother. I said not tonight, gave him a penny, and bid him present my service to his grandmother. October 24. I went in the hackney coach through the common, stopped at Madam Winthrop's, had told her I would take my departure from thence. Sarah came to the door with Katy in her arms, but I did not think to take notice of the child. Called her mistress. I told her, being encouraged by David Jeffreys' loving eyes and sweet words, I was come to inquire whether she could find in her heart to leave that house and neighbourhood and go and dwell with me at the South End. I think she said softly, not yet. I told her it did not lie in my lands to keep a coach. If I should be in danger to be brought to keep company with her neighbour Brooker. He was a little before sent to prison for debt. Told her I had an antipathy against those who would pretend to give themselves, but nothing of their estate. I would a proportion of my estate with myself, and I suppose she would do so. As to a periwig, my best and greatest friend, I could not possibly have a greater, began to find me with hair before I was born, and had continued to do so ever since, and I could not find it in my heart to go to another. She commended the book I gave her, Dr. Preston, The Church Marriage. Quoted him saying 'twas inconvenient, keeping out of a fashion commonly used. I said the time and tide did circumscribe my visit. She gave me a dram of black cherry brandy, and gave me a lump of sugar that was in it. She wished me a good journey. I prayed God to keep her, and came away. Had a very pleasant journey to Salem. 31-2. At night I visited Madam Winthrop about 6 p.m. They told me she was gone to Madam Micos. I went thither and found she was gone. So returned to her house, read the epistles to the Galatians, Ephesians, in Mr. Urie's Latin Bible. After the clock struck 8, I began to read the 103rd Psalm. Mr. Wendell came in from his warehouse, asked me if I were alone, spake very kindly to me, offered me to call Madam Winthrop. I told him she would be angry, had been at Mrs. Micos. He helped me on with my coat, and I came home, left the Gazette in the Bible, which told Sarah of, bid her present my service to Mrs. Winthrop, and tell her I had been to wait on her if she had been at home. November 1. I was so taken up that I could not go if I would. November, midweek, went again and found Mrs. Alden there, who quickly went out. Gave her about a half-pound of sugar almonds, cost 3 shillings per pound. Carried them on Monday. She seemed pleased with them, asked what they cost. Spake of giving her 100 pounds per annum if I died before her. Asked her what sum she would give me if she should die first. Said I would give her time to consider of it. She said she heard as if I had given all to my children by deeds of gift. Told her 'twas a mistake. Point, Judith was mine, etc. That in England I owned. My father's desire was that it should go to my eldest son. 'Twas 20 pounds per annum. She thought 'twas 40. I think when I seemed to excuse pressing this, she seemed to think 'twas best to speak of it. A long winter was coming on. Gave me a glass or two of Canary. November 4th, Friday. Went again about 7 o'clock. Found there Mr. John Wally and his wife. Sat discoursing pleasantly. I showed them Isaac Moses's An Indian, writing. Madam W. served comfits to us. After a while a table was spread and supper was set. I urged Mr. Wally to crave a blessing, but he put it upon me. About 9 they went away. I asked Madam what fashioned necklace I should present her with. She said none at all. I asked her whereabout we left off last time, mentioned what I had offered to give her. Asked her what she would give me. She said she could not change her condition. She had said so from the beginning, could not be so far from her children. The lecture. Quoted the Apostle Paul affirming that a single life was better than a married. I answered that was for the present distress. Said she had not pleasure in things of that nature as formerly. I said, you are the fitter to make me a wife. If she held in that mind, I must go home and bewail my rashness in making more haste than good speed. However, considering the supper, I desired her to be within next Monday night, if we lived so long. Assented. She charged me with saying that she must put away Juno if she came to me. I utterly denied it. It never came into my heart, yet she insisted upon it, saying it came in upon discourse about the Indian woman that obtained her freedom this court. About 10 I said I would not disturb the good orders of her house, and came away. She, not seeming pleased with my coming away, spake to her about David Jeffreys, had not seen him. Monday, November 7th, my son prayed in the old chamber. Our time had been taken up by son and daughter Cooper's visit, so that I only read the 130th and 143rd Psalm. 'Twas on the account of my courtship I went to Madam Winthrop, found her rocking her little Katy in the cradle. I excused my coming so late, near 8. She set me an armchair and cushion, and so the cradle was between her armchair and mine. Gave her the remnant of my almonds. She did not eat of them as before, but laid them away. I said I came to inquire whether she had altered her mind since Friday, or remained of the same mind still. She said thereabouts. I told her I loved her, and was so fond as to think that she loved me. She said she had a great respect for me. I told her I had made her an offer without asking any advice. She had so many to advise with that 'twas an hindrance. The fire was come to one short brand besides the block, which brand was set up in end. At last it fell to pieces, and no recruit was made. She gave me a glass of wine. I think I repeated again that I would go home and bewail my rashness in making more haste than good speed. I would endeavour to contain myself, and not go on to solicit her to do that which she could not consent to. Took leave of her. As came down the steps, she bid me have a care, treated me courteously, told her she had entered the 4th year of her widowhood. I had given her the newsletter before. I did not bid her draw off her glove, as sometime I had done. Her dress was not so clean as sometime it had been. Jehovah Jireh. Midweek, November 9th. Dine at Brother Stoddard's. Were so kind as to inquire of me if they should invite Madam Winthrop. I answered no. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 70, An 18th-Century Voyage Down the Hudson River, by James K. Paulding. Catalina, accompanied by her father, embarked on board of the good ship Watervliet, whereof was commander Captain Baltus van Slingerland, a most experienced, deliberate, and circumspect skipper. This vessel was noted for making quick passages, wherein she excelled the much vaunted Liverpool packets, seldom being more than 3 weeks in going from Albany to New York, unless when she chanced to run on the flats, for which, like her owners, she seemed to have an instinctive preference. Captain Baltus was a navigator of great sagacity and courage, having been the first man that ever undertook the dangerous voyage between the two cities without asking the prayers of the church and making his will. Moreover, he was so cautious in all his proceedings that he took nothing for granted, and would never be convinced that his vessel was near a shoal or sandbank until she was high and dry aground. When properly certified by ocular demonstration, he became perfectly satisfied, and set himself to smoking till it pleased the waters to rise and float him off again. His patience under an accident of this kind was exemplary. His pipe was his consolation, more effectual than all the precepts of philosophy. It was a fine autumnal morning, calm, still, clear, and beautiful. The forests, as they nodded or slept quietly on the borders of the pure river, reflected upon its bosom a varied carpet, adorned with every shade of every color. The bright yellow poplar, the still brighter scarlet maple, the dark brown oak, and the yet more sombre evergreen pine and hemlock, together with 1,000 varied trees and shrubs of 1,000 varied tints, all mingled in one rich, inexpressibly rich garment, with which nature seemed desirous of hiding her faded beauties and approaching decay. The vessel glided slowly with the current, now and then assisted by a little breeze, that for a moment rippled the surface and filled the sails, and then died away again. In this manner they approached the Overslaugh, a place infamous in all past time for its narrow, crooked channel, and the sandbanks with which it is infested. The vigilant Van Slingerland, in view of possible contingencies, replenished his pipe, and inserted it in the buttonholes of his Dutch pea-jacket to be ready in an emergency. "Boss," said the Ebony Palinurus, who presided over the destinies of the good sloop Watervliet, "Boss, don't you think I better put about? I think we're close to the Overslaugh now." Captain Baltus very leisurely walked to the bow of the vessel, and after looking about a little, replied, a little further, Broom. No occasion to pee in such a hurry, before you are sure of a thing." Broom kept his course, grumbling a little in an undertone, until the sloop came to a sudden stop. The captain then bestirred himself to let go the anchor. "No fear, boss, she won't run away." "Very well," quoth Captain Baltus. "I'm satisfied now. Perfectly satisfied. We are certainly on to Overslaugh." "As clear as mud," answered Brougham. The captain then proceeded to light his pipe, and Brougham followed his example. Every quarter of an hour a sloop would slide past in perfect safety, warned of the precise situation of the bar by the position of the water-light, and adding to the vexation of our travellers at being thus left behind. But Captain Baltus smoked away, now and then ejaculating, "Aye, aye, the more haste, the less speed. We shall see by and by." As the tide ebbed, the vessel, which had grounded on the extremity of the sandbank, gradually heeled on one side, until it was difficult to keep the deck, and Colonel Vancourt suggested the propriety of going on shore until she righted again. "Why, where's the use, then," replied Captain Baltus, "of taking all this trouble, boss? We shall be off in 2 or 3 days at most. It will be full moon day after tomorrow." 2 or 3 days!" exclaimed the colonel. "If I thought so, I would go home and wait for you." "Why, where's the use, then, of taking so much trouble, Colonel? You'd only have to go and pack again. But why don't you lighten your vessel, or carry out an anchor? She seems just on the edge of the bank, almost ready to slide into the deep water." "Why, where's the use of taking so much trouble, then? She'll get herself off one of these days, Colonel. You are well off here, nothing to do, and the young woman there can knit you a pair of stockings to pass the time." "But she can't knit stockings," said the colonel, smiling. "Not knit stockings? By main soul, then, what is she good for?" "Then she must smoke a beat. That is the next best way of passing the time." "But she doesn't smoke either, Captain." "Not smoke, nor knit stockings? Christus! Where was she brought up, then? I wouldn't have her for my wife if she had a whole sloop worth her fortune. I don't know what she can do to pass the time till next full moon, but go to sleep. That is the next best thing to knitting and smoking." Catalina was highly amused at Captain Baltus's enumeration of the sum total of her resources for passing the time. Fortunately, however, the next rising of the tide floated them off, and the vessel proceeded gallantly on her way with a fine northwest breeze, which carried her on with almost the speed of a steamboat. In the course of a few miles, they overtook and passed several sloops that had left the Watervliet aground on the Overslaugh. "You see, Colonel," said Captain Baltus complacently. "You see? What's the use being in a hurry, then? They have been at anchor, and we have been on the sandbank. What's the difference, then, Colonel?" "But it is easier to get up an anchor, Captain, than to get off a sandbank." "Well, suppose it is. If a man is not in a hurry, what then?" replied Captain Baltus. At the period of which we are writing, a large portion of the banks of the river, now gemmed with white villages and delightful retreats, was still in a state of nature. The little settlements were few and far between, and some scattered Indians yet lingered in those abodes which were soon to pass away from them and their posterity for ever. The river alone was in the entire occupation of the white man. The shores were still, in many places, inhabited by remnants of the Indian tribes. But they were not the savages of the free wild woods. They had in some degree lost their habits of war and hunting, and seldom committed hostilities upon the whites from an instinctive perception that they were now at their mercy. Still, though the banks of the river were for the most part wild, they were not the less grand and beautiful, and Catalina, as she sat on the deck in the evening, when the landscape, bronze with twilight, presented one unvaried appearance of lonely pomp and majestic repose, could not resist its holy influence. On the evening of the 6th day, the vessel was becalmed in the heart of the Highlands, just opposite where West Point now rears its grey stone seminaries, consecrated to science, to patriotism, and glory. It was then a solitary rock, where the eagle made his abode, and from which a lonely Indian sometimes looked down on the vessels gliding past far below, and cursed them as usurpers of his ancient domain. The tide ran neither up nor down the river, and there was not a breath of air stirring. The dusky pilot proposed to Captain Baltus to let go the anchor, but the captain saw no use in being in such a hurry. So the vessel lay still as a sleeping halcyon upon an unmoving mirror of the waters. Baltus drew forth his trusty pipe, and the negro pilot selected a soft plank on the forecastle, on which he, in a few minutes, found that blessed repose which is the prize of labour, and which 1,000 times outweighs the suicide luxuries of the lazy glutton, whose sleep is the struggle, not the relaxation, of nature. The captain now strove to entertain his passengers by a ghost story, but was interrupted by the attempts of an owl to steal the chickens from a coop on the deck, and got no further than, "Once there was an old woman." A hollow murmur among the mountains suddenly interrupted him. "There is the old woman again," said the colonel. "'T is the old Turvel," said Baltus, starting up and calling all hands to let go the halyards. But before this could be accomplished, one of those sudden squalls, so common in the Highlands in autumn, struck the vessel and threw her almost on her beam ends. The violence of the motion carried Colonel Valancourt and Catalina with it, and had they not been arrested by the railings of the quarter-deck, they must inevitably have gone overboard. The Watervliet was, however, an honest Dutch vessel, of a most convenient breadth of beam, and it was no easy matter to capsize her entirely. For a minute or two she lay quivering and struggling with the fury of the squall that roared among the mountains and whistled through the shrouds, until, acquiring a little headway, she slowly luffed up in the wind, righted, and flapped her sails in defiance. The next minute all was calm again. The cloud passed over, the moon shone bright, and the waters slept as if they had never been disturbed. Whereupon Captain Baltus, like a prudent skipper as he was, ordered all sail to be lowered, and the anchor to be let go, sagely observing that it was high time to look out for squalls. "Such an accident at sea would have been rather serious," observed the colonel. "I don't know what you think, colonel," said Baltus, "but, in my opinion, it don't make much odd whether a man is drownded in the sea or in a river." The colonel could not well gainsay this, and soon after retired with his daughter to the cabin. Bright and early the next morning, Captain Baltus, having looked round in every direction, east, west, north, and south, to see if there were any squalls brewing, and perceiving not a cloud in the sky, cautiously ordered half the jib and mainsail to be hoisted, to catch the little land breeze that just rippled the surface of the river. In a few hours they emerged from the pass at the foot of the great Donderberg, and slowly opened upon that beautiful amphitheatre into which nature has thrown all her treasures and all her beauties. Nothing material occurred during the rest of the passage. True it is that Skipper Baltus ran the good sloop Watervliet 2 or 3 times upon the oyster banks of the since-renowned Tappan Bay, but this was so common a circumstance that it scarcely deserved commemoration, nor would I have recorded it here but for the apprehension that its omission might at some future period, peradventure, seduce some industrious scribe to write an entirely new history of these adventures, solely to rescue such an important matter from oblivion. Suffice it to say that at the expiration of 10 days from the commencement of the voyage, the good sloop Watervliet arrived safe at Coenties Slip, where all the Albany sloops congregated at the time. This extraordinary passage was much talked of in both cities, and finally found its way into the Weekly Newsletter, then the only paper published in the whole New World, as may be seen by a copy now, or lately, in the possession of the worthy Mr. Dunstan of the Narrows. It is further recorded that some of the vessels which passed the Watervliet as she lay aground on the Overslaugh did not arrive till nearly a fortnight after her, owing, as Captain Baltus observed, to their being in such a hurry. After so famous an exploit, the Watervliet had always a full freight, and as many passengers as she could accommodate, so that, in good time, this adventurous navigator gave up following the water, and built himself a fine brick house, with the gable end to the street, and the edges of the roof projecting like the teeth of a saw, where he sat on his stoop and smoked his pipe, time out of mind. End of section 70. Recording by Todd.
Section 71 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 71, The Dress of a Little Boston Girl in 1772, by Anna Green Winslow. Anna Green Winslow, from whose journal the following extracts are taken, was a little girl of 12 years who had been sent from Nova Scotia to Boston to complete her education. The Editor. 1. The Head is Roll. After making a short visit with my aunt at Mrs. Green's over the way, yesterday towards evening, I took a walk with Cousin Sally to see the good folks in Sudbury Street, and found them all well. I had my Headis roll on. Aunt Storer said it ought to be made less. Aunt Deming said it ought not to be made at all. It makes my head itch and ache and burn like anything, mamma. This famous roll is not made wholly of a red cow tail, but is a mixture of that and horsehair, very coarse, and a little human hair of yellow hue. That, I suppose, was taken out of the back part of an old wig. But D made it our head, all carded together and twisted up. When it first came home, Aunt put it on, and my new cap on it. She then took up her apron, and measured me, and from the roots of my hair on my forehead to the top of my notions, I measured above an inch longer than I did downwards, from the roots of my hair to the end of my chin. Nothing renders a young person more amiable than virtue and modesty, without the help of false hair, red cow-tail, or D, the barber. Now all this, mamma, I have just been reading over to my aunt. She is pleased with my whimsical description and grave, half-grave, improvement, and hopes a little false English will not spoil the whole with mamma. Rome was not built in a day. 2. A party gown. I was dressed in my yellow coat, black bib and apron, black feathers on my head, my past comb, and all my past garnet, marquisette, and jet pins, together with my silver plume, my locket, rings, black collar round my neck, black mitts, and 2 or 3 yards of blue ribbon. Black and blue is high taste. Striped tucker and ruffles, not my best, and my silk shoes completed my dress. 3. The black hat. The black hat I gratefully receive as your present, but if Captain Jarvis had arrived here with it about the time he'd sailed from this place for Cumberland, it would have been of more service to me, for I have been obliged to borrow. I wore Miss Griswold's bonnet on my journey to Portsmouth, and my cousin Sally's hat, ever since I came home, and now I am to leave off my black ribbons tomorrow, and am to put on my red cloak and black hat. I hope Aunt won't let me wear the black hat with the red domine, for the people will ask me what I have got to sell as I go along street if I do, or how the folk at New Guinea do. Dear mamma, you don't know the fashion here. I beg to look like other folk. You don't know what a stir would be made in Sudbury Street, were I to make my appearance there in my red domine and black hat. But the old cloak and bonnet together will make me a decent bonnet for a common occasion. I like that. Aunt says, it's a pity some of the ribbons you sent won't do for the bonnet. I must now close up this journal with duty, love, and compliments as due, particularly to my dear little brother. I long to see him. And Mrs. Law. I will write to her soon. I am on D, Papa and Mamma. Your ever dutiful daughter, Anna Green Winslow. N.B. My Aunt Deming don't approve my English and has not the fear that you will think her concerned in the diction. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org. The United States, Part 11, On the Eve of the Revolution. Historical Note. In the 18th century, the general feeling in European countries was that colonies were established for the benefit of the mother country. Few people had dreamed of the possibility of religious freedom, and just as few, perhaps, had thought of a colony being established and ruled for the benefit of the colonists. England, like other mother countries, governed her American colonies for the benefit of the Englishmen who remained at home. For instance, she forbade the colonists to settle too far from the coast, for if they were crowded together, it was thought that they would buy greater quantities of British manufactures. To defend the colonies from the Indians, England planned to send over soldiers, who were to be paid in part by the colonists, and to raise this money, the colonists were to pay taxes. But the colonists declared that they were not represented in Parliament, and therefore should not be taxed, and they refused to buy British goods. A wail rose from the manufacturers and merchants, and the law was repealed. Next year, however, another law was passed, taxing a few things, and finally tea alone was taxed. The result of this was the Boston Tea Party and the destruction of tea by other colonies. In March 1775, a convention was held at Richmond, where Patrick Henry made his famous speech, ending with the words, "Give me liberty, or give me death." End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 73. Benjamin Franklin, Before the House of Commons, 1766, by James Parton. In 1766, Franklin was in England as the leading representative for the colonies. In this capacity, he was called before the House of Commons for an examination on the condition of the colonies and colonists. Burke said that this scene always reminded him of a master examined by a parcel of schoolboys. The Editor. This celebrated examination was by no means the impromptu affair which it seemed to be. Among the Liberal members of Parliament, Dr. Franklin had a large number of friends, with whom, as we know, he had many times conversed upon all the subjects in dispute between the colonies and the ministry. These gentlemen, knowing precisely what Franklin had to offer on every topic, kept proposing to him the very questions which they were aware would bring him out in his greatest force. All their leading questions, moreover, he expected, and was prepared for. The questions are, therefore, to be divided into two classes, those put by the opponents of the Stamp Act, and those proposed by its advocates. The object of one party was to give the American philosopher the best opportunity to serve his cause. The object of the other, to puzzle, entrap, and confound him. One set of questions enabled him to display his knowledge, and the other set his acuteness. The first 13 questions, all proposed by two of Dr. Franklin's friends, were designed to elicit certain facts, generally unknown in England, which being known the whole argument for the Stamp Act was untenable. These facts were, first, that the colonies were then struggling under a load of debt and taxation caused by the very war which it was alleged Britain had waged solely for their defense and aggrandizement, and, secondly, that the enforcement of the Stamp Act, owing to the vast extent of the country, the thinness of the population and the poverty of the frontier inhabitants, was impossible. A man in the back country, said Franklin, who happened to want a stamp for a deed or receipt, would have to take a month's journey to get it, spending perhaps 3 or 4 pounds that the crown might get 6 pence. When these points had been brought out with the utmost clearness, Franklin, citing his knowledge of the country gained by his connection with the post office, the concerted game between himself and his friends was stopped for a moment by 3 questions from an adversary. "Are not the colonies able to pay the stamp duty?" asked this gentleman. Their mere ability could not be denied, and the question was therefore answered thus: "In my opinion, there is not gold and silver enough in the colonies to pay the stamp duty for 1 year." This ingenious evasion did not throw the enemy off the scent. "Don't you know," continued the member, "that all the money arising from the stamps is to be laid out in America?" "True," replied the witness, "but it is to be spent in the conquered colonies, in Canada, where the soldiers are, not in the colonies that pay it." The member then asked if there was not a balance of trade against Canada that would bring the money back to the old colonies. Franklin thought not. The money, he said, would go to England for goods, as colonial money was only too apt to do. At this point, the enemy desisted, and the friend of Dr. Franklin succeeded in getting in 9 questions, which drew from the witness a statement of the population and resources of the colonies, designed to show the folly of estranging them. He told Parliament that North America contained 300,000 men capable of taking the field, and that the colonies imported every year from Great Britain 500,000 pounds worth of goods. This information was brought out with great force. The friendly questioner then tried to get Dr. Franklin to repeat before the High Court of Parliament a little joke with which he had amused a Tory member a few days before. They were talking over the various plans that had been suggested for making the Stamp Act palatable to the Americans. The Tory, who was a most strenuous advocate of the Stamp Act, told Dr. Franklin that if he would but assist the ministry a little, the act could easily be amended so as to make it at least tolerable to the colonists. "I must confess," the doctor gravely replied, "I have thought of one amendment. If you will make it, the act may remain, and yet the Americans will be quieted. It is a very small amendment, too. It is only the change of a single word." The Tory was all attention. "It is in that clause," continued Franklin, "where it is said that from and after the 1st day of November, 1765, there shall be paid, etc. The amendment I would propose is for 1. Read 2, and then all the rest of the act may stand as it does." The examining member endeavored to bring out this piece of nonsense by asking the witness whether he could not propose a small amendment that would make the act acceptable. The witness, however, evaded the question and explained afterwards that he thought that the answer expected of him too light and ludicrous for the House. Mr. George Grenville, the proposer of the Stamp Act, now recurred to his fixed idea. "Do you think it right," he asked, "that America should be protected by this country and pay no part of the expense?" To this, Franklin replied that the colonies during the last war had raised, clothed, and sent to the field 25,000 men, and spent millions of pounds. "Were you not reimbursed by Parliament?" asked Grenville. Franklin explained that the colonies were reimbursed only to the amount which Parliament thought they had exceeded their just proportion of the expense. Pennsylvania, for instance, had expended 500,000 pounds and received back 60,000. The advocates of the act continued the examination. One asked if the Americans would pay the Stamp Act if the rate of duty was reduced. "No," replied the American, "never, unless compelled by force of arms." Another asked, "Does not the Assembly of Pennsylvania, the majority of whom are landowners, lay the taxes so as to impose the heaviest burdens upon trade and spare the land?" Franklin's reply to this was very ingenious and Adam Smithian. If unequal burdens are laid on trade, the tradesman puts an additional price on his goods, and the consumers, who are chiefly landowners, finally pay the greatest part, if not the whole. Besides this, he denied that the assembly did impose unequal burdens. The enemy plied him with a dozen questions more, but extracted small comfort from him. Then his friends had an inning, and gave him several opportunities, which improved the most telling manner. Nothing that he said produced such an impression, either in the house or out of doors, as his next few replies. What, asked a friendly member, was the temper of America towards Great Britain before the year 1763?
Best in the world, said the witness. They submitted willingly to the government of the crown, and paid in their courts obedience to acts of parliament. Numerous as the people are in the old provinces, they cost you nothing in forts, citadels, garrisons, or armies to keep them in subjection.
They were governed by this country at the expense only of a little pen, ink, and paper. They were led by a thread. They had not only a respect, but an affection for Great Britain, for its laws, its customs, and manners, and even a fondness for its fashions that greatly increased the commerce. Natives of Britain were always treated with particular regard. To be an old England man was, of itself, a character of some respect, and gave a kind of rank among us. What is their temper now? Asked the same friend. Oh, very much altered, was the reply. In what light, continued the friendly member, did the people of America used to consider the Parliament of Great Britain? Franklin replied, they considered the Parliament as the great bulwark and security of their liberties and privileges, and always spoke of it with the utmost respect and veneration. Arbitrary ministers, they thought, might possibly at times attempt to oppress them, but they relied on it that the Parliament, on application, would always give redress. He added, in reply to another question, that this feeling was greatly lessened by the recent measures. The Stamp Act men then asked several questions, which were intended to draw forth an admission that the colonies were abundantly able to pay an additional tax. One question was, why the people in America increased faster than the English at home? Because they marry younger, and because more of them marry, replied this unrelenting political economist. Why so? Because any young couple, if they are industrious, can get land and support a family. Then are not the lower ranks of people more at their ease in America than in England? They may be so if they are sober and diligent, as they are better paid for their labor. How would the Americans receive a future tax imposed on the same principle as the Stamp Act? Just as they do the Stamp Act, they would not pay it. The friends of the act then tried to corner the acute American by asking him whether, in case an assembly should refuse to vote the supplies necessary to the support of colonial government, Parliament would not be justified in taxing the people. He thought not, for if an assembly could possibly be so absurd, the disorders that would arise in the province would soon bring them to reason. But, persisted the questioner, suppose they should not. Ought there not be a remedy in the power of the home government? Franklin said he would not object to the interference of Parliament in such a case, provided its interference was merely for the good of the people. But who is the judge of that, Britain or colony? This was rather a home thrust. The witness parried it thus: those who feel can best judge. The Tory members affected to be incapable of perceiving any difference in principle between the duties laid upon imports from foreign countries, which the colonists paid without a murmur, and the Stamp Act, which with one voice they resisted. The difference is very great, said Dr. Franklin. The duty is added to the first cost and other charges on the commodity, and when it is offered for sale, makes a part of the price. If the people do not like it at the price, they refuse it. They are not obliged to pay it. But an internal tax is forced from the people without their consent, if not laid by their own representatives. But, asked a member, supposing the external tax to be laid on the necessaries of life? Franklin astonished Parliament by replying that the colonists imported no article which they could not dispense with or supply the place of. Cloth? Asked one. Yes, they could make all their cloth, but would it not take long to establish the manufacture? Before their old clothes are worn out, they will have new ones of their own making. But is there wool enough in America? The people have taken measures to increase their supply of wool. They combined to eat no lamb last year, and very few lambs were killed. In 3 years we shall have wool in abundance. But is not the American wool very inferior in quality, a kind of hair merely? No, it is very fine and good. A Liberal member asked whether anything less than a military force could carry the Stamp Act into execution. Franklin said that a military force could not do it. Suppose, said he, a military force sent into America. They will find nobody in arms. What are they then to do? They cannot force a man to take stamps who chooses to do without them. They will not find a rebellion. They may, indeed, make one. If the act is not repealed, asked one of Dr. Franklin's particular friends, what do you think will be the consequence? He replied, total loss of the respect and affection the people of America bear to this country, and of all the commerce that depends on that respect and affection. How can the commerce be affected? The goods, said Franklin, which the Americans take from Britain are either necessaries, mere conveniences, or superfluities. The first, as cloth, with a little industry, they can make at home. The second, they can do without till they are able to provide them among themselves. And the last, which are much the greatest part, they will strike off immediately. They are mere articles of fashion, purchased and consumed because the fashion in a respected country, but will now be detested and rejected. The people have already struck off, by general agreement, the use of all goods fashionable in mornings, and many £1,000s worth are sent back as unsaleable. Mr. Grenville returned to the charge. He asked whether postage, to which the Americans did not object, was not a tax. No, replied the Deputy Postmaster General. It is payment for service rendered, nor is it even compulsory, since no man is obliged by law to employ the post office. Having thus displayed his incapacity, Mr. Grenville next proceeded to exhibit his ignorance. Do not the Americans, he asked, consider the regulations of the post office by the act of last year as a tax? Franklin informed him that the act of last year reduced the rate of postage 30% throughout America, which abatement, he added, the Americans certainly did not regard in the light of a tax. Mr. Grenville was silent for a while. In reply to other Tory questioners, Dr. Franklin gave another point of difference between an external and an internal tax. The sea is yours, he said. You maintain, by your fleets, the safety of navigation in it, and keep it clear of pirates. You may have, therefore, a natural and equitable right to some toll or duty on merchandise carried through that part of your dominions, towards defraying the expense you are at in ships to maintain the safety of that carriage. To the questions of friends he gave answer after answer, demonstrating the impossibility of enforcing the odious act in America. When asked if the colonists would prefer to forego the collection of debts by legal process rather than use stamped paper, he replied, I can only judge what other people will think and how they will act by what I feel within myself. I have a great many debts due to me in America, and I had rather they should remain unrecoverable by any law than submit to the Stamp Act. They will be debts of honor. The leading advocates of the Stamp Act tried by a variety of questions to extort from Dr. Franklin an intimation that, in case the act was repealed, the colonists would not object to pay a small internal tax, imposed merely to assert the right to tax. The Tory members would not understand that the opposition to the Stamp Act was an opposition to the principle involved in it. They kept insinuating that it was merely a mean begrudging of the sixpence. They supposed that if the amount of the tax were reduced, the warmth of the opposition would be abated. To one of the questions founded upon this opinion, Dr. Franklin made a reply that was long enough for a speech. Reviewing the history of the two French wars, he showed that the colonists, so far from being parsimonious, had lavished both men and treasure in aiding the home government to execute its projects. They had done far more than their part. They had involved themselves so deeply that 20 years of peace and prosperity would be necessary to set them free from debt. He quoted from a king's speech in which the zeal and liberality of the colonists had been handsomely acknowledged. He reminded Parliament that the wars of which the colonies had borne the burden and suffered the calamities had not been waged chiefly for their own sake. It was for the honor and advancement of the British Empire that they had spent their substance and shed their blood, and all they had done for their country they had done with eager willingness, and asked no reward but the approbation of their king and of that house. When he had finished this long harangue, a friend asked him whether the colonies would help the mother country in a war purely European. This question gave him an opportunity to expatiate further on the same theme. He answered that they would not do so beyond question. They considered themselves part of the British Empire. Its honor was their honor, its welfare their welfare. He took occasion also to show that such expeditions as that of General Braddock were not a benefit to the colonies, for it was not until Braddock had been defeated that Indians had been troublesome. To show the willingness of the colonies to grant money to the crown, he said he had been specially instructed to assure the ministry that they were ready to vote all the aid they could afford whenever their aid was solicited in a constitutional manner. The Stamp Act members appeared still to find great difficulty in discerning the difference between an external and an internal tax, and seemed to think that to be consistent, the Americans ought to object equally to both. Dr. Franklin gave an exquisite reply to one who insinuated such an opinion. "Many arguments," said he, "have been used to show the Americans that there is no difference between an internal and an external tax. At present, they do not reason so, but in time they may possibly be convinced by these arguments." A rattling fire of short questions and answers brought to a conclusion this long examination. A friend asked at length, "What used to be the pride of the Americans?" "To indulge," said the witness, "in the fashions and manufactures of Great Britain." "What is now their pride?" "To wear their old clothes over again till they can make new ones." Dr. Franklin withdrew, and the committee rose. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Parsi Jafarian, Montreal.
Section 74 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 74. The Boston Massacre, 1770, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. It was now the 3rd of March, 1770. The sunset music of the British regiments was heard as usual throughout the town. The shrill fife and rattling drum awoke the echoes in King Street, while the last ray of sunshine was lingering on the cupola of the town house. And now all the sentinels were posted. One of them marched up and down before the custom house, treading a short path through the snow, and longing for the time when he would be dismissed to the warm fireside of the guard-room. Meanwhile Captain Preston was, perhaps, sitting in our great chair before the hearth of the British coffee-house. In the course of the evening there were 2 or 3 slight commotions, which seemed to indicate that trouble was at hand. Small parties of young men stood at the corners of the streets, or walked along the narrow pavements. Squads of soldiers who were dismissed from duty passed by them, shoulder to shoulder, with the regular step which they had learned at the drill. Whenever these encounters took place, it appeared to be the object of the young men to treat the soldiers with as much incivility as possible. "Turn out, you lobster-backs," one would say. "Crowd them off the sidewalks," another would cry. "A redcoat has no right in Boston streets." "Oh, you rebel rascals," perhaps the soldiers would reply, glaring fiercely at the young men. "Some day or other we'll make our way through Boston streets at the point of the bayonet." Once or twice such disputes as these brought on a scuffle, which passed off, however, without attracting much notice. About 8 o'clock, for some unknown cause, an alarm bell rang loudly and hurriedly. At the sound many people ran out of their houses, supposing it to be an alarm of fire, but there were no flames to be seen, nor was there any smell of smoke in the clear, frosty air, so that most of the townsmen went back to their own firesides and sat talking with their wives and children about the calamities of the times. Others, who were younger and less prudent, remained in the streets, for there seems to have been a presentiment that some strange event was on the eve of taking place. Later in the evening, not far from 9 o'clock, several young men passed by the town house and walked down King Street. The sentinel was still on his post in front of the custom house, pacing to and fro, while as he turned a gleam of light from some neighbouring window glittered on the barrel of his musket. At no great distance were the barracks and the guard-house, where his comrades were probably telling stories of battle and bloodshed. Down towards the custom-house, as I told you, came a party of wild young men. When they drew near the sentinel, he halted on his post and took his musket from his shoulder, ready to present the bayonet at their breasts. "Who goes there?" he cried, in the gruff, peremptory tones of a soldier's challenge. The young men, being Boston boys, felt as if they had a right to walk their own streets without being accountable to a British redcoat, even though he challenged them in King George's name. They made some rude answer to the sentinel. There was a dispute, or perhaps a scuffle. Other soldiers heard the noise, and ran hastily from the barracks to assist their comrades. At the same time many of the townspeople rushed into King Street by various avenues, and gathered in a crowd round about the custom-house. It seemed wonderful how such a multitude had started up all of a sudden. The wrongs and insults which the people had been suffering for many months now kindled them into a rage. They threw snowballs and lumps of ice at the soldiers. As the tumult grew louder, it reached the ears of Captain Preston, the officer of the day. He immediately ordered 8 soldiers of the main guard to take their muskets and follow him. They marched across the street, forcing their way roughly through the crowd and pricking the townspeople with their bayonets. A gentleman, it was Henry Knox, afterwards general of the American artillery, caught Captain Preston's arm. "For heaven's sake, sir," exclaimed he, "take heed what you do, or there will be bloodshed." "Stand aside," answered Captain Preston haughtily. "Do not interfere, sir. Leave me to manage the affair." Arriving at the sentinel's post, Captain Preston drew up his men in a semicircle with their faces to the crowd and their rear to the custom-house. When the people saw the officer and beheld the threatening attitude with which the soldiers confronted them, their rage became almost uncontrollable. "Fire, you lobster-backs!" bellowed some. "You dare not fire, you cowardly redcoats!" cried others. "Rush upon them!" shouted many voices. "Drive the rascals to their barracks! Down with them! Down with them! Let them fire if they dare!" Amid the uproar the soldiers stood gazing at the people with the fierceness of men whose trade was to shed blood. Oh, what a crisis had now arrived! Up to this very moment the angry feelings between England and America might have been pacified. England had but to stretch out the hand of reconciliation and acknowledge that she had hitherto mistaken her rights, but would do so no more. Then the ancient bonds of brotherhood would again have been knit together as firmly as in old times. The habit of loyalty, which had grown as strong as instinct, was not utterly overcome. The perils shared, the victories won, in the old French war, when the soldiers of the colonies fought side by side with their comrades from beyond the sea, were not forgotten yet. England was still that beloved country which the colonists called their home. King George, though he had frowned upon America, was still reverenced as a father. But should the king's soldiers shed one drop of American blood, then it was a quarrel to the death. Never, never would America rest satisfied until she had torn down the royal authority and trampled it in the dust. "Fire if you dare, villains!" hoarsely shouted the people, while the muzzles of the muskets were turned upon them. "You dare not fire!" They appeared ready to rush upon the levelled bayonets. Captain Preston waved his sword and uttered a command which could not be distinctly heard amid the uproar of shouts that issued from 100 throats. But his soldiers deemed that he had spoken the fatal mandate, "Fire!" The flash of their muskets lighted up the streets, and the report rang loudly between the edifices. It was said, too, that the figure of a man, with a cloth hanging down over his face, was seen to step into the balcony of the custom house and discharge a musket at the crowd. A gush of smoke had overspread the scene. It rose heavily, as if it were loath to reveal the dreadful spectacle beneath it. 11 of the sons of New England lay stretched upon the street. Some, sorely wounded, were struggling to rise again. Others stirred not nor groaned, for they were past all pain. Blood was streaming upon the snow, and that purple stain in the midst of King Street, though it melted away in the next day's sun, was never forgotten nor forgiven by the people. To this account Hawthorne adds the following: "The town drums beat to arms, the alarm bells rang, and an immense multitude rushed into King Street. Many of them had weapons in their hands. The British prepared to defend themselves. A whole regiment was drawn up in the street expecting an attack, for the townsmen appeared ready to throw themselves upon the bayonets. Governor Hutchinson hurried to the spot and besought the people to have patience, promising that strict justice should be done. A day or two afterward the British troops were withdrawn from town and stationed at Castle William. Captain Preston and the 8 soldiers were tried for murder, but none of them were found guilty. The judges told the jury that the insults and violence which had been offered to the soldiers justified them in firing at the mob. End of section 74.
Section 75 of The United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hawaii in August 2020. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 75. The Boston Tea Party, 1773, by John Fiske. The duty on tea had been retained simply as a matter of principle. It did not bring £300 a year into the British exchequer. But the king thought this a favourable time for asserting the obnoxious principle which the tax involved. Thus, as in Mrs. Gamp's case, a teapot became the cause or occasion of a division between friends. The measures now taken by the government brought matters at once to a crisis. None of the colonies would take tea on its terms. Lord Hillsborough had lately been superseded as Colonel Secretary by Lord Dartmouth, an amiable man like the Prime Minister, but like him, wholly under the influence of the King. Lord Dartmouth's appointment was made the occasion of introducing a series of new measures. The affairs of the East India Company were in a bad condition, and it was thought that the trouble was partly due to the loss of the American trade in tea. The Americans would not buy tea shipped from England, but they smuggled it freely from Holland, and the smuggling could not be stopped by mere force. The best way to obviate the difficulty, it was thought, would be to make English tea cheaper in America than foreign tea, while still retaining the duty of 3d. on a pound. If this could be achieved, it was supposed that the Americans would be sure to buy English tea by reason of its cheapness, and would thus be ensnared into admitting the principle involved in the duty. This ingenious scheme shows how unable the king and his ministers were to imagine that the Americans could take a higher view of the matter than that of pounds, shillings, and pence. In order to enable the East India Company to sell its tea cheap in America, a drawback was allowed of all the duties which such tea had been wont to pay on entering England on its way from China. In this way, the Americans would now find it actually cheaper to buy the English tea with the duty on it than to smuggle their tea from Holland. To this scheme, Lord North said it was of no use for anyone to offer objections, for the king would have it so. The king meant to try the question with America. In accordance with this policy, several ships loaded with tea set sail in the autumn of 1773 for the 4 principal ports, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, and Charleston. Agents or consignees of the East India Company were appointed by letter to receive the tea in these 4 towns. As soon as the details of the scheme were known in America, the whole country was in a blaze, from Maine to Georgia. Nevertheless, only legal measures of resistance were contemplated. In Philadelphia, a great meeting was held in October at the State House, and it was voted that whosoever should lend countenance to the receiving or unloading of the tea would be regarded as an enemy to his country. The consignees were then requested to resign their commissions, and did so. In New York and Charleston also the consignees threw up their commissions. In Boston a similar demand was made, but the consignees doggedly refused to resign, and thus the eyes of the whole country were directed toward Boston as the battlefield on which the great issue was to be tried. During the month of November many town meetings were held in Faneuil Hall. On the 17th, authentic intelligence was brought that the tea ships would soon arrive. The next day a committee, headed by Samuel Adams, waited upon the consignees and again asked them to resign. Upon their refusal, the town meeting instantly dissolved itself, without a word of comment or debate, and at this ominous silence, the consignees and the governor were filled with a vague sense of alarm, as if some storm were brewing whereof none could foresee the results. All felt that the decision now rested with the committees of correspondence. 4 days afterward, the committees of Cambridge, Brooklyn, Roxbury, and Dorchester met the Boston committee at Faneuil Hall, and it was unanimously resolved that on no account should the tea be landed. The 5 towns also sent a letter to all the other towns in the colony, saying, "Brethren, we are reduced to this dilemma, either to sit down quiet under this and every other burden that our enemies shall see fit to lay upon us, or to rise up and resist this and every plan laid for our destruction, as becomes wise freemen. In this extremity we earnestly request your advice." There was nothing weak or doubtful in the response. From Petersham and Lennox, perched on their lofty hilltops, from the valleys of the Connecticut and the Merrimack, from Chatham on the bleak peninsula of Cape Cod, there came but one message: to give up life and all that makes life dear, rather than submit like slaves to this great wrong. Similar words of encouragement came from other colonies. In Philadelphia, at the news of the bold stand Massachusetts was about to take, the church bells were rung, and there was general rejoicing about the streets. A letter from the men of Philadelphia to the men of Boston said, "Our only fear is lest you may shrink. May God give you virtue enough to save the liberties of your country." On Sunday the 28th, the Dartmouth, first of the tea ships, arrived in the harbour. The urgency of the business in hand overcame the Sabbatarian scruples of the people. The Committee of Correspondence met at once, and obtained from Francis Roche, the owner of the vessel, a promise that the ship should not be entered before Tuesday. Samuel Adams then invited the committees of the 5 towns, to which Charleston was now added, to hold a mass meeting the next morning at Faneuil Hall. More than 5,000 people assembled, but as the Cradle of Liberty could not hold so many, the meeting was adjourned to the Old South Meeting House. It was voted, without a single dissenting voice, that the tea should be sent back to England in the ship which had brought it. Roche was forbidden to enter the ship at the Custom House, and Captain Hall, the ship's master, was notified that it was at his peril if he suffered any of the tea brought by him to be landed. A night watch of 25 citizens was set to guard the vessel, and so the meeting adjourned till next day, when it was understood that the consignees would be ready to make some proposals in the matter. Next day the message was brought from the consignees that it was out of their power to send back the tea, but if it should be landed, they declared themselves willing to store it, and not expose any of it for sale until word could be had from England. Before action could be taken upon this message, the sheriff of Suffolk County entered the church and read a proclamation from the governor, warning the people to disperse and surcease all further unlawful proceedings at their utmost peril. A storm of hisses was the only reply, and the business of the meeting went on. The proposal of the consignees was rejected, and Roche and Hall, being present, were made to promise that the tea should go back to England in the Dartmouth without being landed or paying duty. Resolutions were then passed, forbidding all owners or masters of ships to bring any tea from Great Britain to any part of Massachusetts, so long as the act imposing a duty on it remained unrepealed. Whoever should disregard this injunction would be treated as an enemy to his country, his ships would be prevented from landing, by force if necessary, and his tea would be sent back to the place whence it came. It was further voted that the citizens of Boston and the other towns here assembled would see that these resolutions were carried into effect, at the risk of their lives and property. Notice of these resolutions was sent to the owners of the other ships, now daily expected. And, to crown all, a committee, of which Adams was chairman, was appointed to send a printed copy of these proceedings to New York and Philadelphia, to every seaport in Massachusetts, and to the British government. 2 or 3 days after this meeting, the other 2 ships arrived, and, under orders from the Committee of Correspondence, were anchored by the side of the Dartmouth, at Griffin's Wharf, near the foot of Pearl Street. A military watch was kept at the wharf day and night. Sentinels were placed in the church belfries. Chosen post-riders, with horses saddled and bridled, were ready to alarm the neighbouring towns. Beacon fires were piled all ready for lighting up every hilltop, and any attempt to land the tea forcibly would have been the signal for an instant uprising throughout at least 4 counties. Now, in accordance with the laws providing for the entry and clearance of shipping at custom houses, it was necessary that every ship should land its cargo within 20 days from its arrival. In case this was not done, the revenue officers were authorized to seize the ship and land its cargo themselves. In the case of the Dartmouth, the captain had promised to take her back to England without unloading, but still, before she could legally start, she must obtain a clearance from the collector of customs, or, in default of this, a pass from the governor. At sunrise of Friday, the 17th of December, the 20 days would have expired. On Saturday, the 11th, Roche was summoned before the Committee of Correspondence, and Samuel Adams asked him why he had not kept his promise and started his ship off for England. He sought to excuse himself on the ground that he had not the power to do so, whereupon he was told that he must apply to the collector for a clearance. Hearing of these things, the governor gave strict orders at the castle to fire upon any vessel trying to get out to sea without a proper permit, and 2 ships from Montagu's fleet, which had been laid up for the winter, were stationed at the entrance of the harbour, to make sure against the Dartmouths going out. Tuesday came, and Roch, having done nothing, was summoned before the town meeting and peremptorily ordered to apply for a clearance. Samuel Adams and 9 other gentlemen accompanied him to the custom house to witness the proceedings, but the collector refused to give an answer until the next day. The meeting then adjourned till Thursday, the last of the 20 days. On Wednesday morning Roch was again escorted to the custom house, and the collector refused to give a clearance until the tea should first be landed. On the morning of Thursday, December 16th, the assembly which was gathered in the Old South Meeting House, and in the streets about it, numbered more than 7,000 people. It was to be one of the most momentous days in the history of the world. The clearance having been refused, nothing now remained but to order Roch to request a pass for his ship from the governor. But the wary Hutchinson, well knowing what was about to be required of him, had gone out to his country house at Milton, so as to foil the proceedings by his absence. But the meeting was not so to be trifled with. Roch was enjoined, on his peril, to repair to the governor at Milton and ask for his pass, and while he was gone, the meeting considered what was to be done in case of a refusal. Without a pass it would be impossible for the ship to clear the harbour under the guns of the castle, and by sunrise next morning the revenue officers would be empowered to seize the ship, and save by a violent assault upon them, it would be impossible to prevent the landing of the tea. "Who knows," said John Roe, "how tea will mingle with salt water?" And great applause followed the suggestion. Yet the plan which was to serve as a last resort had unquestionably been adopted in secret committee long before this. It appears to have been worked out in detail in a little back room at the office of the Boston Gazette, and there is no doubt that Samuel Adams, with some others of the popular leaders, had a share in devising it. But among the thousands present at the town meeting, it is probable that very few knew just what it was designed to do. At 5 in the afternoon it was unanimously voted that, come what would, the tea should not be landed. It had now grown dark, and the church was dimly lighted with candles. Determined not to act until the last legal method of relief should have been tried and found wanting, the great assembly was still waiting quietly in and about the church, when, an hour after nightfall, Roch returned from Milton with the governor's refusal. Then, amid profound stillness, Samuel Adams arose and said, quietly but distinctly, "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country." It was the declaration of war. The law had shown itself unequal to the occasion, and nothing now remained but a direct appeal to force. Scarcely had the watchword left his mouth when a war-whoop answered from outside the door, and 50 men in the guise of Mohawk Indians passed quickly by the entrance and hastened to Griffin's Wharf. Before the 9 o'clock bell rang, the 342 chests of tea laden upon the 3 ships had been cut open, and their contents emptied into the sea. Not a person was harmed, no other property was injured, and the vast crowd, looking upon the scene from the wharf in the clear frosty moonlight, was so still that the click of the hatchets could be distinctly heard. Next morning the salted tea, as driven by wind and wave, lay in long rows on Dorchester Beach, while Paul Revere, booted and spurred, was riding post-haste to Philadelphia, with the glorious news that Boston had at last thrown down the gauntlet for the King of England to pick up. This heroic action of Boston was greeted with public rejoicing throughout all the 13 colonies, and the other principal seaports were not slow to follow the example. A ship laden with 257 chests of tea had arrived at Charleston on the 2nd of December, but the consignees had resigned, and after 20 days the ship's cargo was seized and landed, and so, as there was no one to receive it, or pay the duty, it was thrown into a damp cellar, where it spoiled. In Philadelphia, on the 25th, a ship arrived with tea, but a meeting of 5,000 men forced the consignees to resign, and the captain straightway set sail for England, the ship having been stopped before it had come within the jurisdiction of the custom house. In Massachusetts, the exultation knew no bounds. "This," said John Adams, "is the most magnificent movement of all. There is a dignity, a majesty, a sublimity in this last effort of the patriots that I greatly admire." Indeed, often as it has been cited and described, the Boston Tea Party was an event so great that even American historians have generally failed to do it justice. This supreme assertion by a New England town meeting of the most fundamental principle of political freedom has been curiously misunderstood by British writers, of whatever party. The most recent Tory historian, Mr. Lecky, speaks of the tea riot at Boston and characterizes it as an outrage. The most recent Liberal historian, Mr. Green, alludes to it as a trivial riot. Such expressions betray most profound misapprehension alike of the significance of this noble scene and of the political conditions in which it originated. There is no difficulty in defining a riot. The pages of history teem with accounts of popular tumults, wherein passion breaks loose and wreaks its full purpose, unguided and unrestrained by reason. No definition could be further from describing the colossal event which occurred in Boston on the 16th of December, 1773. Here passion was guided and curbed by sound reason at every step, down to the last moment, in the dim candlelight of the old church, when the noble Puritan statesman quietly told his hearers that the moment for using force had at last, and through no fault of theirs, arrived. They had reached a point where the written law had failed them, and in their effort to defend the eternal principles of natural justice, they were now most reluctantly compelled to fall back upon the paramount law of self-preservation. It was the one supreme moment in a controversy supremely important to mankind, and in which the common sense of the world has since acknowledged that they were wholly in the right. It was the one moment of all that troubled time in which no compromise was possible. Had the tea been landed, says the contemporary historian William Gordon, the union of the colonies in opposing the ministerial scheme would have been dissolved, and it would have been extremely difficult ever after to have restored it. In view of the stupendous issues at stake, the patience of the men of Boston was far more remarkable than their boldness. For the quiet sublimity of reasonable but dauntless moral purpose, the heroic annals of Greece and Rome can show us no greater scene than that which the Old South Meeting House witnessed on the day when the tea was destroyed. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the United States. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Mapstone. Patrick Henry delivering his celebrated oration by Peter Frederick Rothermel, American artist, 1817 to 1895, painting page 456. The place of meeting was the old church in Richmond. The proceedings of the Continental Congress were approved, and the delegates of the colony in Congress were applauded with perfect unanimity, and the Convention of the Old Dominion renewed their assurances that it was the most ardent wish of their colony and of the whole continent of North America to see a speedy return to those halcyon days when they lived a free and happy people. To Patrick Henry, this language seemed likely to lull the public mind into confidence at a time when the interruption of the sessions of the General Assembly left them no opportunity in their legislative capacity of making any provision to secure their rights from the further violations with which they were threatened. He therefore proposed that this colony be immediately put into a posture of defence, and that a committee prepare a plan for the embodiment, arming, and disciplining of a number of men as may be sufficient for that purpose. The resolution was opposed by Bland, Harrison, and Pendleton, 3 of the delegates of Virginia in Congress, and by Nicholas, who had been among the most resolute in the preceding May. The thought of an actual conflict in arms with England was new. They counted on the influence of the Friends of Liberty and the parent country, the interposition of the manufacturing interests, or the relenting of the sovereign himself. "Are we ready for war?" they asked. "Are we a military people? Where are our stores, our soldiers, our generals, our money? We are defenseless, yet we talk of war against one of the most formidable nations in the world." It will be time enough to resort to measures of despair when every well-founded hope had vanished. Then it was that Patrick Henry made the speech which follows. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 77. Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death. 1775, by Patrick Henry. It is natural for man to indulge in the illusions of hope. We are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth, and listen to the song of that siren till she transforms us into beasts. Is it the part of wise men, engaged in the great and arduous struggle for liberty? Are we disposed to be of the number of those who, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so nearly concern their temporal salvation? For my part, whatever anguish of spirit it may cost, I am willing to know the whole truth, and to provide for it. I have but one lamp by which my feet are guided, and that is the lamp of experience. I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past. And judging by the past, I wish to know what there has been in the conduct of the British ministry for the last 10 years, to justify those hopes with which gentlemen have been pleased to solace themselves and the House. Is it that insidious smile with which our petition has been lately received? Trust it not, sir. It will prove a snare to your feet. Suffer not yourselves to be betrayed with a kiss. Ask yourselves how this gracious reception of our petition comports with those warlike preparations which cover our waters and darken our land. Are fleets and armies necessary to a work of love and reconciliation? Have we shown ourselves so unwilling to be reconciled that force must be called in to win back our love? Let us not deceive ourselves, sir. These are the implements of war and subjugation, the last arguments to which kings resort. I ask gentlemen, sir, what means this martial array, if its purpose be not to force us to submission? Can gentlemen assign any other motive for it? Has Great Britain any other enemy in this quarter of the world to call for all this accumulation of navies and armies? No, sir, she has none. They are meant for us. They can be meant for no other. They are sent over to bind and rivet upon us those chains which the British ministers have been so long forging. And what have we to oppose them? Shall we try argument? Sir, we have been trying that for the last 10 years. Have we anything new to offer on the subject? Nothing. We have held the subject up in every light of which it is capable, but it has been all in vain. Shall we resort to entreaty and humble supplication? What terms shall we find which have not been already exhausted? Let us not, I beseech you, sir, deceive ourselves longer. Sir, we have done everything that could be done to avert the storm which is now coming on. We have petitioned, we have remonstrated, we have supplicated, we have prostrated ourselves before the throne, and have implored its interposition to arrest the tyrannical hands of the ministry and Parliament. Our petitions have been slighted, our remonstrances have produced additional violence and insult, our supplications have been disregarded, and we have been spurned with contempt from the foot of the throne. They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week, or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed, and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? Shall we acquire the means of effectual resistance by lying supinely on our backs and hugging the delusive phantom of hope until our enemy shall have bound us hand and foot? Sir, we are not weak, if we make a proper use of those means which the God of nature hath placed in our power. 3 millions of people armed in the holy cause of liberty, and in such a country as that which we possess, are invincible by any force which our enemy can send against us. Besides, sir, we shall not fight alone. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of nations, and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the active, the vigilant, the brave. Besides, sir, we have no election. If we were base enough to desire it, it is now too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat, but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir, let it come. It is in vain, sir, to extenuate the matter. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dead or peace so sweet as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, heaven! I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of The United States, read for LibriVox.org by Betty B. The United States, Part 12, From Lexington to Saratoga. Historical Note. The people of Massachusetts had begun to prepare for armed resistance, and had stored powder in Concord. British soldiers were sent to seize this, but were opposed by little bands of the colonists at Lexington and Concord, and were forced to retreat. This was the beginning of the war. It was followed in June by the Battle of Bunker Hill, a defeat, but yet a victory, for the colonists found that they, untrained as they were only kept from repulsing the famous British regulars by the lack of powder. Washington had been appointed commander-in-chief and was already on his way to take command of the army in Boston. The British sent a fleet to attack Charleston, South Carolina, but their balls were met by 2 rows of palmetto logs with sand between and did little damage. On July 2, 1776, Congress passed a resolution that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. To adopt the famous Declaration of Independence 2 days later was easy, but to force Great Britain to admit their independence was another matter. In August, New York was occupied by the British, and Washington retreated into Pennsylvania. The British thought that resistance was at an end, but on December 26th, Washington crossed the Delaware, captured a large force of Hessians at Trenton, and defeated the British in the Battle of Princeton. But in spite of these successes, and of the arrival of the Marquis de Lafayette and other notable volunteers, affairs at the close of 1776 looked black for the colonists. The following year saw a change of fortune. The British planned to cut off New England by sending an expedition under Burgoyne from Canada down to Albany, where it would be met by an army from New York. The Americans had no available force strong enough to oppose Burgoyne, but by delaying his advance and cutting off his detachments, they wore down his force until at Saratoga he was obliged on October 17th to surrender his entire army. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 12, The United States, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 79. The First Day of the Revolution, 1775, by Edward Everett Hale. On the 19th day of April, 1775, a day to be remembered by all Americans of the present generation, and which ought and doubtless will be handed down to ages yet unborn, the troops of Britain, unprovoked, shed the blood of sundry of the loyal American subjects of the British King in the field of Lexington. These words are the prophetic introduction of the narrative of the excursion of the King's troops under the command of General Gage, which the Provincial Congress of Massachusetts sent to England. With infinite care, the Congress drew up depositions, which were sworn to before His Majesty's Justices of the Peace, that with all legal form they might show to all the world who were the aggressors, now that the crisis had come. Then they entrusted the precious volume of these depositions to Richard Darby of Salem, who sent John Darby with them to England. The vessel made a good run, arriving on the 29th of May with these official papers and the Essex Gazette, which had the published accounts. The Suki, Captain Brown, with the government accounts forwarded by General Gage, did not arrive till 11 days after. Meanwhile, Arthur Lee and all the friends of America in London were steadily publishing the news of the ministerial attack on the people and the people's repulse of the army. The public charged the government with concealing the news. Thus was it that when the embattled farmers stood and fired the shot heard round the world, they told their own story. All parties had fair notice that the crisis was coming, and they had a good chance to guess how it was coming on the 30th of March, by way of seeing how people would bear the presence of an army, and how the army would march after a winter's rest and rust. Earl Percy, with 5 regiments, marched out over Boston Neck into the country. Boston people can trace him by walking out on Washington Street, where the sea water then flowed on both sides, up the hill at Roxbury on the right of the church, and heeding Governor Dudley's parting stone, which still stands, let them take Centre Street to Dedham and Rhode Island. Along that road to Jamaica Plain, Earl Percy marched, his drums and fifes playing Yankee Doodle. The spring was very early. Some soldiers straggled and trampled down gardens and fields that had been planted, perhaps the fall before. From Jamaica Plain, Earl Percy led them across to Dorchester, and by the Dorchester road they came home. Very indignant was the Provincial Congress and the Committee of Safety at this first invasion of the country, and all people guessed that Concord would be the point of the next excursion, because at Concord was one of the largest deposits of stores which the province of Massachusetts had collected in its preparation against the British Empire. As early as February 9, the Provincial Congress had intimated their intention of stopping such excursions. They had appointed the celebrated Committee of Safety with the express purpose of checking them. Of this committee, the business and duty it shall be, most carefully and diligently, to inspect and observe all and every such person or persons as shall at any time attempt to carry into execution by force an act of the British Parliament entitled an act for the better regulating the government of the province of Massachusetts Bay in New England, which said committee, or any 5 of them, provided always that not more than one of the said 5 shall be an inhabitant of the town of Boston, shall have power, and they are hereby empowered and directed, when they shall judge that such attempt or attempts are made, to alarm, muster, and cause to be assembled with the utmost expedition, and completely armed, accoutred, and supplied with provisions sufficient for their support in their march to the place of rendezvous, such and so many of the militia of this province as they shall judge necessary for the end and purpose of opposing such attempt or attempts, and at such place or places as they shall judge proper, and them to discharge as the safety of the province shall permit. This, it will be observed, was full preparation for war. Only the provincial congress meant that General Gage should strike the first blow. Meanwhile, Ensign Bernier of the 10th Royal Infantry, with a companion, Captain Brown, was sent to see what there was at Concord. They left their journal behind them when the next year the English army evacuated Boston, and so we are able to trace their march today. And so it happened that late in the evening of the 18th of April, when it was supposed most of the Boston people were in bed, about 800 soldiers, grenadiers, light infantry, and marines were embarked in the boats of the navy very near the place where the old Providence station stood, where then the tide rose and fell. Remember that there was no bridge at that time from Boston to any side. The little army was ferried across to Lechmere's Point, not far from the courthouse today. It lost 2 hours in going so far, and then took up its silent line of march through Cambridge by what is still remembered as Milk Row. At the tavern in Monotamy, now West Cambridge, the rebel committee of safety had been in session the day before. Dear old General Heath, till then only our colonel, whose memoirs come in the most entertaining reading of the time, had been there, but he had gone home to Roxbury. Here, in the garrulous old 18th-century style, is his account of what happened to those who stayed. On the 19th, at daybreak, our general was awoke, called from his bed, and informed that a detachment of the British army were out, that they had crossed from Boston to Phips Farm in boats, and had gone towards Concord, as was supposed, with intent to destroy the public stores. They probably had noticed that the committees had met the preceding day at Weatherby's tavern at Monotamy, for when they came opposite the house they halted. Several of the gentlemen slept there during the night. Among them were Colonel Orne, Colonel Lee, and Mr. Gary. One of them awoke and informed the others that a body of the British were before the house. They immediately made their escape, without time to dress themselves, at the back door, receiving some injury from obstacles in the way. In their undressed state, they made their way into the fields. Heath had met on his way home officers who tried to keep the news of the excursion from reaching Concord, but the country was alarmed, and Colonel Smith sent back to Boston for a reinforcement. General Gage had expected the request, and had ordered the 1st Brigade under arms at 4 that morning. These orders were carried to the 1st Brigade majors. He was not at home, and when he came home his servant forgot to tell of the letter. At 4 o'clock no brigade appeared. At 5 o'clock Colonel Smith's express came, asking the reinforcement. On inquiry it proved that no orders were given, and it was not till 6 that a part of the brigade paraded. They waited till 7 for the marines. Is not all this like a village muster today? At 7, there being still no marines, it proved that the order for them had been addressed to Major Pitcairn, who was by this time far away, and had indeed begun the war already, without knowing it, by firing his pistol on Lexington Common. So the half of the brigade waited and waited till the marines could be got ready, and when they were ready at 9 o'clock started over Boston Neck, for now they had no boats, so that they must e'en go 6 miles round by land, as every Bostonian will see, for there were then no bridges. So they came to Dudley's parting stone, playing Yankee Doodle again, but when they reached the stone this time, they took the right-hand road to Cambridge and Watertown. A Roxbury boy, who sat on a stone wall to see them pass, prophesied thus to Percy, referring to the history of his noble house: "You go out by Yankee Doodle, but you will come back by Chevy Chase." Well, the half brigade was waiting for the Marines on what is now Tremont Street. Its line crossing the head of Beacon Street, a little boy, 9 years old, named Harrison Gray Otis, was on his way to the old school in School Street, where Parker's Hotel stands today. Here is his account of it. It is, so far as I know, the only glimpse we have of Boston life on that memorable morning. On the 19th of April, 1775, I went to school for the last time. In the morning, about 7, Percy's brigade was drawn up, extending from Scolay's buildings through Tremont Street and nearly to the bottom of the Mall, preparing to take up their march for Lexington. A corporal came up to me as I was going to school and turned me off to pass down Court Street, which I did, and came up School Street to the schoolhouse. It may well be imagined that great agitation prevailed, the British line being drawn up a few yards only from the schoolhouse door. As I entered school, I heard the announcement of Deponiti Libros, and ran home for fear of the regulars. Here ended my connection with Mr. Lovell's administration of the school. Soon afterwards I left town, and did not return until after the evacuation by the British in March 1776. Colonel Smith and his 800 had pressed on meanwhile. The alarm had been so thoroughly given in Lexington that at 2 o'clock the militia had assembled, 130 in number, and John Parker, their captain, had ordered them to load with powder and ball. This John is the grandfather of one Theodore, who will appear 2 generations afterwards. No sign of any troops, and the men were dismissed with orders to assemble again at the beat of drum. Most of them thought that the whole was a false alarm, but Gage's officers in the advance of the English column came back to it on its march, and reported that 500 men were in arms. Major Pitcairn of the Marines had command of 6 companies of light infantry in advance. He caught all of Parker's scouts except Thaddeus Bowman, who galloped back to Lexington Common and gave to Parker tidings of the approach of the column. Parker ordered the drum to beat, and his men began to collect. He ordered Sergeant William Monroe to form them in 2 ranks a few rods north of the meeting-house. The English officers, hearing the drum, halted their troops, bade them prime and load, and then marched forward at double quick. 60 or 70 of the militia had assembled. The tradition is that Parker had bidden the men not to fire till they were fired upon, but added, "If they mean to have a war, let it begin here." Double quick on one side, on the other Sergeant Monroe forming his men as well as he can. Major Pitcairn is in the advance. "Ye villains, ye rebels, disperse, lay down your arms. Why don't ye lay down your arms?" He saw a gun flash in the pan. The men did not disperse. Pitcairn declared till the day he died at Bunker Hill that he gave no order to fire, that he commanded not to fire, and it seems to be admitted that he struck his staff or sword downward as a signal to forbear firing. But some men in his party fired irregularly and hurt no one. Then came a general discharge from the English line, and many men were killed or wounded. The militia returned the fire, some before leaving their line, some after, and the war was begun. Here is Captain John Parker's account of the fight, one of the papers which Captain Darby carried to London. "I, John Parker, of lawful age, and commander of the militia at Lexington, do testify and declare that on the 19th instant in the morning, about 1 of the clock, being informed that there were a number of the regular officers riding up and down the road, stopping and insulting people as they passed the road, and also informed that a number of the regular troops were on their march from Boston in order to take the province stores at Concord, I ordered our militia to meet on the common in said Lexington to consult what to do, and concluded not to be discovered, nor meddle, nor make with said regular troops if they should approach, unless they should insult or molest us, and upon their sudden approach I immediately ordered our militia to disperse and not to fire. Immediately said troops made their appearance, and rushing furiously on, fired upon and killed 8 of our party without receiving any provocation therefore from us. Middlesex, SS, April 25, 1775. The above named John Parker personally appeared, and after being duly cautioned to tell the whole truth, made solemn oath to the truth of the above deposition by him subscribed before us. William Reed, Joshua Johnson, William Stickney, Justices of the Peace. That is the way those people went to war. They fought one day, and then they made depositions to secure the truth of history. Henry Clay was greatly amused when Dr. Palfrey, our New England historian, told him of these depositions. He heard the story in some detail, and then said, "Tell me that again." But they did not stop for depositions then. The militia retired, some here, some there. The English troops fired a volley on the common, and gave 3 cheers. Colonel Smith came up with the main party, and they all pressed on to Concord. 2 of their party had been wounded. Major Pitcairn's horse was struck by a ball, and after the column left Lexington, 6 of the regulars were taken prisoners. The musket of one of them is in the State House today. Meanwhile the Concord militia had the alarm, and had formed. The Minutemen and some of the militia from Lincoln, the next town, had joined them. Some of the companies marched down the Lexington road till they saw the approaching column. They saw they were outnumbered, and they fell back to a hill about 80 rods distance back of the town, where they formed. Colonel Barrett, their commander, joined them here. He had been at work that day executing such commands as these, given by the Committee of Safety the day before. They are worth looking back upon as illustrations of the preparations of these days. April 18, 1775. Voted that part of the provisions be removed from Concord, viz., 50 barrels of beef from thence to Sudbury, with Deacon Plimpton, 100 barrels of flour, of which what is in the malt house in Concord be part, 20 casks of rice, 15 hogsheads of molasses, 10 hogsheads of rum, 500 candles. Voted that the musket balls under the care of Colonel Barrett be buried underground in some safe place, that he be desired to do it, and to let the commissary only be informed thereof. Still finding himself outnumbered, Colonel Barrett then withdrew his force over the North Bridge to the other side of Concord River, and the little English army marched into the town. 3 of their companies were stationed at the bridge. 3 companies were sent to Colonel Barrett's house, 2 miles distant, to destroy the magazine. Did they find the musket bullets? No. Another party was sent to the South Bridge. In the center of the town they broke off the trunnions of 3 new cannon, destroyed what stores they could find, among others some wooden spoons and trenchers, which appear quite conspicuously in all the accounts. But from all such work all parties were called by firing at the North Bridge. All this time Minutemen from all parts of Middlesex County had been pouring in on the high grounds where Colonel Barrett had formed his men. They saw at last that the troops had fired the town in one place and another. The courthouse was on fire. Captain William Smith of Lincoln volunteered to take his company and dislodge the guard at the bridge. Isaac Davis of the Acton Company made the remark which has become a proverb, "There is not a man of my company that is afraid to go." Colonel Barrett ordered the attack, bade the column pass the bridge, but not to fire unless they were fired upon. Again the passion for law appeared. It is the King's highway, and we have a right to march upon it. If we march to Boston, forward march. They marched to the air of the White Cockade, the quickest step their fifes could play. Laurie, in command of the English party, crossed back on the bridge and began to take up the planks. Major Buttrick, who commanded the attacking party, hurried his men. When they were within a few rods, the English fired in 3 several discharges. Mr. Emerson, the minister of Concord, the grandfather of Ralph Waldo Emerson, watched the scene and made his record on that day. 3 several discharges were made by the English, and Mr. Emerson was very uneasy till the fire was returned. Isaac Davis, the Acton captain, and Abner Hosmer were killed, and then Major Buttrick gave the order to fire. The English retired. The provincials crossed the bridge, and part of them ascended the bold hill, which visitors to Concord remember behind the meeting house on the right of the town. The English party under Parsons returned from Barrett's and crossed the bridge again, but they were left to join the main body without offense. 1 English soldier had been killed and several wounded. Colonel Smith delayed his return till he could find carriages for his wounded, and it was noon before he began his return. Meanwhile, north, southeast, and west couriers had been speeding, announcing that the Lexington militia had been fired on. The minutemen the county through had started on their march. They did not know what point to strike. They did not know what they were to do when they came there, but they marched. They were determined to be in time, and in time they were. The populous country between Boston and Concord was in arms. The men knew every inch of ground, and after they had had their shot at the regulars in one place, ran across country and tried them in another. They are trained to protect themselves behind stone walls, wrote General Gage to the ministry. They seemed to drop from the clouds, says an English soldier. Poor Smith and his party, after 30 miles of tramping, came back to Lexington Common in no mood for giving 3 huzzas there. They made quick marching of it, and were there by 2 in the afternoon. They left Concord at noon. A number of our officers were wounded, says Bernier, so that we began to run rather than retreat in order. The whole behaved with amazing bravery, but little order. Here Percy met them with his late reinforcement. Here they rested, and then resumed the retreat to receive just the same treatment in every defile. At West Cambridge, the Danvers Company, the flank company of the Essex Regiment, had come up. 50 miles they had marched in 4 hours across Essex County. It was sunset before the head of such of the column as was left crossed Charlestown Neck. All Boston was on Beacon Hill watching for their return. Through the gathering twilight men could see from the hill the flashes of the muskets on Milk Row, and Percy had to unlimber his field pieces and bring them into use again. It was at West Cambridge that Dr. Warren so exposed himself that a pin was struck out of the hair of his earlock. General Heath was by this time exercising some sort of command. Late in the afternoon, when the head of the English column had arrived at Bunker Hill, an aide of Pickering's rode up to Heath to announce that the Essex Regiment was close behind him. Danvers had gone across country. The rest of the regiment had marched direct to Boston. Heath judged that it was too late for any further attack. The English on their side planted sentries at the neck. Heath planted them on the other side, and ordered the militia to lie on their arms at Cambridge. But long before this, the news of the march had traveled north and west and south. The memory of the rider on the white horse is still told in tradition, reminding one, as Governor Washburne has said, of the white horse in the Revelation. The march and retreat were on Wednesday. On Sunday morning they had a rumor of it in New York, and on Tuesday they had a second express from New England with quite a connected story. This story was so definite that they ventured to send it south by express, as they received it from New Haven. To Elizabethtown, to Woodbridge, to New Brunswick, to Princeton it flew as fast as horses could carry it. The endorsements by the different committees show their eager haste. It was in Baltimore on the 27th. It was in Georgetown, South Carolina, on the 10th of May. It told how the king's troops were besieged on Winter Hill, how Lord Percy was killed, and another general officer of the English on the first fire. To counterbalance this good news, the story is that our first man in command, who he is I know not, is also killed. No man has since known who our first man in command was. There was no commander all day long. The dispatch was all untrue, but it told of war, and it fired the whole country. On the 20th of April, an army was around Boston, and the siege had begun. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 80 of the United States. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 12, The United States. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 80. Grandmother's Story of Bunker Hill Battle. 1775. As She Saw It from the Belfry. By Oliver Wendell Holmes. 'Tis like stirring living embers, when at 80 one remembers all the achings and the quakings of the times that tried men's souls. When I talk of Whig and Tory, when I tell the rebel story, to you the words are ashes, but to me they're burning coals. I had heard the muskets rattle of the April running battle. Lord Percy's hunted soldiers, I can see their red coats still. But a deadly chill comes o'er me as the day looms up before me, when 1,000 men lay bleeding on the slopes of Bunker's Hill. 'Twas a peaceful summer's morning, when the first thing gave us warning was the booming of the cannon from the river and the shore. "Child," said Grandma, "what's the matter? What is all this noise and clatter? Have those scalping Indian devils come to murder us once more?" Poor old soul, my sides were shaking, in the midst of all my quaking, to hear her talk of Indians when the guns began to roar. She had seen the burning village, and the slaughter and the pillage, when the Mohawk killed her father with their bullets through his door. Then I said, "Now, dear old granny, don't you fret and worry any, for I'll soon come back and tell you whether this is work or play. There can't be mischief in it, so I won't be gone a minute." For a minute then I started, I was gone the livelong day. No time for bodice lacing, or for looking glass grimacing. Down my hair went as I hurried, tumbling halfway to my heels. God forbid your ever knowing, when there's blood around her flowing, how the lonely helpless daughter of a quiet household feels. In the street I heard a thumping, and I knew it was the stumping of the corporal, our old neighbour, on that wooden leg he wore. With a knot of women round him, it was lucky I had found him, so I followed with the others, and the corporal marched before. They were making for the steeple, the old soldier and his people. The pigeons circled round us as we climbed the creaking stair. Just across the narrow river, oh, so close it made me shiver, stood a fortress on the hilltop that but yesterday was bare. Not slow our eyes to find it, well, we knew who stood behind it, though the earthwork hid them from us, and the stubborn walls were dumb. Here were sister, wife, and mother, looking wild upon each other, and their lips were white with terror as they said, "The hour has come." The morning slowly wasted, not a morsel had we tasted, and our heads were almost splitting with the cannon's deafening thrill, when a figure tall and stately round the rampart strode sedately. It was Prescott, one since told me, he commanded on the hill. Every woman's heart grew bigger when we saw his manly figure, with the banyan buckled round it, standing up so straight and tall, like a gentleman of leisure who is strolling out for pleasure. Through the storm of shell and cannon shot he walked around the wall. At 11 the streets were swarming, for the redcoats' ranks were forming. At noon in marching order they were moving to the piers. How the bayonets gleamed and glistened as we looked far down and listened to the trampling and the drumbeat of the belted grenadiers. At length the men have started, with a cheer, it seemed faint-hearted, in their scarlet regimentals, with their knapsacks on their backs, and the reddening rippling waters, as after a sea-fight slaughter, round the barges gliding onwards, blushed like blood along their tracks. So they crossed to the other border, and again they formed in order, and the boats came back for soldiers, came for soldiers, soldiers still. The time seemed everlasting, to us women faint and fasting. At last they're moving, marching, marching proudly up the hill. We can see the bright steel glancing, all along the lines advancing. Now the front rank fires a volley, they have thrown away their shot. For behind their earthwork lying, all the balls above them flying, our people need not hurry, so they wait and answer not. Then the corporal, our old cripple, he would swear sometimes and tipple. He had heard the bullets whistle in the old French war before, calls out in words of jeering, just as if they all were hearing, and his wooden leg thumps fiercely on the dusty belfry floor. "Oh, fire away, ye villains, and earn King George's shillings, but you'll waste a ton of powder afore a rebel falls. You may bang the dirt and welcome, they're as safe as Daniel Malcolm. 10 foot beneath the gravestone that you've splintered with your balls. In the hush of expectation, in the awe and trepidation of the dread approaching moment, we are well nigh breathless all, though the rotten bars are failing on the rickety belfry railing. We are crowding up against them like the waves against a wall. Just a glimpse, the air is clearer, they are nearer, 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 when a flash, a curling smoke wreath, then a crash, the steeple shakes. The deadly truce is ended, the tempest shroud is rended, like a morning mist it gathered, like a thundercloud it breaks. Oh, the sight our eyes discover, as the blue-black smoke blows over, the redcoats stretched in windrows, as a mower rakes its hay. Here a scarlet heap is lying, there a headlong crowd is flying, like a billow that has broken, and is shivered into spray. Then we cried, the troops are routed, they are beat, it can't be doubted. God be thanked, the fight is over. Ah, the grim old soldiers smile. Tell us, why you look so? We could hardly speak, we shook so. Are they beaten? Are they beaten? Are they beaten? Wait a while. Oh, the trembling and the terror, for too soon we saw our error. They are baffled, not defeated. We have driven them back in vain, and the columns that were scattered round the colours that were tattered, towards the sullen silent fortress, turn their belted breasts again. All at once, as we are gazing, lo, the roofs of Charlestown blazing, they have fired the harmless village, in an hour it will be down. The Lord in heaven confound them, rain his fire and brimstone round them, the robbing, murdering redcoats that would burn a peaceful town. They are marching stern and solemn, we can see each massive column, as they near the naked earth mound with the slanting walls so steep. Have our soldiers got faint-hearted, and in noiseless haste departed? Are they panic-struck and helpless? Are they palsied or asleep? Now the walls they're almost under, scarce a rod the foes asunder. Not a firelock flashed against them, up the earthwork they will swarm. But the words have scarce been spoken, when the ominous calm is broken, and a bellowing crash has emptied all the vengeance of the storm. So again, with murderous slaughter, pelted backward to the water, fly Pigot's running heroes and the frightened braves of Howe. And we shout, at last they're done for, it's their barges they have run for, they are beaten, 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 and the battle's over now? And we looked, poor timid creatures, on the rough old soldier's features, our lips afraid to question, but he knew what we would ask. Not sure, he said, keep quiet, once more I guess they'll try it. Here's damnation to the cutthroats. Then he handed me his flask, saying, gal, you're looking shaky, have a drop of old Jamaiky. I'm afeard there'll be more trouble afore the job is done. So I took one scorching swallow, dreadful faint I felt and hollow, standing there from early morning when the firing had begun. All through those hours of trial I had watched a calm clock dial. As the hands kept creeping, they were creeping round to 4. When the old man said, they're forming, with their bagonets fixed for storming. It's the death grip that's a-coming, they will try the works once more. With the brazen trumpets blaring, the flames behind them glaring, the deadly war before them, in close array they come. Still onward, upward toiling, like a dragon's fold uncoiling, like the rattlesnake's shrill warning, the reverberating drum. Over heaps all torn and gory, shall I tell the fearful story? How they surged about the breastwork as the sea breaks o'er a deck? How driven yet scarce defeated, our worn-out men retreated, with their powder horns all emptied, like the swimmers from a wreck? It has all been told and painted. As for me, they say I fainted, and the wooden-legged old corporal stumped with me down the stair. When I woke from dreams affrighted, the evening lamps were lighted. On the floor a youth was lying, his bleeding breast was bare. And I heard through all the flurry, "Send for Warren, hurry, hurry! Tell him here's a soldier bleeding, and he'll come and dress his wound." Ah, we knew not till the morrow told its tale of death and sorrow, how the starlight found him stiffened on the dark and bloody ground. Who the youth was, what his name was, where the place from which he came was, who had brought him from the battle and had left him at our door, he could not speak to tell us, but 'twas one of our brave fellows, as the homespun plainly showed us, which the dying soldier wore. For they all thought he was dying, as they gathered round him crying, and they said, "Oh, how they'll miss him," and "What will his mother do?" Then his eyelids just unclosing, like a child that has been dozing, he faintly murmured, "Mother," and I saw his eyes were blue. "Why, Grandma, how you're winking! Ah, my child, it sets me thinking of a story not like this one. Well, he somehow lived along, so we came to know each other, and I nursed him like a mother, till at last he stood before me, tall and rosy-cheeked and strong. And we sometimes walked together in the pleasant summer weather. Please to tell us what his name was, just your own, my little dear. There's his picture Copley painted. We became so well acquainted that, in short, that's why I'm Grandma, and you children all are here." End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Mapstone.